have a lot of mothball coal plants.
Yes. Take a look at the pre-market. There's a lot of movers today. We'll get to Boeing and Chevron's got some news. AMAT, of course.
Yes.
Quantum's on the move. Futures are good. We're back in a minute.
As much as 7% in the coming year. The company's shares are down 16% this year through Thursday's close. They are little changed this morning. As always, you can scan the QR code below to track events and first performing stocks with Yahoo Finance's trading tickers page. Well, the government shutdown now in its third day with a planned Senate vote expected to fail as lawmakers remain divided over a measure to extend federal funding. Joining me now, Maya McGinnis, Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget President. Maya, it's good to see you. Unfortunately, we talk whenever these things happen, and they happen with some regularity. I know that, you're a critic not just of federal shutdowns, but of the deficit in general. But talk to me about the shutdown and its effects. It looks like we do not have Maya at the moment. We're having some technical difficulty, so we're going to take a break. And we will be right back.
Hey, Blake Anderson here to show you the Veggie Vortex, the 3-in-1 slicer, shredder, and sanity saver that spins veggies and more in the culinary bowl. Potatoes, boom. Chips in seconds. Some would say cheese. Look at that, perfect for pizza. This thing's fire. Ready to really go nuts? The Veggie Vortex chews through nuts like an over-caffeinated swirl. It's got a suction base so strong it cleans tighter than skinny jeans after a big Thanksgiving dinner. It's sucked into healthier cooking with the Veggie Vortex. Scan the code on your screen to order now. Not a very good feeling, is it? I'm Blake Anderson, and if you've ever dropped your phone, wallet, or fries between the seats, you already know why I use the console. It's a flexible insert that slides between your seat and the center console and stops everything from falling into that annoying seat gap. When it's installed, that gap is gone. No more fishing for fries, earbuds, you name it. If you don't have one yet, scan the code on your screen now and get a console catcher today. And stop feeding the seat gap monster.
When it comes to bath time, our dogs deserve better. During their most personal moment, show your love with Little Bush. With its built-in shampoo dispenser, Little Bush cleans and soothes your pet's skin while removing dirt and loose fur. Your dog will love it. Chappie gave it a 5.3, our highest honor. Make bath time their most cherished experience. Little Bush.
Number one,
if you look at data centers, they're booming. We should think about what happens if the growth rate of AI is not as large as its biggest proponents think. Might we get over our skis a bit with overinvestment and have to clean up if there were a bubble? I think we
The government
do want to
shutdown
think
now
about
in
that
its
topic.
third day with a planned Senate vote
Chicago Fed
expected to
President
fail.
Goolsbee squawked this morning his perspective on AI, and to your earlier point, Jim, on just how much is riding on this all working out.
Well, I think a lot is. I think that, by the way, this big up this week didn't talk about China. China's 1 for 1 with us so far, so people say they're ahead of us. I think it's firm by because if it's a fourth industrial revolution, then you need all the power you can get. Unless you have quantum. There was an article in the Harvard Crucible places saying that quantum's beginning to work longer. They've done a lot of work on it. All the quantum stocks are trading up. I come back and say, I'm not worried about a glut. I'm worried about being behind the Chinese. I don't want to fall behind the Chinese. And I think that the only way we can do it is there's no Manhattan Project in the country. The project is Meta. And the project is, by the way, I would say the number one person right now, we don't talk about it enough,
It's the
and
fact that
it is
we are
certainly
unable to
in the
budget.
news
It's the
gets
fact that
Elon.
we're unable to govern.
I mean, when you speak to Jensen, he talks
Budgeting
about
is
Elon,
kind of
he talks
become a
about Mark.
joke.
Well, first name,
And
he
yet
calls
the
us
people
up.
are laughing at
Elon,
them being
Zuck,
our enemies around
and
the world who
Satya
watch as
are
our
the
government
three
struggles to do
that
the
feel
single
it's
most
most important to
basic
build
duty
out.
there is.
I've only
passing a budget.
met, I met Satya. I've met Mark. To think that they could be wrong requires a big leap of faith because they've been, other than Jensen, perhaps the smartest people during the whole year. So I'm not buying it.
So you
I'm
think
not buying
we
the plug.
think the radar of management in aggregate this time is better than what we had in the .com era?
Look, I mean, the .com, I mean, someone was mentioning it the other day. Well, it was the Nortel deal. Well, no, I mean, those companies, the companies that were buying all the internet equipment, we're all doing, we're doing vendor financing. That's why I was worried, by the way, about the last deal, because that smelled of vendor financing. But I know that the demand, as we can see from OpenAI, is incredible. They're beginning to roll out real products. And the products are so in need. And they're doing a video product. Everyone's talking about the video product.
Yeah, not always in a good way.
No, not always in a good way, but I'm not worried about a glut. I am worried that we don't have enough power to be able to build everything we'd like to. The GIP deal today, BlackRock related, shows that there are people, again, Larry Fink, that are saying we need more power. Look, maybe the economists are wrong and the people who are maybe they're right and the people who are using it are wrong. But, Carl, I studied these guys. Now, I just said they all have incredible demand, and so they have to meet the demand. I just can't bet against. I can't bet against them. I mean, every time I've ever tried to pull these guys wrong, I have looked so dope out there. I'm not going there.
You're not alone, Jim. You're not alone. The doubters have been proven wrong every time so far.
Yes, they have.
We'll get Kramer's Mad Dash countdown to the opening bell. Take another look here at the final pre-market of the week. As Walk on the Street comes right back.
Politicians and they say, it's going to take a crisis before we make these changes. And I just kind of want to pull my hair out and say, it's your job not to wait for a crisis. It's your job to avoid a crisis. And so I think we really need to see more political leadership on the issue. That is what is missing. And it does have to start with the president. Presidential leadership is what's helped us to make these changes in the past in a bipartisan environment most often. But we either need to see more leadership from Capitol Hill or more of a clamor from the public. And it's hard to have that when the remedies, taxes and spending, are not immediately easy to understand why those are good things for the economy and for our national security, even though they really are in terms of our fiscal health.
Maya, how seriously do you take the threat from the administration that it's going to begin cutting workers instead of just furloughing them? And is that a way to approach?
There's a lot of ways that
Good morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday, October 3rd. Getting ready for the opening bell. We got about 4 minutes to go. 4 minutes to go. Support and resistance today, 6750, resistance 6700, support. We've got a big cluster of positive gamma in this area just overhead. 6750 up to 6760, 65, and then 6800. There is some negative gamma, which is dealer short, market long. So if we get any kind of rally up towards 6,800, I don't know that that's going to happen today, but it's possible. London session low. Futures London session low was 67.65. We just bounced a little bit. London session high. I'm talking about the last couple of hours here since 5 o'clock. We hit a high of 67.87, so we'll look to test that level perhaps. Tesla's up, Intel's up, Mercado Libre's up.
Index gainers pre-market. Tesla got some volatility this week. It gave up those gains, Jim, on those
Tesla, big
delivery
outside
gains.
bar yesterday, bearish engulfing. Amazon's turning up right now.
It's ill-advised. It's an ill-advised position here.
They do raise from 115 to 150, JP Morgan on Tesla, but
They're praying for a 3-for-1 split, most definitely.
it's a long way from there. Opening bell in a couple of minutes. Don't forget, you can catch us anytime, anywhere. Just listen to and follow the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast.
All right. Let me just update. Oh, I already updated it. Okay, so here we go. Tesla. Top 10 stocks on the NASDAQ 100 starting off today. Tesla, Intel, AppLovin, Broadcom, Micron, AstraZeneca, AMD, Warner Brothers, and Amazon. Okay, let's look at the S&P 500. Top 10 on the S&P 500. Phillips 66, Tesla, number 2. Freeport McMoran, number 3. ETR Energy, Intel, Occidental Petroleum, news on Oxy spinning off their chemical unit, and Berkshire Purchasing, AES Utility, Applied Digital, Teradyne, Broadcom, United Health. Okay, so looking good. Let's see what United Health is doing. United Health, okay, up a bit more. United Health. Okay, we're starting to do what we were talking about yesterday. United Health, I have Iron Condor, so I'll take the call side off, it looks like. United Health. UNH. Okay, UNH. UNH is higher this morning. Okay, I'll probably move these puts up, double up on this side, probably sell some Decembers. Call side, looks like we're going to break above 360. UNH. Okay, so first 15 minutes, all I'm doing is taking profits off the table, reassessing the markets. UNH. Okay, let's see what UNH does. It's starting to fade right now, UNH, from that upper Bollinger Band. Okay, Riot got pushing lower at the moment. Tesla had a big down day yesterday. See if Tesla can recoup some of those losses. Tesla, Nvidia. Looking for pre-market buy order blocks. Snowflake, giving back some of yesterday's gains. Broadcom, inside day on Google. Netflix lower again. Netflix. Microsoft, we're above the 50-day. Microsoft looking for the follow-through. Microsoft, I have some Microsoft calls that expired today, right? All right. So Microsoft. Tesla looking like it could go. Maybe a trade on Tesla early. Let's see if this if they buyers step up here, or if that's just going to be a day trade. Tesla. I'll try a couple of Tesla. 0 day. Tesla 0 day. Tesla on the move. $250s. Can we get to 250? Tesla. Okay, let's watch Tesla. See if they get any kind of bid after that big down day yesterday.
sold for tickets. And I told my wife, I said, "Do we really want to see pictures? Those are the hottest tickets in the world. Just take them." I was too late.
Bitcoin. Bitcoin, Doji today. Bitcoin was on the move this week, looking for a MicroStrategy. There's some pretty decent positioning in MicroStrategy, decent bullish positioning in MicroStrategy. We'll see if this can pop through the 200-day. MicroStrategy, 50-day, 200-day, right there. Okay, Riot bouncing, big bounce on Riot.
If the Supreme Court goes against President Trump, there will be a massive amount of
Why can't they focus on finances? They just persist on, they're obsessed with Trump over at CNBC. Focus on finances. All right, good morning, everyone. Hope you're having a good day. Good morning. IWM on the move. Okay, looking for IWM to continue. Okay, IWM, big move on IWM. I have today's calls. I'm going to take those off into strength. I took the 243s with you. What was it, Tuesday you bought, Mondo? I took the 243s. I'm out.
Chinese stocks, you don't love Chinese stocks, because people do go back and forth on that. What a great performance. Let's get
Nice one there. Okay, Broadcom trying to push a bit higher. Riot's trying to push. Okay. Riot, let's see. Let me take a little Riot off. Let's take a look at Riot. Riot needs to get above 20. Okay, still not above 20. Okay, 20 is a pretty resistive area for Riot. Can't seem to get through this area. Okay, if we get through 20, that'll be key. I'll leave Riot alone. Okay. First 15 minutes, all I'm doing is adjusting my positions, taking profits off the table. Coinbase, nice move on Coinbase. Okay, Coinbase, continuation. Okay, Coinbase, daily.
So the big question is, can PayPal accelerate growth in its branded checkout business? That's critical when you think about market share, long-term profit, and analysts just clearly aren't convinced. And now Wolf Research joining that group of analysts who's not convinced about PayPal. Okay, and last but not least, just when you thought it was good news for Boeing.
Okay, Coinbase on the move.
A little bit of turbulence this morning. This is a Bloomberg report here. And earlier, it managed to shake this off. I'll give you a check of where shares are in just a moment. A little bit lower, but not quite
Coinbase.
Not being dinged hard. So here's a Bloomberg report that Boeing's flagship 7.
Coinbase on the move.
Facing another delay.
CONL. Nice move there on CONL. Apple's on the move. Okay, Apple turning up. Apple, nice little pop. Still in this range for 10 days now. 10-day range. Looking for a pop. We got I think Needham. Who was it that upgraded Apple yesterday? Was it Needham or Morgan Stanley? Somebody posted that in the room yesterday.
If you have these repeated delays, that could, hit Boeing's financial recovery, which has made a lot of progress this year. It's just something it doesn't need. We were talking about some of the reasons.
Okay, let's look at Trace and see how we're doing so far. We're just kind of sitting here a little bit higher. Okay, bouncing the pre-market, the London session low. We hit the London session low. Futures 67.65. We're bouncing off of that level. Looks like we're headed to session highs. London session highs right before the open. We made a high. We're up about 20 handles on the futures. We faded that level. I guess, what was it? Services PMI. That was UK services PMI. I don't know why we would pull back on that. Anyway, looking like a pretty good start. to today. Circle up again today. Circle. I hate that freaking music. Just over and over and over.
Stocks are going higher. The nuclear power stocks and Opla, these have overrun my whatever price targets I have. So, I mean, quantum, I've had the quantum companies on.
Okay, so looks like we might push a bit higher here. S&P, nice pop so far. Lately, I've waited for signals a little later in the day. I think I'm going to wait on S&P. Could very well push a bit higher early.
So, you've got stocks where the good news for a bloom won't be.
Okay, Oracle jumping up a bit. Oracle on the move.
I understand the enthusiasm. It's really being driven by retail.
Oracle's higher this morning. Oracle higher.
I'm worried about quantum, and I'm worried about excessive enthusiasm for uranium.
Getty and D-Wave, I think those are all-time highs today. Look at the returns on some of those.
This will be something. Getty was like at $1 a year ago.
Okay, Apple on the move. Coinbase. Okay, there goes Nvidia. Nvidia popping. Okay, there was news on Nvidia this morning. Doing a deal with who was it? Not Samsung. It was who was it? Nvidia.
Because you're more than likely to deal with a series of quarters that are going to be suboptimal.
Right. Well, remember though when Jensen was telling us to be 15 to 30?
And then he changed.
Nvidia, nice move.
He changed his view because I think you have to have an alternative.
Let's see.
Just so people know about quantum. Quantum doesn't burn hot. Right now, you need so much of this power because of the hot.
Nvidia.
And as you make bigger and bigger platforms from Nvidia, even though they're really trying hard to make it so that it's not, these things still burn hot. They need a lot of power. It's the accelerated computing side that needs a lot of power. That's rarely talked about. Accelerated computing is every bit as big as what Jensen would say is about AI. This is the speed that you need in order to be able to do video, speed that you need in order to be able to do reasoning. And the next chip is Vera Rubin. That's the next chip.
Okay, Nvidia on the move. Okay, looking good. Nvidia.
Super reasoning. That's the next chip for Vera Rubin.
It's a Friday, so I'm looking to reduce some risk again. Okay, S&P is still going. S&P. Okay, let's see what 0 day is building as. 0 day building up above. Shorts all above. Dealer longs.
Or any big investment cycle, and that is the pattern you'll see. It's not different this time. We just don't know how that will play out. Can AI bubble? I think that there will be a lot of capital that's deployed that will turn out to not deliver returns. And when that happens, okay, people won't feel good. Okay, if I'm not going to use the word bubble because I don't know what the path will be, but I do know people are out on the risk curve.
Riot, nice move on Riot. Riot is trying to push through 20. Riot.
And they diminish the things you should be skeptical about that can go wrong. We're in one of those environments where people are out on the risk curve, and there'll be a reset. There'll be a check at some point. There'll be a drawdown.
All right, what do we make of all that?
I think it's the easy call. I think it's the call that says that Jensen's wrong on the fourth industrial revolution. I think it's the call that says, there'll be a moment of where we question it. It's probably
Okay, Riot's trying to go. Squeeze above 20.
Look, I think David Solomon, he knows I think he's going to praise him. He's even praised in my book. I praised Goldman Sachs.
Okay, Apple's still pushing. All right, people chasing here. People chasing.
I love Goldman because they were great to me during a period of tremendous stress in my life. They were really great to me, and I would say that I am not going to bet against Jensen. I think that everybody's called repeatedly for a pause.
Okay, S&P, nice little pop, but looks like the Bulls just got trapped. We'll see how far they take this. All right, hedge flows just turned back down. 67.50 is resistance. We got support at 67.20, right where we started. Nvidia. Okay, Apple's still pushing here. Apple. Okay, Apple, fair value gaps. This is probably going to come back into these fair value gaps before proceeding higher. I don't know, but that's what it looks like right now. We're trying to break out Apple.
President Trump to be sure to use all that power, because the power is based on the fact that we went for 40 years without a use of more power, and now we have 5%. People say 5%, 5%, 5%. It is the biggest problem when you open 3 Mile Island. That seems also to be excessive.
Okay, all I'm doing is reducing exposure.
I need it, and there's Jim Cramer
Okay,
saying,
UNH looking good.
I mean, I didn't go to college to get stupid.
Call side is doing really well. Call side. I have the 400. I have the June 18th, 2026 400 call for UNH. So that's looking pretty good. UNH. Okay, we're up. We're starting to move. Let me take these calls off. Call side is off a little bit. Buy some calls. Buy calls. Okay. Okay, I'm going to double up on the put side with UNH. I'm going to double up put side, UNH. Okay, I have November puts. I'm going to double up on those. They're still worth a good bit. Sell vertical. Actually, you know what? Let me go out to December. Delete. I'm going to sell December. I have November's right now. December puts. That's 77 days. Do I need that? I don't need that much time. 49 days. 35 days would be. Okay, November is fine. Let me sell November. Sell vertical. 300, 290. Okay, just doubled up on. I have 10 now. I had five of these iron condors. I just sold UNH. More November 300, 290s. Okay. All right, so here we go. The market's still chopping around. It's the opening range. First 15 minutes, I'm not doing much of anything except taking profits, reassessing the markets. Looking for a trend after 10 o'clock. Okay. What's going on here? Okay, so I took the call side off. Took that side off. Okay.
At the heart of why I don't like the piece, and you're going to have to ask if this gentleman, is this. This is what really worries me. That the replacement, we raised our
took that off and I doubled up this side.
Unit growth to 7.7 to 7% up from 5%. So what he's doing is
okay. So I sold more credit spreads. I'll move these up at some point. I'll roll them up to December. Future's still looking pretty strong. So I just took care of UNH.
It's very tough. I know that if you're going to play this game, it's very tough. And when I talked about
UNH,
Tim Cook, when I was down in Kentucky, we both just said, look, you can't do this. And one of the reasons you can't is because it didn't cost more. A lot of people felt that with the tariffs, the phone would cost more, but it didn't if you bought it at T-Mobile, Verizon. That's what people buy. That's where people buy it.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's a big reason for the strength and the lead time strength is that there were no huge price increases.
No, there
we were betting on some.
And the Pro is doing very well in Japan and China. It's the Air. I continue to think that the Air is so revolutionary that those who think that Tim Cook hasn't done anything revolutionary are wrong. Now, the new negative about Tim Cook is he's not spending more money on the Vision Pro. He's spending it on glasses. But I don't think that's so wrong because I agree with Zuckerberg that glasses may be the greatest way to be able to receive information, having used them.
We talked to Kovac yesterday. We were trying to remember the last time they did introduce something new with force, like the Vision Pro,
Right.
only to de-emphasize it later.
Look, I think that they've been telling me over and over again, don't worry about it. But I would say,
Okay, those are a 11
I
Delta.
think Apple's
Okay, so I sold some 11 Deltas. UNH looking very strong. Cool. At the 400 strike call. Apple's still going. Apple, lots of strength in Apple. Broadcom. Top of the NASDAQ 100. Shopify is the top of the NASDAQ 100. Shopify popping up on the list. Shopify ripping. Shopify ripping.
I do think that the idea of Apple not being first, but the deal of Apple being the best remains why I like it.
Okay, Apple. Shopify looking good. Breaking out of a squeeze. I wouldn't mind taking a position, but I'm not going to chase it. I'll wait for it to pull back into this fair value gap, perhaps. Okay, watch list. Did I put Shopify on the watch list this week? No, I took it off. The previous week we had Shopify on there. Previous week's watch list we had Shopify, SoFi, and SoundHound. Let's take a look at those two. SoFi. Okay, down to the 50-day. SoFi is probably going to bounce from here. SOUN, SoundHound, taking off.
54.2. There's a nice improvement there. Now, even though that's only the best since August, the negative is that it's sequentially lower than the previous month, which is 54.5. But nonetheless, it's still an improvement from mid-month, and it's an expansion territory above 50. The last time it was under 50, you have to go way back, all the way to January of 23. So we know services is the best part of the economy. And if you look at the composite, 53.9 replaced the mid-month read of 53.6. Just like the headline number there, it's the best just since August. But sequentially, it is lower than last month, which is 54.6. But once again, it is an expansion territory. Not a lot of movement in treasuries, but the equity markets seem to like this number. If you look at treasuries right now, 409.
Okay, Apple, SoundHound going, SoundHound breaking out. Okay, Bitcoin, Riot going.
One on the day, down 9 basis points on the week. Squawk on the street will return.
Riot's going. Okay, there it goes. Cool, right up to 20. Okay, can we squeeze through this area? Riot, are we going to squeeze through this area? Let's take a look at Riot. Riot's on the move here. Okay, we're getting rejected right here at 20. If we can get through this hedge wall, we could see a push higher. 20. Okay, we're about to squeeze through this area. Riot, we're trying to squeeze through this area right now. Okay, so if we start to dip, I'll take this off for now. Riot, beautiful. Riot. Riot. What are we going to do, Riot? What you going to do? Apple at the high. There goes Microsoft. Microsoft pop. Nice job on Lithium America. Riot popping. Riot is popping. Okay, NVIDIA looked like it was going to pop there. Watch Bitcoin. Bitcoin buyers at the low this morning. Bitcoin buyers at the low this morning, looking for a follow through. Riot starting to get rejected. All right, took a little bit off of Riot. S&P is still going. S&P is still going. Looks like we got resistance at 67.50. It's early. I'm reluctant to take it. because I think we're about to test the London session high right here. Okay, futures back up. We were up 20 handles this morning. Currently up 1850. London session high is just overhead. Okay, so that's using ICT principles. That's silver bullets based on this morning session high and low. Okay, we're about to take this level out here. About to take some liquidity out overhead. Looks like they're positioned. The market's positioned short. The dealers are GEX long. Okay, we're popping here. Big move on. Why are we not getting any high tick alerts? Oh, it is because there are no high tick alerts. So this is a little misleading. I think these are algos. It's not a broad market pop here. You don't hear any high ticks, right? So that means we got algos pushing this higher. We're about to get a high tick right here, actually.
Boeing with a slight gain today after being in the red at the open. This 777X, Jim, gets delayed to 27. There's going to be a bunch of accounting charges for
I think
next year.
it's a non-story. I think that earlier Kelly Ortberg mentioned it at a conference at Morgan Stanley.
Okay, we're going to get a high tick. We're really close. We're at 800, 790 tick. Okay, watch for a reversal here. Watch for a reversal. If we take out the supply overhead, the liquidity, take that liquidity, take out some stops overhead. Looks like that's what we're going to do. Okay, S&P, we've got the London session high is right here, okay? London session high. Okay, that's a liquidity level. A lot of times they'll take out that liquidity and reverse it. So be careful. If we take this level out, 67.50, looks like we could test 67.50. I don't have a trade on at the moment. That's another 10 handles overhead. Watching this London session high, though. A lot of times they'll take out the liquidity overhead, take out the stops, and then reverse it. If you follow ICT, I didn't realize it was actually a person. I thought it was a group of people. ICT, Inner Circle, Trader. It's actually one person. His videos are so long and boring. To get to a point, I mean, they have other people that'll take like make a 5-minute video of what he does in 4 hours. I mean, his videos are so ridiculously long, but he's really good. I found that using ICT, I'm finding that using ICT with trace and hedging flows, it gives me an idea of exactly what they're going to do. It looks like they're going to short this. Looks like they'll short this high. Let me buy some puts down here. S&P, Lottos, 0-day. Let's see what they do here. Let's see, 6700s. Might buy some puts here. 6700s. Come on. 6700. Let me just put this in my. Trading window. Okay, if you're familiar with the trading windows I've been showing you, puts and calls. I put the puts on the left, calls on the right, and whatever direction it takes, given what Trace is doing, I'll take a trade on that. Let's see, 67.50. Let me load these up for the call side. I'm not doing anything. I'm just loading up my window, my trade window. Okay, so that is that didn't take 6,700. Send to Brown. 6,700. Okay, watching this for a short. Watching for a short. Okay, looks like a short here. Okay, it took some 6,700s. Okay, it took some 6,700s. SPXW. 6,700 put. Lotto. Small for now.
Let's get stopped trading with Jim.
One thing that some people may have missed, it came out yesterday, was that Amgen had a landmark study, and it went very well for Repatha.
Okay, we're starting to move lower. Okay, we took that liquidity level out. Okay, so the London session high, let me show you what I'm looking at here. Okay, London session high.
My doctor was pacing part of this trial and just said, look, there's no level of cholesterol that's good. They're also
Technically, we're on a sell signal anyway.
But I think that this is going to be
Oh, that's the looking at the 15 minute. No wonder.
It is a drug that's very expensive, but boy, does it work. The study is interesting. You can really reduce risk of heart attack because the bad cholesterol needs to be kept down no matter what. This one does it. Amgen's got a big jug. It's been on the market for a long time.
Okay, I have calls ready in case we go higher first for fading.
Yes, the VanEck Pharma ETF, I think it's having its best week since 2009.
Well, everyone wanted that Pfizer deal, and we got clarity, even though it's most favored nation. Amgen's pricing its drug very low. I think that you needed to hear an all clear. People regarding the Pfizer is all clear because that deal seemed what the president wanted. I think the president decided that pharma's not getting it.
Okay, S&P 500, just watching this closely. Riot did fade. I took some off of Riot. I'll hold some on. I'll hold on to some for follow through, but it has to get above 20. Riot.
My daughter who went to Dollar General, I hope she doesn't dismiss the Eagles like she did Dollar General.
We'll see you tonight, Jim. Bad Money, 6 p.m. Eastern time. When we come back, the Jefferies analyst we just talked
Okay.
about, we did cut Apple to under.
That was pretty cool. I never really coordinated three different things. The number of ticks, the algo from Trace, this. I've never really coordinated these three. All right, so watching tick, the fact that markets were moving so quickly higher towards the London session high pivot, the hedging flow turned down while tick was rising, and then coordinating that with the liquidity level, London session high. We'll see how this works out. Very interesting. All right. Aside from that, though, we've got quite a few stocks that are doing very well. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday, October 3rd. We're almost a half an hour into the trading day. Shopify, number one. Microchip again today. Microchip was up yesterday. Diamondback Energy, Old Dominion Freight, NXPI, NXP Semiconductor, Datadog, Mondelez, Comcast Cable. We've got a good mix of stocks in the top 10 of the. Okay, breaking US ISM PMI 50 versus 51.7. Okay, so that's probably going to be bearish receival. Okay, so this is moving lower. Let's see what they do here. That alert was PMI 50, actual 50 versus forecast 51.7. Okay, we're moving lower. So that's really interesting. Watching tick. Tick did not give us a high tick alert or an extreme high tick, so that I know it wasn't a majority of stocks that were running up. Plus, we had Trace turning back down. See Trace, look at the hedging flow dropping off as we were making new highs, and the ICT principle of taking out liquidity, overhead liquidity, get people stops overhead. People's stops get taken out. If you've ever traded the breakout, you know what I'm talking about. Plus, you got stops capturing all that liquidity. Now it's pulling back on ISM. Okay, so those puts are good. I've got a different number there, Corey. I've got a different number than you've got. So we'll see. We'll hash it out and see whose numbers are right. But this is I got a different number than you.
Coffee today with Leslie Picker, Mike Santoli, live at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Sarah Eisen and David Faber have the morning off. All-time high number 31 for the year is.
Let's see what they say on CNBC.
All-time high as well. Yields are creeping a little higher this morning. 10-year is back above 4.1. Today, a rare downgrade for Apple. We got the man behind the call here to tell us why he put a sell rating on the tech giant. A new report says NVIDIA's chief Jensen Huang frustrated with delays over its chips deal with the UAE. We've got a shareholder to discuss how important that market could be for the company and the stock. And the government shutdown means no jobs number today, but Goldman's Jan Hatzius.
PMI services, and they were sequentially mixed, but they were still above 50. Here's a September read, 50 on the nose for the headline. That happens to be the weakest actually since May of this year, when we had our sub 50 reading, the only one of the year at 49.9, and obviously it's sequentially lower than our last look for August, which was 52. On the prices paid, well, it's sequentially higher, but this is one of the components we'd rather have lower. 69.4 follows 69.2, warmer than expected as well. We were looking for a number closer to 68. On the new orders front, 50.4, big miss here. We were looking for a number somewhere around 54 and a half. Our last look was at 56. This is the weakest, well, since July of 25. Also, last time we were under 50. And finally, if we look at the service employment picture,
Okay, pushed a little bit lower.
BLS report, but we had a weak ADP report, comes in at 47.2. So this is interesting. It's the only reading here that's below 50, but it's better than we expected, and it's sequentially higher than our last look at 46.5. Market's somewhat non-plussed on the interest rate side, but once again, the equities holding their gains. If we look at interest rates from a weekly perspective, which I think is important, right now at 409, we're down 9 basis points on the week in 10s. At 355, we're down 9 basis points on the week in 2-year as well. Mike Santoli, back to you.
All right, Rick, thanks so much. We have day 3 of the government shutdown. The Senate expected to vote again today on the same proposals that failed Tuesday and Wednesday. Let's get to Emily Wilkins with the latest from D.C.
All right, so we're watching to see if this drifts any lower.
Mike, I mean, at this point,
Hedge flows
should not expect any
at the low here.
At this point, there just doesn't seem to be a way out of this government shutdown. So what we're expecting to see later this afternoon, the Senate will come back. They will have a vote. Again, not expecting it to get to those 60 votes. But of course, the one thing we are going to be watching for here, do you have any Senate Democrats who crossed the aisle to join Republicans? Last time we saw this vote happen, there were 3 Senate Democrats who do that. Obviously, now we've seen the White House go ahead with a number of cuts in terms of energy programs. Extending those tax credits for Affordable Care Act premiums. Remember, these are the ones that expire at the end of the year. And right now,
Okay, looking at bear flags.
24 million Americans who do get those tax credits are expected to see their premiums go up 75%.
Melly.
Credits fully expire by the end of the year.
Let me see, Melly.
Who are firmly opposed, saying,
Let's check, Melly. Let's check.
But I've also talked to other Republicans who say my constituents are going to be hurt by it, and while we need to have some limits to how we expend these tax
Okay,
credits,
Melly. Let's see, Melly, Kaliki Maka. Melly, I don't know. It's got to hold it. First off,
like trying to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse in the program. Now, we should clarify these talks are still in very early
has to hold the
stages.
200-day.
Nowhere close to
Okay,
this
let's look at the
point
weekly.
that would unlock the Senate Democrat votes needed
Weekly
to
looks
stop
ugly.
the government. But at this point, we're now looking at going into the weekend in the shutdown, going into Monday in a shutdown. That'll be the next chance they have to vote. And it's just not clear at this point exactly what that off-ramp is going to be to get the government back started. Guys?
Emily, I mean, to the extent
Okay, let's take a look at Equity Hub. Okay, Melly. Okay, so you got support, Melly. Let's see, Melly.
Like, I think one of the big trigger points is going to
1750.
be the moment that you can't
I'd
get
probably
the
sell some
paychecks
call
released
credits
for the
actually.
millions of federal workers. They just ended a pay period that ended at the end of September. So they were able
2150,
to be paid for that.
2185.
But when
All
you
right,
talk
so
about
here's Melly.
federal workers, when you talk about members of our military,
2150. There's lots of positive gamma here. Lots of positive gamma.
also programs to help low-income
I don't know. You might have some support in this area.
around mid-month. And of course, from the economic data, we're missing the jobs numbers today, but perhaps even more important, the BLS is not collecting information when it comes to jobs, when it comes to prices, which means even if you do see data released later this month or even next
Not my
month,
cup of
it
tea.
might not be as accurate if they've missed a long period of time that they were supposed to be collecting these data and getting this information. So I think all of those things are going to add up, and I think it's at this point going to be very interesting to see as that pressure ramps up. Do you see more Senate Democrats today say, you know what, this isn't sustainable anymore, we're going to have to vote to fund the government, or do you see them continue to hold firm and try to make some progress on healthcare?
Emily, thank you so much. Emily Wilkins for us in DC. For more on the market impact, let's turn to David Kelly.
Okay, let's go back to Trace.
We obviously didn't get the jobs report today, but you were expecting about
Okay, dealer hedge
60,000,
flows dropping off.
in September. What do you think is the path of
S&P
resistance for the market amid this
hitting that area of liquidity, looking for a bounce back to this fair value gap overhead, and then a rollover. Okay, Riot trying again.
We actually have a lot of private sector indicators which can feed into this, so we can get some sort of sense of where we are. But where we are is an economy which is growing more slowly. It's heating up in terms of inflation, and the outlook, of course, is just getting cloudier and cloudier as we lack these government data. So from a market perspective, I am a little bit concerned here because the market is just blindly moving higher when really a lot of the fundamentals are deteriorating beneath it. And so I think investors need to be cautious here.
Okay, UNH. I got the 400 call for UNH. UNH, nice move here. I took the call side off, doubled up on my. Might triple up on my. I might go to 15. Put credits down here. We'll see how this Bollinger Band situation works out.
First of all, the vast majority of people putting money into the market are upper income individuals here and around the world. And so they're doing okay because of, the economy is doing okay for them, and they've also got, huge wealth.
Okay, let's look at junk bonds and see how junk bonds are looking today. We had a gap down on Wednesday. Looking a little more bearish. Junk looking a little more bearish.
I think the longer this bull market goes on, the more painful it is from a tax perspective to get money out. So there's sort of disconnect here.
High yield corporate. Oh, yeah, your junk bonds. Okay, we gapped down on Wednesday. We didn't immediately retrace this. We did have some buyers yesterday at the low. Junk bonds, if you're a new member, junk bonds you should be following. If you're long the markets, you always want to keep an eye on junk bonds and high yield corporate debt. High yield corporate still trending, but testing the 9 EMA, fading a bit. Now, keep in mind the S&P 500 basically up for 9 weeks straight. Okay, into October. Since this big red candle right there, we've managed 4 weeks up. On the 4th week, we pause. We still put in a higher high and a higher low on a weekly time frame. Then we rally again for another 4 weeks. Higher high, higher low on a weekly. This is a 9th week higher without a retest of the 10 EMA. We got the government shutdown. Hard to say what exactly we're going to do here. S&P. So I'm reducing some risk on short-term trades only. Okay, long-term I'm okay. I'm still 80% invested, 20% cash in my 401ks and IRAs, plural. I manage the kids' Coverdell's as well. UNH looking good. UNH looking really sweet here. Okay, UNH.
By the second half of next year, this economy is going to slow down again. because the tariff effects, the huge reversal on U.S. immigration, these things are lasting effects on the U.S. economy. So unless you get further doses of sugar from further fiscal stimulus going forward, there are some issues here. So I think it's easy enough to rationalize every move up in the market. You can find something to justify it, and certainly corporate profits are very strong. And
Palantir back to the 20-day. If the buyers show up again today, that's a good sign. Okay, I'm not doing anything with Palantir at the moment. Let's see, Circle.
Taxpayer refund or rebate checks of $1,000 to $2,000. We know we're going to probably get some farm bailout news on Tuesday. This Trump RX effort is clearly a soft.
UNH looking good. Okay, go. Riot's about to go. Riot trying to go.
How much can policy do on that front?
Oh, we can do quite a lot in terms of
Riot's trying to break out. Bitcoin, buyers at the low of the day. Bitcoin, let's see what Coinbase looks like. Coinbase. Okay, that did pull back. We had some profit taking on Coinbase. Okay. Oklo. What are the nukes doing? NUKZ. Nukes gapping up. NUKZ, the nukes. NUKZ, the nukes. Higher, trying to break out.
So I think that's I think the message of the bond market is pretty negative from that. But yes, absolutely. I think we cannot rule out the idea.
Oklo inside day for now, but above the 90 EMA. Looking for this to stretch its legs higher. SMR at the 50-day. And nanonuclear a little bit higher today. Okay, I'm still gonna take off. I got some calls that expire today and next week. I'm just reducing my exposure. Let's see what Apple looks like here. Apple's still pushing higher. Microsoft looking good. Okay, S&P 500 trying to push higher. S&P. Okay, what about 6750s? 6750s. Make it a straddle or a strangle. 6750. There's a lot of supply up there. 6755s are $1.20. Okay. Okay, let me put this in my trade window. Okay.
Good point. The increasing challenge of being diversified in the current environment. David, thank you so much for your time this morning. Appreciate it.
Anytime.
Just over 30 minutes into the trading session, three big movers were watching.
Okay, it's 45 minutes into the trading session. Carl Catania. UNH looking good. Circle pushing higher. Fortinet. Okay, let's take a look at some of these names. Let's take a look at the top 10 on the NASDAQ 100. Top 10 NASDAQ 100 stocks. Okay, so we got a pop here, trying to break out to the highs, getting rejected at the high. Okay, so taking out some stops. Let's see if we can follow through. Most likely RSI, given RSI is pointing higher, you're probably going to see price action do this on Shopify. Stochastics is turned up. MACD's turned up. Volume is starting to pick up. So this is early on the breakout. This was on the watch list from last week, Shopify. Okay, S&P turning back up.
And here's a look at our roadmap for the rest of the hour. The next step for the AI trade. T. Rowe Price's top tech fund manager joins us next. Where he sees
Okay, so far we took out the liquidity, dropped off a little bit. Now we're turning back up. We're going to take out 6750. There is a lot of supply overhead, 6750. Okay, hedging flows turning up. Hedging flows turning up. Let me just grab these data points here. Let me grab these, copy, go back to trace. I'm going to drop this into S&P, Luxalgo, no, S&P here. Data. Control A, Control V. Okay. Okay, S&P 500. We got that London session high right here, this liquidity level, just below 67.40. 67.40. Let's see if we can take that out. Put side's not working right now. Maybe the call side. I would go with a strangle right now. Take whatever direction comes first. Okay, this is going pretty well here. Call side starting to turn back up. Okay. Joby. Okay, I'm just taking a few things off here. Into strength. Next week, over the weekend, we'll reassess the markets. Long-term stuff, not doing anything to change. IBM looks good. I have calls on IBM. Let me take a look at IBM. I had a put credit. I took that off. I might do it again for the weekend. Let's see. Spreads, condors. Spreads and condors. Let's go to IBM. IBM. Okay, so a lot on this chart. For now, I am long the 290 300s, 290 300s. These are looking really well. We're up at the highs. Okay, if you zoom out on this, let me zoom out a little bit. Let's go 5 months. Okay, 5 months. Okay, you can see the highs here, 290, 294, 293. IBM's getting up to the top of this. So I want to take these calls. Maybe take these off right now. IBM looking good. IBM's on the move. S&P looks like it's range bound for now. IBM looking good. IBM, if you took any of these trades on IBM, okay, there's a number of trades I took here. I got put credits. Might sell some call credits up here. We had a IBM long call fly. I wind up having to take this off piecemeal. I sold the puts, I sold the shorts, and then individually sold the calls for a nice profit. All right, let me take this off the screen because it's just kind of messing things up. Let's see, this is call fly. All right, I can leave that note on there. Call fly. Okay, this is good. Okay, I'm thinking about taking another put credit, but I'll take it like up in here somewhere. Put credit spread, like say maybe 265, 260, something like that. All right, so this one I've already taken off. This one I made a profit on. Close it. You can see I closed this for a nice profit. Okay, S&P is still grinding higher.
Talk to me about what that might mean, if anything.
Yeah, I think you hit it on the head there. I think that largely
Apple.
the big picture is that, memory prices
Apple's still trying to push more. Microsoft looking okay. Okay, let me take a look at some of these other credit spreads I have on. Broadcom. Okay, Broadcom. I have a credit spread, Iron Condor on Broadcom. Okay, this is doing fine. Okay, so let me just pull some of this over so I can see what's going on. Farmer Jim, you were asking me about, growing a small account. It's the same stuff I always talk about. Same stuff. Credit spreads, iron condors, butterflies. understanding that there's lots of ways to make money in the markets. I like to do both. I like to go directionally as well as sometimes selling credit spreads with a directional bias. In this case, we've got Broadcom, which is in between the Bollinger Bands. So I sold outside the Bollinger Bands when they were earlier in the week when they were much higher. Now they're down here. Tighter. I could take this off actually. Broadcom. Call side. The Iron Condor. That's making money. I'll leave that alone. That's for 21 November. Broadcom anyway. UNH doing really well. We talked to UNH. Okay, UNH. I'll get on to some trade setups here shortly. UNH, I took the call side off, doubled up on the put side. This is a good looking trade, doing well. I also have the June 400 call for 2026. I'm expecting that UNH is going to be up near the 200-day soon enough.
The expectation of quote itchy trigger fingers out there in response to that. What are you looking for?
Okay. Okay. UNH. Okay, UNH. If you go out to the weekly time frame, you can see what we're looking at here. 400 is only 36 handles away. That's doing very well. We're above the 10 EMA. Big reversal. I'm expecting this to get back into the 500s, maybe even get back to 600 by the end of next year, maybe. So this is a long-term trade, as I've told you many times. UNH. Apple's still looking really good. Apple is hanging out at the high of the day. Apple. S&P still trying to push a bit higher. Let's go look at Trace again. Hedging flows. Hedging flows turning back down again.
And Apple getting a rare downgrade to sell from Jefferies today. Find out why with the analysts behind that.
Apple with a downgrade.
Plus, ABC shutdown means no government jobs report today, but the market does.
S&P 500. At London session high is just overhead. Riot. Okay, Riot looks like it wants to go. What's Bitcoin? Bitcoin looking better. Bitcoin. Okay. I got a feeling we could get a really nice pop in Riot. Okay, this is squeezing up against the 20 level. If we get through 20, check this out here. Check out Riot. Riot, RIOT, Riot. Okay, yeah, so positive gamma overhead. Riot. Okay, Riot. 19 and 20. Let's go look at tape. See who's getting a lot of action today. Meta dropping off. What? A $5 call? What is that? Rocket Labs, $50 call. Rocket Labs, RKLB. RKLB. All right, looking for a breakout, I guess. I guess they're looking for a breakout. SoundHound, we saw how that was setting up. SoundHound, that was on last week's watch list. SoundHound. Okay, so you can see double top, took out liquidity, pull back in. So we need to confirm more. Looks like Riot wants to go here. Riot wants to go. Riot. I took more shares off Riot. Let me see what the 20s look like. 20s. Most open interest is at 20. The 20 strike for October 17th, Riot, is $1.45. I'm going to buy a few more of these. Okay. I already have some of these. Riot. Looks like it's trying to break out, Riot. Riot looks like it's trying to break out. Okay, about to take the high of the day. We got a buy order block here, pre-market. You can see that buy order block pre-market. It's not big, 3% of today's volume, but it is trying to break out. Today would be the day to do it on a Friday when a lot of people aren't watching. Mic check, mic check. Mic check. Mic check.
Policy right now that can boost growth over the short run. And when we hear those comments from various Fed officials, you mentioned Goolsbee, he's been very vocal, Lori Logan, others are a little bit hawkish as well. And I think it's important to those comments from various Fed officials. You mentioned Goolsbee, he's been very vocal.
Okay. Looks like Riot's trying to break out here. Watch Riot. Tesla pulling back. Apple hanging at the high. Microsoft trying to push higher. S&P trying to push higher. Okay. Plug Power. Plug. LAC is up 26%. John, I believe you're still in that, right? LAC. Lithium America. Big breakout on Lithium America. Nice. Lithium America. Lithium America. Nice follow through day and breaking out to new highs. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, hedge flows are turning down. Hedge flows are turning down, just so you're aware. If we do get a dip here, this is the time of day I start to look for a dip and a turn higher, or a peak and a turn lower this time of day. Right now I'm looking for a dip that turns higher. Okay, put side not working. Call side is working. Call side is up. Taking the 6750s, 6700 puts, 6750 call. More of a strangle. Okay, we're grinding higher. S&P is grinding up. Futures are pushing higher. Let's see.
Underway right now. Federal prosecutors say he should serve more than 11 years for the conviction. But Combs' lawyers argue he should serve no more than 14 months, counting his 13 months already served. And British police say they may have accidentally shot 2 victims in yesterday's attack on a synagogue in Manchester. One of those victims died. Authorities say 2 people were killed when a British man of Syrian descent drove a car into pedestrians outside of a synagogue and began stabbing people. They say he wasn't carrying a firearm.
Here we go. Call side. S&P popping.
Oil refinery is now under control after erupting last night and sending a fireball into the air. Chevron says all personnel are accounted for and no one was hurt. The oil giant did not say what started the fire. Back to you, Carl.
Okay. Okay, S&P 500 popping back above the liquidity level.
While it has been a positive week for stocks, check out the sectors that have pretty much sat out this rally. Energy's on pace for one of its worst weeks since June.
Big rip here in the S&P. Big rip. Okay, watching Trace. This is mirroring. Okay, this is the look that I'm was looking for. Trace. You get that dip, the turn. I don't know why this keeps defaulting to yesterday, the previous day. I don't know why it does that. I got to find out what the default switch is. Okay. Okay, we got a nice dip and a turn back up. Okay, that's what we're seeing right now. Okay, overhead resistance starts to come in. 67.40, 67.50. Okay, we took that liquidity out again. Okay, there's liquidity up here. That line right there is London session high. Okay, London session high. Okay, there's liquidity up here. There's stops. A lot of times these algos will take these stops out and reverse it and push it back down. This is what I'm watching for right now. Okay, Riot is still pushing. Riot is still pushing through this level. Okay, S&P. Okay, above this level, 67. You can see all of this positive gamma building, right? All this positive gamma in here. We're currently trading 67.38, 67.38. We're right here. We're right in the middle of all of this positive gamma. So that's a very sticky area. Not bad, not bad. Okay. Let's see what they do with this. Let's see if they push this higher. What happened to my feed?
Company's ability to return to growth in the next 12 months. And it's waiting on further proof points of its turnaround efforts, like enhancing user quality over volume, as well as
I have no.
safety initiatives. Sheridan also said the market environment and investor sentiment for small
I have no volume there.
stocks have become more volatile in recent months, and that could spell bad declines for Bumble and Wood Pines.
Okay, I got bullish flow for now.
Ahead of its third quarter earnings report on Thursday, October 9th, Telsey Advisory Group's Dana Telsey raised its price target to $27. That's up from $24. In a note to clients, she said after the company had reported an impressive second quarter and raised its annual outlook, which now
Okay, we got a lot of resistance overhead.
and mitigation efforts. She believes it's well positioned.
See how far they take this.
Benefiting from a stabilizing U.S. denim market, a strong direct-to-consumer business, and increased.
There's no question the best jobs data in the world comes from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. We
Bullish
need that
flow.
data. We want that data. We can use what we have, which are private sector sources. We can look at the state unemployment claims and plug those into the formula. Over
Tick
time,
cumulative is green. Tick
it's
cumulative
get
green.
farther and farther from the truth.
Chicago Fed President Goolsbee on Squawk Box this morning defending the validity of BLS data and the shortcomings of relying just
Super micro flagging.
Joining us here at Post 9 this morning to talk more about it, Goldman Sachs chief economist Jan Hatzius, who normally joins us on Jobs Friday. A little bit different today. It's a Jobs Friday, except they're not jobs. Yes. Do you feel like you're flying blind or no? He seems to think that the BLS is still the gold standard.
Oh, for sure. It's a significant handicap. There's definitely less information. And yes, we can use ADP, we can use Homebase, we can use surveys like the ISM and things
Beautiful.
like that.
Beautiful. Taking out the highs.
As having the government data.
Are you thinking about whether or not the shutdown lasts into the reference week?
It certainly could. I mean, these things are always a little bit hard to predict how long they last.
All right, nice pop here.
It certainly seems like we're not that close to the end yet.
Hedge flows are still very bullish.
Into the next month, that's a possibility. We do look obviously at the
Running into the resistance overhead above 67.40. We're currently 67.42. Futures 5, 15, 30, 60-minute all on buy signals.
That job growth has decelerated very, very significantly. A significant part of that is reduced immigration, reduced labor force growth. But the labor market is also loosened. And you can see that in the unemployment rate to some degree. But you can see it more, I think, in other indicators, such as the job availability index, jobs plentiful, hard to get, that the Conference Board puts together, and some of the other surveys, ADP, obviously.
All right, we took out the London session high like it wasn't there on this last rip.
supplant the government data. With the Fed's dual mandate of jobs and inflation, is the alternative data better for one versus the other? Will we get a clearer picture, for example, of jobs data from the alternative data versus inflation data, and might that skew some decisions?
S&P still going here.
Relatively symmetric, that we have a decent amount of
5-day estimated move is up there at the high. 5-day estimated move is 67.60 more or less, 67.50. 5. S&P.
What it probably does do is freeze you in place. I think it has sort of cemented the idea that they have signaled probably will get an October cut. And that is, I think, very likely to happen. And we've been expecting 3 cuts this year, so we're looking for another one in December. Although that is more subject, obviously, to what else we learn.
This also comes at a time, Jan, when it feels as if investors have gained some comfort that the softening up of the labor data is not
IBM, looking good, IBM.
of the path of GDP, at least in the
Okay,
short term. We've seen this
Circle,
divergence.
Merck.
Can you be confident
Merck
in
is
that?
back
What
up
do you
again.
think the
Merck.
underlying trajectory is for the
Merck.
Well, for sure, the GDP
Okay, the
better.
start of the week, Tuesday. Tuesday, this took off to the upside.
There are some estimates that are
Merck.
even higher than that. Now, GDP is complicated this year because of some of the front-loading distortions around tariffs, around imports. So I do think that the economy is growing at a below-trend pace, and on a Q4 to Q4 basis, we're still clearly below 2%. You know, maybe 1.5%.
Okay, big move here.
And
S&P 500.
labor data, I think, or reinforces the idea that the economy is going through a weaker period. I am always paying attention.
Okay, we got a lot of supply overhead right here. S&P, a lot of supply. I doubt we get through this. If we do, 6,800. There was a big level up here at 6,800. Somebody bought a bunch. You can see we just took 20 negative GEX of 20 million. See that right there? Negative 20 million. Second line down. Okay, so this is shrinking. Okay, let's see what 0-day looks like. Okay, there's a lot of positive gamma here. The markets are short. The dealers are long. Okay, we're still squeezing though.
Break-even rate, which I think is probably going to be 50-ish or so in 2026. And under our baseline forecast, the unemployment rate goes to 4.5% and then
Core weave working.
back down. But I emphasize that's the baseline forecast. And while you're going through this clearly weaker period, you've got to be alert to signs that the baseline forecast is too optimistic.
Greg Ebb with a nice piece in the journal today looking at
All right, this is going.
split between GDP and employment and whether AI is really having an impact on jobs. Do you have a clear view on that yet?
I certainly think that technology is having an impact. We recently looked at the productivity average in this expansion. If you started, you have to start it from late 2019 because the numbers go haywire during the pandemic. But we've been seeing productivity growth of about 2% versus about 1.5%.
None of these are 99 percentile. We're looking for more upside. Strength, it looks like. Tick cumulative is rallying. Tick cumulative is rising.
That said, I don't think it's really AI. AI is, I mean, maybe is having a small impact there, but most of the AI boost has yet to come.
So if it's not AI, what is it?
Well, there are other parts of the technology sector that have boosted growth. You know, for example, a shift to online shopping and automation in a
Okay, Merck is breaking out. Merck breaking out. Merck, S&P 500 still going. Got several layers overhead. Combo level at just overhead. Combo 2. 1-day estimated move. We got up there at 67.64. See that 1-day estimated move for today. Could see that level.
We can live with high twos when the forecast or the inflation target is 2%. They do want to get back to 2%. What we can live with, I I think, is a price level impact. If this is really a price level effect, inflation goes to the low threes, let's say, and then comes back down.
Top 10 on the NASDAQ 100.
Then we can live with
Shopify, Constellation Energy, Micron again, moving higher. I took the call side off, doubled up on the put side. Microchip, Regeneron, ISRG, Intuitive Surgical, Comcast Cable, Old Dominion Freight, and Charter Communications, Datadog rounding out the top 10. We're squeezing, Riot squeezing.
on that range. There are other studies that have come up with similar sort of numbers.
Riot squeezing now.
Basically, on the basis of the affordability numbers, and what we also find is that the driver of this undersupply of homes has been planning restrictions at the state and local level, which have become more onerous over time, and a shortage of buildable land. So that's, I think, consistent with the abundance agenda that a lot of people have talked about. That building more homes and reducing some of these onerous restrictions could do a lot of good in allowing people to find homes and form households.
Jan, no, we found some things to talk about other than the jobs number. Thanks for coming in as always. Good to see you.
Thank you so much.
Jan Hatzius. Thank you for having me. All right, still to come, what the government shutdown means for regulation and reawakening IPO market. We'll check in with one former SEC commissioner in the next hour. Plus,
All right, looks like we'll get a little dip here.
When it comes to market share, what it means for names like Tesla in a moment. Stay with us.
Tesla dropped off there. Okay, Tesla dropping off. Okay, Tesla. Microsoft starting to push here. Okay, S&P fading a little bit from the high of the day. Microsoft looks like it wants to go. Buy order blocks right here. If we get through this supply, Microsoft could go to end the week. Looks like Microsoft wants to go. Watch Microsoft. Microsoft could go. SOXL, semiconductors, watching that one. Microsoft, let's see what we got on Microsoft. I have a bull fly. That's all I have. Okay, Microsoft. Maybe next week's calls, Microsoft. Really don't want to take on a lot of new positions. Short term anyway. Microsoft. Microsoft. 40 delta is 525. Microsoft. Is it going to go? What's he going to do here? We're right at supply. Maybe a vertical. Just in case. 525, 530 by vertical. 525, 530. 530. $150. Okay, I'll take a couple of those. It's probably going to get rejected right here. Riot is squeezing. Okay, Riot is squeezing through 20. Okay, that's the area where we need to see price action. Dealers step in. Okay, Money Magic's updates. Let's see. Riot, we got 20. Okay, looks good. Riot. Looking good. Riot. Riot. Okay, NVIDIA, no follow through. NVIDIA a little slow today. Actually, last couple of days. Okay, tweet. Okay, we're just flagging at the highs S&P right now.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. Energy, the worst performing sector by a wide margin this week, down more than 3% amid a decline in oil prices. WTI crude hovering at its lowest level since May. Worst performers in the group, names like Devon Energy, Targa Resources, and even Occidental, despite announcing the sale of their OxyChem business to Berkshire Hathaway just yesterday.
All right, Tesla shares coming off their worst day since July, following new delivery numbers, actually down another 2% this morning. But some bullish signs when it comes to overall adoption this morning. Phil LeBeau is here with those numbers. Hi, Phil.
Mike, we've asked Motor Intelligence to crunch all the numbers from all of the automakers. And
let's see where they're going to go with this.
Electric and hybrid sales. And this is the latest snapshot in terms of just how many EVs were sold in the third quarter. Came out to 10.5% of all vehicles. And who led the way? No surprise here. It was Tesla. But the market share might be a bit of a surprise for some people. Came in at 41%, just over 41%. GM was in second place at 13.5%. The fact that Tesla was over 41%, the reason this is significant is because, 43%. That's year to date. That's not just Q3.
Okay, there's a lot of resistance up here, folks. Be careful.
Is that you heard people saying, well, they might drop down to 35 or 30% market share.
The riot's still going.
Has just been a killer for these guys. Think about this. In the U.S., Tesla's EV sales were up 25% in Q3 versus Q2, and 1 out of every 4 electric vehicles, all electric vehicles sold, was a Model Y. Not a surprise, given the fact that the base price starts at just over $46,000. You bring down the price point, you're going to get more people, and especially if you have a crossover utility vehicle. Take a look at shares of Tesla, and yes, it's down yesterday and down today. At least right now, it's down for the day. But this has been a heck of a run for this stock. All of this sets up what Elon Musk has to say.
Okay, I've been
on
taking some profits off into strength, short-term options.
Also, take a look at shares of General Motors. Its Q3 EV sales were up 107% compared to Q3 of last year, and it is solidly now in second place in terms of EV market share in the United States. And finally, got to show you Toyota. Remember when Toyota was slow getting into the EV game and everyone said, spending a lot of time on hybrids. That's such a good idea. It's worked out well for them. 51.2% of the hybrid market is owned by Toyota. It's been over 50% for some time, guys, as they have expanded the number of models that have hybrids, and also some models now, you can't get an internal combustion engine, a typical original version. You have to get a hybrid, whether it's a hybrid gas electric hybrid or a plug-in, or some also come as EVs. That's where Toyota's mindset is, and it's worked well for them.
Phil, given what these numbers suggest about the trajectory, do you feel like the automakers have the production capacity to fulfill these trends, which appear to be somewhat of an about-face from what we were talking about a year or two ago?
Sure. Well, they have the capacity, and what you're going to see, Leslie, is what we're already seeing, is some models that were built at certain plants.
All right, Bitcoin, strong.
They're going away. Look, Nissan's bringing back the Xterra at its plant in Mississippi. Why? And that's an internal combustion engine vehicle. Why? Because that's where the market is, and that's where they're going to have the most success. And right now, this is about driving profitability and preserving your capital as much as possible. Can you do that with an electric vehicle? Yeah, in some cases, you might be able to. Odds are, though, you're going to do that with an internal combustion engine vehicle, and that's why we're seeing the pivot that we're seeing with automakers.
Hey, Phil, I mean, have we completely kind of separated the demand for hybrids and EVs from gas prices in the moment? It feels as if, that hasn't really been a huge challenge in general for a while. It seems as if it's more secular.
I think it is more secular, Mike. And I think that trade really hasn't, or that theory really hasn't borne out over the last 3, 4, 5 years. I rarely hear people talking about gas prices driving them either to look at an EV or I'll stay with an internal combustion engine vehicle because gasoline is cheap. It's when it spikes. That's really when you notice people saying, I'm not crazy. And we haven't had a huge spike in gas prices in quite some time. And that's why I think there's been a bit of a disconnect there between that correlation that was there early on in terms of EV sales.
Good point. Phil, thank you. Apple seeing a rare downgrade to sell from Jefferies today. The analyst behind that call joins us next to tell us why. And shares of FICO score provider Fair Isaac on pace for their best week in years after a big change when it comes to licensing credit scores.
Shiny object over there.
CEO told us was done in part due
Shiny
to
objects.
FA Director Bill Pulte, who joins us next hour with his take on the impact for consumers. We're back in a moment.
All right. Hope everyone's having a good morning. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Riot continues to squeeze here. Okay, this is looking good. Okay, we're going to go. We're going to go. What are we going to do here? Okay, we're still range bound on the S&P. Okay, so be careful. If you go down to your 1 minute chart, you'll see that we're in a range for now. Okay, we want to either break higher from this or break down. So we're at the high of the day. We've had a nice run up this morning. Good run for the week. Are we done? We're going to keep going. We need to break out above this level. If you're supremely bullish, okay, we need to break higher or fade this level. Okay, range bound. So let's see what we do here. What's Coinbase doing? Coinbase. Okay, that faded a little bit from the high. Riot is still squeezing. Riot. It's up at the highs. Riot. Okay, looking good. S&P. We're watching the S&P. I hate when that happens. Hate when that happens. Okay. Okay, looks like we're going to break out. They're going to test that high. Let's see what happens here. Okay, it's a range-bound condition. Need to see the breakout. Futures trying to go. Futures trying to go. Trying to go through this area. Let's see what they do here. Are they going to take it? They're going to take it. Go. Go. Let's see. What's Carl Quintanilla talking about?
Welcome back. Jefferies today downgrading Apple to sell from hold. Edison Lee views current expectations for a super upgrade cycle
Trace, hedging flows are starting to peak out here. Hedging flows starting to peak.
Research joins us this morning. His target's 205.16. Edison, thanks for the time. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, thank you.
We had a long discussion with Kramer today about your call and sort of how treacherous it can be to try to time Apple, but it sounds like your views about expectations for this.
I hope they blow this guy out.
Are pretty
I
strong.
hope Apple just rips higher.
Yeah, this is a longer-term call, and I think that the smartphone industry, not just Apple, but I think all the Android guys.
I'd hate to be in the position of calling a direction,
serious structural slowdown,
predicting.
Because there are no innovative features that your current phone cannot do, and I think a lot of the improvements are incremental. And we also think that
Be funny if they came out with some major AI release today and just blow this guy out of the water from Jefferies. Apple.
The latest Samsung foldable phone, which is called Galaxy Fold 7, is set at $2,000 US. It's a very, very nice phone. If you go and see it and feel it.
Still range bound. S&P is still range bound here.
So I think that iPhone potentially can sell 3 times more than that because they have a very high-end loyal customer base. But still, that probably is not enough to move the needle.
So is your view that it's not, Apple's been rained upon with complaints and criticisms over the last few years, but it sounds like you don't think innovation necessarily is the problem.
Okay, United Health still looking good there. United Health.
Supply chain,
UNH.
but just that it's running up against a tougher
UNH.
macro.
I don't think macro is a very big issue here. I still think that there's a lack of innovative
UNH,
features
a little dip there, looking for the dips to get bought.
They need a new one, right? So for example,
Trying to
if you look
press
at
through 370, UNH. Okay, squeeze, RSI rising, showing potential for muscle here. Volume's picking up, MACD, stochastics turning. We know that Warren's in this, and I forget who else. Was Bill Ackard? Was it Ackard? One of those guys were in UNH.
Right, number one, Apple did not raise the price for Pro and Pro Max. They only raised the price for Air because the Air is more expensive than Plus. But in fact, the Air is the least popular model among the four. And for the base model, they actually effectively cut the price because they are selling a higher memory version at the same price of a lower memory version last year. And also in China, they also sell the base model at a lower price for a low memory
Merck,
version.
nice follow through on Merck.
iPhone version is going to be qualified for government subsidies.
Merck.
And that's what I think is a pretty smart pricing
Okay, Merck,
strategy.
you can see the daily on the right. 2 big days this week, Tuesday, Wednesday. We paused yesterday. I'm going to follow through now. All right, looks like S&P wants to break out. S&P. I hate this. Why does this keep happening?
I think there's a lot of hope. And also there's
Okay.
a lot of
Okay, trying to break out of this.
foldable iPhone, which is a new form factor for iPhone. And given the better than expected reception to 17, I think some investors believe that the replacement cycle is coming.
Riot's still going. If I change to Riot, I know it's going to screw my screen up here. Let me go to Riot. Riot on this. Riot. Okay, on the 5-minute squeeze. Riot. Okay, you can see the squeeze. Boy, look at how tight that squeeze was. See how the Bollinger Bands just explode in both directions? We take out 20. Volume picks up. Look at that. Riot looking really good here, right? Riot looking good with the breakout. Riot with the breakout.
The best full service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties. Carl.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
All right, starting to pull back into this range again. Lots of resistance overhead, lots of resistance. You can see this hedge flow turning down. Got lots of resistance in this area. If we get above it, that would be something else.
We're going to take a look at some of the biggest names right now. Our disruptor today, Coinbase, following an upgrade that's fueled by increasing institutional adoption of crypto assets. And then for our 360 round, we're going to bring in our panel to discuss the
Coinbase, Doji on Coinbase. Coinbase. Riot squeezing right now, taking off to the upside, breaking above 20. Riot. Nice squeeze on the 5-minute. Let's look at Riot from the 60-minute perspective. 60-minute, I use the 60-minute to tell which trend I should be looking for, a bullish or bearish trend when 20 EMA is rising up and to the right. 20 EMA on the 60-minute time frame. This is probably one of the best tools you can use to you just look at the trend, and then wait for it to come down to the 20 EMA, start buying. Look for the breakout, sell into extensions away from the 20 EMA. Okay, we got a squeeze, so we got enough fuel to push this a bit higher.
Approaching 122,000 as it continues its rally to the upside after that massive liquidation that we saw last week. Now we've checked in with the markets, and I want to check in with one of our hosts here on Schwab Network, Alex Coffey, joining us here in studio for a look at
Still in a range.
today. And this is not just a
Bulls and bears are getting chopped up in this area right here. S&P 500. Bulls and bears getting chopped up.
Performance metrics to basically back up what you're saying. This stock is up about 70% over the last year, but 78% of that, so it went from being down to up. It's been in the last quarter. The vast majority of that's been over the last month. So up to 10% over the last 5 trading days. Really, really fascinating performance as this name has joined the AI rally. Erste Group has upgraded the stock to buy from hold. They say that they're developing quite well within AI applications. They also say that Alibaba's e-commerce business and international segments are strong, and that Erste believes that the risk reward is now a positive profile. Now, interestingly enough, Marley, they kind of joined the crowd here. As I was looking before, 96% of analysts are in the buy camp. There are only 2 holds, no sells. So Erste now going from a hold, one of the holdouts, to buy and joining this rally, which has just been
you can appreciate sort of the September rally, the September into October rally here for Baba. Interesting in this note, though, we're hearing so much about Alibaba now being an AI.
Okay, so we got a peak up here at the high. This time of day, we're looking for direction, whether it's a long with a dip or short with a peak. Turning back down, looks like a short for now.
No doubt, and really it shouldn't be a surprise. I mean, they have the playbook that Amazon followed to become what we know Amazon to be today. Of course, we always think of Amazon's e-commerce business, but they're one of the biggest cloud players, which we know, and that's a very high-margin, profitable business. Well, you can look at the financial profile of Alibaba, and while they're serving a different market, they're largely doing a lot of the same things.
Let's see. UNH. UNH having a good day. Looking for a break. Higher. Okay, looks good. UNH. I took the call side off of an Iron Condor. I doubled up on the put side. I have 10 of the put credits now. 295, 290, 300. 290, 300. So I'm short 300, long 290 put for a credit overall. It's about $170 on 10. So $1,700. As long as UNH continues to move higher and I stay above 300. 300. Okay, I don't see us coming back to 300 anytime soon, do you? 300. Good way to make some cash. Farmer Jim, you were asking me about what I said about a good way to grow small accounts. I would learn call credits, put credits, Iron Condors. Now, those 2 are basically all the same thing. An Iron Condor is just a put credit and a call credit. When a stock is trending, you sell a put credit, you sell puts, 330, 330, 325, something like that. Currently, I have 300, 295. 300, 290. Let me show you that trade. UNH. Okay, I took the call side off. Took the call side off.
But that is starting to happen, and I think once that starts hitting the markets and starting to see the prices of goods and services going up because of
Took the call side off because it's starting to show a trend. The trend is continuing. You can see this consolidation that we put in. We went sideways for 3 weeks. We popped up. Went sideways for 4 weeks. Popped up. So it looks like we could move a bit higher. So doubling up on this side makes a whole lot of sense. Total, it's about $1,700. And I have to put aside $2,000, which is pretty small. I actually got to double that. So it's $4,000 for 10. So a small account like a $10,000 account or even a $5,000 account. If you sell a credit spread for like $60, you probably have to put aside two or three of those, $120 a week. It seems like insignificant, but it builds up over time, compounded. So, you add $100 or $200 a week, fairly safe. Put credit starting with a small account like $5,000. If you take two or three of a credit, a 20 Delta that you maybe make $60 on, so $180. You probably have to put aside $1,000 of your account. If not, maybe not even that much. Probably about 700 out of the 5,000. You got the rest of the 5,000 to do other things with. Maybe invest in a long index fund or something like that. And use about 5% or 10% of your account, small account, to just sell a credit spread every week. So that's all I was talking about. Let's see what we doing here. UNH is backing off a little bit more.
It's going to start hitting people, and I think we're going to start seeing a lot more foreclosures into the future. That's going to
UNH backing off the high, 368. Looking for a higher low and a higher high, UNH. S&P, this range getting a little larger now.
Predicting 15. Deutsche Bank is higher at 20 points per week. Do you think that if the shutdown lasts more than a week or even two?
Okay, Riot is still going here. Riot still moving. Okay, Riot looking for another break above 2050. Riot. S&P 500.
So it's a scary picture for sure. I mean, I hope they knock this out really quickly. It's so much nonsense, right? I mean, we should just tell Congress and all these folks who make the decision that they ain't getting paid, right, until they get these problems figured out. The government shuts down, they do too. And until they can fix that, I mean, you're always going to have these problems, unfortunately. This, to me, it's all the same behind the doors, whether it's Republicans. It's just all a game, and they're playing with people's lives, and it's not right.
Patrick, while we're talking about credit, I want to ask about U.S. credit. Do you have any concerns that a shutdown could lead the rating agencies to rethink the condition of U.S. credit on the whole, knowing that in May we were downgraded by Moody's?
Well, these rating agencies are always on.
So Riot this morning, I sold some shares into Strength, and I bought the 20 call for October 17th. Took some of the profits, put it in October 20, the 20 call, October 17th, 20 call. Taking the profits from shares, sweeping that into my account, and then taking some of that profit and buying some calls out at the 20 strike for October 17th. Those are already up quite a bit this morning as the squeeze continues. Okay, this overhead resistance, this purple area here, resistance, hedging flows turning back down. It could very well just turn into a chop fest the rest of the day. Let's see what up-down volume looks like. Up-down volume. Currently, we're mostly up volume, which is pretty interesting. NASDAQ composite is 3.4 up. The New York Stock Exchange is 3-1 up. SPY is 2-1 up. The Qs are 1.4 up. The diamonds are 17-1 up. And IWM is 6.6 up. Up volume ruling the day right now. Okay, let's look at IWM. Okay, trying to break higher. Yes, speaking of silver, let's take a look at that. Let's see what silver looks like. Silver. Wow, look at silver. Recovered. Buyers are still there to pick up shares. Same thing with gold. What's copper doing? Copper Copper is a leading economic indicator, so this is turning more bullish. Copper, leading economic indicator.
And that's what we should own. When it comes to silver, when it comes to all of the manufacturing, when it comes to electronic cars, there's a big demand for silver. So I think long term, there's going to be more of a demand for that, and we might see more stabilization from that long term when it comes to silver.
All right, Patrick, thank you so much for being with us for that broader conversation. Patrick Mueller, RFC and president of Bella Advisors. And we've got plenty more to come today on Trading 360.
Okay, so we can trade Southern Copper SCCO, Southern Copper. Okay, that looks good. Okay, so this looks good for copper. Copper. What are we going to do here? Are we going to bounce back up into this range?
This week, cutting out the middleman for mortgage lenders and resellers. Shares up more than 20% on the week. Money Movers will be right back.
And you have to be able to do it while you still
Riot, it's at the high of the day.
The reasonable party. At this moment, I would say the Democrats are probably playing their cards better because they're staying very focused on the healthcare premium. They're not talking about everything.
Oh, shut up.
President Trump.
Shut up. The politics. They just can't get away from the politics. These financial shows. I'm sure Bloomberg's going to be the same way. Let me go to Bloomberg and see what they're talking about. Bloomberg. Shut down. And you go back all the way to Gerald Ford's administration. You had Ford. I think he had a couple. Then you had Carter. He had like 4 Carter years. Remember how depressing the Carter years were? With the Iran hostage. They took over the embassy. Then you had Reagan. And then Bush Sr., and Clinton, Bush Jr., Obama. You had Trump in his first, and Biden. Even Biden had a couple of slowdowns with regard to the credit, government credit. So they keep talking about this. Yeah, if it lasts for 2, 3, 4 weeks, yeah, that could be a problem. But they're going to get resolved because they've inadvertently given POTUS the tools to just cut people indiscriminately. Well, it's not indiscriminately, but he can do whatever he wants, basically. I don't know what the articles are that allows him to do it, but that's what he's doing right now. So, okay, so somebody that's not talking about politics, talking about Rivian. All right, good. Don't mind me. I'm not trying to sway your opinion on politics. It's just they keep talking about this shutdown like it's the end of the world. It is for some people. They're going to get or their jobs are going to get eliminated, but. Okay, the markets are just chopping people up right here. Jeffries. What's Apple doing? Apple's still hanging out at the high. So is Microsoft. Be nice to see all of these. Okay, NVIDIA starting to turn. NVIDIA short covering.
market started to make a comeback this year, the government shutdown could be
Oh,
a new threat with
more government shutdown.
essential functions with less staff. Should we expect delayed IPOs? Joining us now, former SEC Commissioner and Acting Chair Laura Unger. Laura is also independent director of eToro Group. Laura, thank you for being here. So just explain to us, if a company wants to go public and needs to go public next week, could it do so?
Okay, still got more overhead resistance. Hedging flows dropping off. We could just sit right here and go nowhere. Up volume is leading. Qs just went negative. Qs, what happened? What's just sold? Something sold? I don't see anything that negative. Let me just go take a look here at the losers. What's losing? Oh, Palantir's off. Okay, Palantir. Okay, Palantir's finding buyers. Okay, Palantir's been finding buyers in this area. So not surprised to see Palantir with buyers. There was some negative news about one of their programs that the Army was using. But that's easy enough. I mean, I'm sure they have the talent to patch that and fix it quickly. That's the beauty of AI. You know, find the problem, fix the problem in a lot faster pace than, humans can do. So I wouldn't be surprised if this gets bought. You can see over here on the right, the daily chart, buyers keep showing up in this area above 172 for the last 2 weeks. They keep buying in this area. Yesterday's high up here. Okay, S&P pulling back a little bit now. S&P. Okay, I'm going to turn these levels off. Let's see. Is anything here that I need really bad? We know we got resistance overhead. No, I can turn this off. I can turn spot cam off, so that won't be messing me up the rest of the day. Okay, pretty clean. Okay, we got sell order block, sell order block, sell order block. So that's telling us we probably have a trend down for now. Sell order blocks populating. Okay. Okay, so this cleans it up a little bit. Okay, the London session high is right here. Just below that line is London session high, swing high, right before we opened. Okay, and we can see that we have resistance overhead, 0 day. All of this is resistance. Markets are short, the dealers are long. Tesla trying to turn up. Swing Sally up. Okay, Qs just went back on a 1-to-1 up volume. Okay, let's look at some of these here. Let's take a look at the S&P equal weight, because remember, we were looking pretty good yesterday. S&P equal weight. I am reducing my exposure only because I've had such a great week. I don't want to give anything back right now. Short-term option trades. Okay, so I've been more active with short-term option trades as of late. Look at the S&P equal weight index. Hard to short that. Is it a blow off top? Do we have a blow off top? Brent was talking about that this morning. Okay, is it a potential for a blow off top? If you look at, let's see, today. Okay, a lot of these are overbought. Let's see, yesterday, we have a lot of rich, all of these on the right side of the screen. All of these are rich call skews. Okay, so call skew is really rich. If we go to, let's look at Oracle. See how that's tilted up on the right? See how tilted up this is? From that center point right there, see how tilted up to the right this is? That means it's very high call skew and very susceptible for pullbacks. Right now, we're holding inside of yesterday's price action, Oracle. Just one example.
focus of the SEC. So if the concern is the, numbers being more retroactive, would you support more
Intel, Snap, IBM, Google, UNH. Okay, futures are trying to turn back up.
as you know? I think companies are really moving a little bit away from
So the S&P Equal Weight Index is telling us, showing us a bullish picture here.
distort some management's decision making if they have to constantly be thinking about what did I say I was going to do? What should I say the company will perform at, what level, what numbers? And it's a little bit of a distraction from managing the company, and sometimes it's a trade-off for do I meet the
S&P.
numbers I said that I was going to?
Okay, Microsoft, Apple holding the highs. Google turning back up. Nvidia turning back up.
Value delivery to investors. Right. Laura, thank you so much for your time this morning. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Great to see you.
Coffee's good. Dunkin' Donuts coffee. I love the vanilla fufu flavored Dunkin' Donuts coffee. Love it, love it, love it. It's good. Coffee's good today. Let's see what we're doing here. UNH looks good. Fortinet. Okay, Fortinet. Fortinet is a long from last week. Fortinet continues. It's above the 50-day now. Fortinet, this is probably just going to keep going. Fortinet, I think we looked at the earnings yesterday, right? Yeah, I know we looked at the earnings yesterday, Fortinet. Okay, they beat August the 6th. They report again November 5th. Okay. While this isn't like a super growth stock, NVIDIA would have like 500% here. Let's look at Hood, for example, Robinhood. Okay, look at Robinhood. Okay, now look at the numbers for Robinhood. Look at these growth numbers, okay? 100% on earnings growth, 45% revenue growth. So while Fortinet doesn't have huge numbers, the more important thing is that all four of these metrics are green. Statistics have shown over at Earnings Whispers, they've been doing this since 2004, I think they said. Statistics have shown whenever you see positive, all four of these metrics green, and you get something like Fortinet turning off the low like this or trending, you want to go with the trend. Okay, so Fortinet looking pretty good. I have a small position. I'll double up on it at some point. Maybe even sell some put credits if the Bollinger Bands open up like they did back here in August. I'll sell that premium, that IV premium. Okay, so right now S&P has been showing sell order block, sell order block, sell order block. Right now we're trying to get back to the high, and we're dealing with overhead resistance right up in here. Okay, you can see some of these are coming off. Some of these shorts are coming off. Okay, but there's no 99 percentiles here. 98, 98. Let me see what's up above. There's nothing up above really. 0 day. Let's see what longer dated options. Okay, so you got a level up here at 68.15. Somebody shorted up here. They sold premium. They sold premium in the market. The dealer is long. Whoever sold that is short. That purple line there. You can see the gray wick telling you that they've been taking profits off. If you scroll this back, you'll see that this was a full. It was full all purple at the open. See that? As we come into the day, they start selling. So they were short up here. They've been taking it off on downward movements, I guess. Anyway, so this is non-0 day I'm looking at right now. Hedge flows are still dropping. Okay, if we look at the S&P liquidity level right down below here, this level right here, noted. That's the London session high. London session high. Okay, so we either need to break out, which I don't think is going to happen, at least at present. Got a lot of overhead resistance. Liquidity below. The London session high right there. The swing high right before the opening bell for the New York session. That said, it's kind of hard to refute this, right? Money flow. I look at a lot of different things. One of the things I look at is S&P Equal Weight Index. If this is pushing higher, that means disregard these stocks and just look at the overall market, equally weighted. That's bullish. We're looking at junk bonds, though. Junk bonds have been giving us a bearish signal still. If it drops below the 50-day, that would definitely be a reason to maybe reduce your exposure more. I've already started doing it preemptively because I have options that expire today and next week, and some that are further out. Leaps like on UNH, IBM, stocks like that. Lulu, I have a longer dated January options for Lulu. Let's take a look at Lulu. Lulu. All right, Lulu just looks like it's squeezing. I might go ahead and take this off, actually. It's not moving much. Okay. I'll take another look at this next week, but I'm going to take Lulu off for now. Okay. Got a small profit there. Lulu, small profit. I'm just reducing the number of open positions that I have to deal with. Selling more premium. Not having to be concerned with direction as much. Supermicro. That's inside bar today on Supermicro. Supermicro. Doji. All right, so they could get a lift here. Maybe in the evening session, they take Supermicro higher. Supermicro. Okay, watch Supermicro. It's SMCI Doji. Day 2 at recent highs. Could go.
But the investment so far hasn't materialized. This is a rumor that we've been hearing for quite some time. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick is pressuring the Emiratis to finalize their U.S. investments before authorizing chip delivery. This delay was largely expected, which is why you really aren't seeing NVIDIA shares reacting negatively. Keep in mind that all the sovereign AI demand really isn't factored into a lot of these earnings estimates as well. But it is a reminder that headline billion-dollar spending promises aren't always set in stone, guys.
Do you get the sense, Christina, that the executives from NVIDIA are also working on those negotiations, or is it largely just at the White House level?
No, of course they're involved with the negotiations because of the amount of chips that need to be shipped over there and because of the supply glut that we're facing right now. So NVIDIA is in a tough position at the moment.
Yeah, if you're very short term, like 1 or 2 weeks out with your options and you have profits, and you just went into a profit, or maybe you have some nice, decent profits, maybe you cut your position in half. Okay, I'm talking to myself as well as people in the trading room. Okay, don't forget, we're up 9 weeks straight, S&P 500, 9 weeks straight. Even with these weeks where we paused, we made a higher high and higher low during the week. However, we're up 9 weeks, and we have yet to show any signs of a pullback. Doesn't mean we will. I just want to reduce my exposure because the likelihood becomes greater and greater the longer this keeps going without at least a 2% pullback. That's crazy. This is this market's on crack.
The president unveiled that plan, which would see the release of all remaining hostages, unveiled it with Israel's prime minister earlier this week. The Supreme Court
I don't know why you'd want to mess with the U.S. military.
today. It focuses on a law recently enacted in Hawaii that
S&P 500. Let's see what S&P.
carry a concealed handgun can bring their weapons. Right now, they're not allowed to bring them to beaches, into parks or bars, or onto private property that is open to the public. And for the first time in the nearly 500-year history of the Church of England, a woman has been named to the post of Archbishop of Canterbury. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer announced today King Charles approved the nomination of Sarah Mullally for the church's most senior position. She will be installed as Archbishop in March. Carl, that's the news.
All right, Tessa, thanks. The director of the Federal Housing.
Okay, 50-day is down there about 3 1/3, 3 1/4. Okay, 20-day, 9 EMA. 50-day. I mean, it wouldn't be a big surprise to see this divergence play out. Okay, well, we're starting to maybe negate this. Okay, you can see we're almost ready to negate this bearish divergence we were looking for yesterday. S&P 500 pushing a bit higher. S&P 500, it's up 40%, 40% from the April 7th reversal low. April 8th was when a lot of us got long at $90.50 on SPXL. I know, Bill, you've been using that lately. Bollinger Bands are paralleling price. Got a few mixed signals. So the main thing that I'm thinking about is the fact that S&P 500 has been up for 9 weeks straight. Okay, you cannot refute that. It gets greater and greater. The probabilities get greater and greater that we're going to see a pullback. I've been saying this since 4 weeks up, right? Back here in, what was that? The August, we had the first 3 week move higher, and then we had a following week. It was 4 weeks up. While we didn't close at the highs, count back 6 candles. While we didn't close at the highs, we closed inside of the previous week. We did make a higher high and a higher low for the week. And then the next week we had a bullish engulfing, and we just continue to move higher. So I've been looking for this pullback, just doesn't seem to come. So I'm trading short-term options. And as we move into a move like today or this week, I'm taking profits off into strength, reducing my exposure on a short-term basis. Okay. So if you got shares, shouldn't be that concerning. If you got shares, maybe you're selling covered calls overhead, or maybe you're selling some with 5% of your account, perhaps. Maybe you're selling call premium, or in some cases, put premium or iron condors. I talk about that a lot. If you're looking for examples, just look in the spreads channel. Okay, most recent ones. Let's look at Charter Communications. Charter Communications. Charter Communications. Okay, here's Charter. Okay, so here's Charter, right? Now, I sold a put credit spread down here, 250, 240. It's currently at 270. Okay, 20 points above. So I want to see this just gradually move higher. The base is pretty obvious, okay? This long volume by price bar. There's a lot of buying and selling down there. A lot of institutions most likely picking up shares. Charter Communications is a good company. Okay, let's go take a look at earnings. Charter Communications earnings. Okay, we did miss last time around, Charter. Okay, but 3 metrics are green. 8% earnings growth. They missed expectations, but they beat the low estimate of $9. $9 is a lot of earnings per quarter. $9 per share. So I'd expected this to continue to push higher, Charter Communications. So I sold some credits. It's $2,000 worth of credits. All I need this to do is to stay where it is or move slightly higher. S&P, we're still dealing with this range, S&P. Okay, S&P range. Okay, either we're going to break down or break out. We're in a range right now, so go with the direction once we break out. So this has been a pretty decent range this morning. More chop. We know we got overhead resistance.
Thank you. Good to see you always, Carl. We had Will on yesterday. We thought he might sort of fudge the motivation for this move, but he did attribute it directly to your posts.
Well, either that or he doesn't want to look like the bad guy. He wants somebody else to look like the bad guy. But look, I appreciate it. No matter what, I think it's a big win for the American people. And this is just the start, I think, of hopefully more competition in the housing market. As you know, the housing market has been decimated the last 4 years. We need to get housing back in this country.
Chipotle, SMG.
What other steps are you now looking for?
Yeah, that does. I like it a lot.
Well, obviously, he needs to make sure that he follows through on what he's doing, but we also need to see the credit bureau step up. You know, I would say FICO did the right thing here, which is come up with creative, constructive solutions. A lot of people thought that I had a personal out for FICO. They can see that's not the case.
CMG, I like this a lot. I like this a lot. Aaron, thank you for bringing this up. Coming out of a squeeze, it's at the 50-day. Does it get going? Let me look at some options that are way out in time. Let me go out to like June of next year. Some leaps. 2026. June. 2026, June.
And my message is just, hey, get creative. Figure out how to be competitive. This is a competitive environment. We had inflation that ravaged the country the last 4 years, and everybody needs to do their part. I would say that
CMG, I like the idea. CMG. CMG. June 26, 2026, June. Okay, so let's see. 60 delta, 50 delta would be a 42. So let me go round numbers. 40, 45 by vertical, maybe 40, 50, 40, 50. What did that cost me? 40, 50. 40, 50 would be $3.81. Maybe I'll buy some of those.
Nobody can get them to move prices. Nobody can break them up. Now what we've seen is some indication of competition. That's all we want. All we want is good competition in this country.
More broadly, Director, we did have a nice little run of mortgage apps and refinancing. Then we had our biggest rise week on week in the 30-year fix since April. Kind of took a step back. Are you overall encouraged with the pace of mortgage spreads, mortgage activity, and the health of the housing market?
I mean, I am, and as you know, I feel a certain way about interest rates and what the Fed should be doing. I think that would flow through, obviously, to mortgage rates. I feel very strongly about that. But yes, I think this is an indication. If you look at where mortgage rates came when the president came into office the first time, it was about 2% or 3% when he was in the process of leaving. Then boom, Biden comes into office, it comes up to 7%. So now we're in the low sixes. I hope, and we think at Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac that number will come down. But look, we got a lot of work to do to reverse what happened these last 4 years.
Is the shutdown going to interrupt the progress of mortgage applications and a return to health and housing?
Well, I would really defer to Secretary Lutnick and Secretary Besson on what the impacts of the economy will be. I will tell you that Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are independently running well, independent of the government. As you know, they are private companies. They're running very well, independent of the shutdown, and full steam ahead. Those companies are running better than they've ever run before.
I'm curious, sticking with Washington, obviously you've been at the forefront of the...
All right, CMG, this looks good, Aaron. I like this a lot for higher prices.
And there have been Senate reports that have come out with members of the administration and the cabinet, as well as members of your own family.
Let's see what S&P is doing. All right, S&P just dropped out of this level. Okay, there you go. There you go. That's what we're looking for, a direction. Now, it just needs to continue instead of taking out some stops underneath. There's probably some stops underneath this level right in here. Probably stops right in here. So if there's drops below this liquidity, this is the swing session high right before the open. London swing session high right before the New York open. New York session open. That's the swing high from London.
Just like with the FICO situation, or just like with the credit bureaus, or just like with all these different constituencies, we need to lower costs. And when we have mortgage fraud in this country, and what we allege is that one of the Federal Reserve governors is committing mortgage fraud, boy, oh boy, do we have an obligation to report that. We shouldn't be having somebody setting our interest rates who potentially committed mortgage fraud.
Are you willing to get a look? We've had you on before on the topic of Governor Cook. I think at the time you phrased it as a tip that had come in.
Have started to understand that, hey, look, this is pretty straightforward. You either bought a house within 14 days or not. So I'm not going to comment on whistleblowers or tips on any case, no matter what. I would say as it relates to Governor Cook.
Okay, Riot still going. Riot.
The Supreme Court in January, the DOJ, I have very good confidence in them. And I think that the administration will prevail at the end of the day.
Okay, Bitcoin.
And SCOTUS pushing this to January.
Biddy.
No, not at all. I'm disappointed.
Bitcoin. Okay, let's take a look at Bitcoin.
Not taking a more leadership type of approach. Look, it's not fun
Okay,
making this
Bitcoin.
position.
BTCUSD. Bitcoin. Sorry. Bitcoin. Okay, nice follow through. Look at this. Look at this bullish action in Bitcoin. What's MicroStrategy doing? I wanted to get some more MicroStrategy, but I wanted it to be above the 200-day, 50-day. Okay, so it looks like it's going to do it next week. Bollinger Band's opening up. MicroStrategy. Let me take a look at one thing here. Let me look at MicroStrategy, MSTR. I think it's pretty. MicroStrategy, see it over there? MicroStrategy has a very low vol. Okay, so this is pretty cheap. So let me go MicroStrategy. Let me look at that. MSTR. So the fact it's in the bottom left corner is telling me that calls are cheap. Okay, so can we get something going the next couple of weeks? MicroStrategy. I really don't want to take on a lot of new positions, but MicroStrategy looking pretty good. Do I want to trade that or do I want to trade Coinbase? Let me just, is Coinbase in here? I don't see Coinbase. Let me add Coinbase. COIN. Coinbase.
I try to refute things when they say, well, she declared it as an application.
Coinbase is right there. Okay, Coinbase.
I feel like it's my duty to speak up and say, no, look.
Coinbase is at 85% reversal, risk reversal. So it's getting a little overheated. It's at the top of the Bollinger Bands. Buying some put spreads on Coinbase. Just looking for a short-term pullback, maybe. Okay, those look good. Apple looks like it wants to keep going. Apple looks like it's going to keep going. Okay, we're at the high of the day. Coin. Apple. S&P back into the range. Okay, so they keep messing with. It looks like we're going to keep moving lower. So, okay, so little range here.
House Speaker Johnson and Senate Majority Leader Thune speaking this hour about the shutdown. Those comments coming up when we come right back.
Okay, let's see what the buy and sell order blocks look like here. Lux Algo. Sell order block, sell order block. Okay. 5 minute. 5 minute. Looks heavy. Looks heavy up here. Okay, looking for a follow through. Riot's still going here. Riot's still rising. Okay, looking at the top 10. Okay, Apple just took over the top 10 on the NASDAQ 100. Apple high of the day is now, let's see, adjust this a little bit more. Apple high of the day. Okay, let's go through these real quick. NVIDIA sideways to slightly lower. Doji on the daily. Snowflake rising. Buyers at the low of the day. Snowflake looking good. I think I sold my Snowflake yesterday, right? I had like a 2-day swing on Snowflake. 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 Pretty sure I sold that, right? SMN. Yeah, I sold that. Snowflake, Broadcom, inside day on Broadcom, Google, long-legged doji, Netflix, looking like two hammers in a row, maybe. Microsoft looking best. I have to say, Microsoft looks pretty good here. Been looking for Microsoft. Now, the thing with Microsoft that I've noticed, the thing I noticed on Microsoft is that, number one, we had earnings over here, okay, 554.54. We slid for, what, 6-8 weeks? Finally started to retake the 50-day. 9 EMA is starting to turn upward. Look at all the wicks. Look at all the wicks on all of these candles for the last 2 weeks. They keep buying the low of the day, low of the day, low of the day. Why does that matter? Because institutions take days and weeks to accumulate positions. So we look for evidence. Wicks are one, especially wicks at the low, and bullish candles, obviously. RSI rising. More importantly, what does the volume say? The volume graph says, yes, they've been buying. They had a big buy here, third week of September, popped up. Didn't get the breakout we were looking for, but it dipped a little bit, and now we're back above the 50-day. So, and now look at the 60-minute time frame. What is price doing? Price is hugging the 20 EMA and starting to push away. 20 EMA is pushing away from the daily 20 EMA. That's bullish. Overall, Microsoft looks like it's going to sneak past a lot of people because they don't talk much about Microsoft. Okay, S&P turning back up. Okay, so Microsoft, I'm thinking this is going to, it's already broken through 521. 519, 520 was the previous number. We're at 519.70 right now. 521 yesterday. So we're going to look for this to gradually move higher. So Microsoft, I have, what, 2 weeks out? Microsoft calls for next Friday. Looking for dip buyers. Microsoft dip buyers. Okay, got dips here to buy those calls earlier. Microsoft looks like it wants to go. Okay, so this is Microsoft right now. It hasn't ripped yet, so that's good. You got to stop underneath today's low if you get long, or the 50-day. Looks good.
Conversations start to result in something to where we can start moving some votes and actually get this thing passed. But there's nothing to gain at this point by negotiating something that there's nothing to negotiate.
And of course, Speaker Mike Johnson, he also added on during that presser saying, there might not be a set agreement on those tax credits.
Bitcoin still pushing.
He noted that these discussions, they tend to take weeks, they tend to take months. I don't think anyone in this building wants the shutdown to go for that long. But what I have heard from Democrats and Republicans that I've spoken with is that they do want to find some sort of path where they know they're going to be able to resolve this issue before the credits expire at the end of the year. In the meantime, of course, we missed jobs data today. Collection of data has been halted. And of course, the longer this goes on, the more and more pressure there is going to be on those Democrats, not at least because of some of the cuts that we're seeing from the White House to green energy projects and infrastructure projects in states that are controlled by Democrats and have Democratic senators. So lots of moving parts here today, but of course, we'll be keeping a very close eye on that vote, seeing if there are.
Okay, Microsoft about to take out the high of the day here. There goes Microsoft. Microsoft starting to go. S&P 500. Microsoft, you got biota blocks. You see the biota blocks here on Microsoft. Okay, so it looks like we're going to extend this. We got supply overhead at 525 up to 528, 530 or so. Got a big band of supply overhead that we need to take out. Other than that, though, we look pretty good on Microsoft. Biota blocks persisting today. S&P 500. We got sell order blocks on the shorter time frames. Okay, we're right back up to the high.
shutdown. He seems
Looks like we're going to break higher.
He's mentioned DEI, but of course, it's undeniable what they're doing. They are trying to put pressure on Democrats to go ahead and to vote to end the shutdown. I think a lot of questions remain as to what's going to happen with those funding. We heard yesterday from the Washington State governor.
Okay, let's take a look at what's going on here. Okay, hedging flow is turning back up again. All right, so you can see these positions are starting to come off. So it looks like they're getting scared. They're taking these shorts off. I'd imagine they already have profits, but we're starting to whittle away at the levels overhead. All right, so this has become less and less resistance. No 99 percentiles here. Resistance up there at 68.20. Okay, this level right in here. You see that purple area there? That's going to be some resistance. Just overhead 67.60. Okay. Right back up to the highs of the day. S&P right back to the highs of the day. What are we going to do? Are we going to break this out? Are we going to break out? Okay, we need a signal. Either we're going to break out or we're going to get rejected here and turn back down in a bigger range. Looks like we're going to go higher. Look at the fair value gaps on the way up. That looks good. Fair value gaps. All right, let's see if we can't push this a bit higher. Okay, hedging flows not turning substantially higher like it did over here at 10 o'clock or so. Riots at the high of the day. Futures trying to take out the high of the day. Futures. Okay, looking good. Okay, we got this liquidity right here that we created earlier with this short turning back up. Okay. Let's go. Go for it. 5 and 15 are on the buy signal. S&P 5 and 15. 5, 15, 30, 60 are all on buy signals. Nice little dip. Okay, little channel down, and then we break higher. Channel down, break higher. This could be really good for the bulls. I tell you what, the more we push higher, the more I want to take positions off into strength. The more positions I want to take off into strength. This is looking good. Don't forget, we've had a really great week, so I'm not going to take on a lot of extra new positions, extra risk, new positions. Given we've had such a strong week.
Very much banked on her fame. You know, she's been picked and chosen what she's done. She has not overstretched herself with promotion. Everyone knows who she is.
I saw an ad Target, so there was a little bit of cashing in there. But just compared to what Cardi B's been out there doing, heavily pregnant, on going into various stores in New York City, working it on stage, she just doesn't have to do that.
She cuts through the noise. Right? Everyone knows who she is. Everyone wants to tune in.
And I don't really care. And I really don't care. Cardi B. Let's see what we got going here.
Tesla's got international.
All right, let's break out. Let's just, if we're going to do this, let's do it. Let's get this over with. S&P 500. Let's pop through the high and get some shorts to cover. Stops being taken out right now. S&P.
Vehicles, that's one thing, but if you're a pure EV seller in the US primarily.
Oh, look at this. Nice move here.
For both of you being here today. That's Carl Brower from iSeeCars.com and Henry Green from Crane Shares.
Nice move.
Thank you for joining us today on Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. You can download the free Schwab Network app in the Apple App Store and tune in 24/7 on SchwabNetwork.com.
S&P. All right, hedging flows turning up very strongly now. Hedging flows turning up strongly. Hedge flows. Okay, there you go. That's the kind of action I like to see. Very confirmed move. Nice pop through this area. How far can we take this? 67.50. We're currently 67.50 right now. 67.50.
By JD Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your
You beat me to it, Cayman.
in one convenient location, moving funds between.
All right, look at the hedging flows. Look at the hedging flows right here. Telling you exactly what dealers are doing right now. Hedging flows are ramping up.
Bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account
Nice.
built for investors.
Nice move there.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is
Hedging flows turning up.
risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Wow, that's a pretty decent move there. Hedging flow is still rising. Hedging flow is still rising. Remember the S&P equal weight index, what that looks like. S&P equal weight. Microsoft trying to break out.
Your midday view into the trends driving the markets with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth.
Okay, S&P equal weight index. Removing the weight of these stocks over here. The big caps. Still pushing higher. This is a bullish signal for now. To end the week, 9 weeks up without a pause, without a breakdown, without a pullback. About a 3.5% pullback if we get back to the 50-day. For now, though, it looks very bullish. Riot still pushing higher. Riot higher.
Let's move on, shall we? No can do.
I'll get out here.
Where are you going?
Schwab.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
The purple line.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round the
Okay, this purple line, hedging flows turned up. Okay, that purple line, that's hedging flows. And what we're looking for is this resistance right here to either get taken out or for prices to get rejected.
no matter the hour. You can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Okay, they're not going to make this easy. They're not going to make it easy for sure, it looks like. Okay, got fair value gaps on the way up. So these fair value gaps need to get filled. Not necessarily, but a lot of ICT traders looking for these fair value gaps. orders that didn't get filled, dealers pull this back, get the orders filled, and then turn it back up.
The S&P 500 is holding on to a gain right now. It is better by 0.5% here. Leading the gains in that group, you've got utilities, healthcare, followed by energy, but just about every sector is on the plus side. There is some weakness, though, in communication services. Taking a look at where things stand with the Dow, you've got the Dow rallying almost 1% at the moment. It's got a triple-digit advance. Not to be outdone, you're seeing gains in the NASDAQ 100 and NASDAQ Composite. NASDAQ 100 up just a little bit, approaching a gain of 0.2%. You got a better gain on the NASDAQ Composite, up almost 0.75%. Russell 2000 is the belle of the ball with a gain of nearly 1.5% as the odds seem to be on.
Another record high for stocks. We'll ask the investment committee what to do at these levels as talk of a possible AI bubble gets a little bit louder today. Joining me for the hour, Josh Brown, Stephanie Link, Amy Raskin, Rob Sechin. We are at
Are we going to go? We're going to push this higher.
The 31st time that we've done that this year. It's been pretty remarkable.
All-time highs again.
Across the board. I did mention that this AI bubble talk continues to lead many conversations. There's a tech conference in Italy, Goldman's David Solomon and the Amazon founder Jeff Bezos both speaking there, both making some interesting headlines of the current environment. Solomon, quote, "People are out on the risk curve because they're excited. There will be a reset, a check at some point, a drawdown." Bezos, quote, "Investors have a hard time in the middle of this excitement distinguishing between the good ideas and the bad ideas. That's also probably happening today, but it doesn't mean that anything that's happening isn't real. AI is real. It is going to change every industry." He talked a lot about a good bubble, one that's industrial, not financial. What do you make of those comments and the overall conversation? I think more people.
Bitcoin.
Sure, investors are excited, and sure, it is real. I mean, we've experienced
Bitcoin going more.
growth in these companies over the last 5 years, annualizing at about 40% a year growth. And we're in the part of this cycle where CapEx is really, really heavy. But remember, we're going to move from a period where CapEx is heavy and new leadership is going to emerge because it's going to move to the application of the technology. We're just not there yet.
Rob Sechin, I like him. He does some good, has some good ideas. Microsoft, did we break higher on Microsoft? Microsoft trying to break higher, so is Apple. The two of them, Microsoft and Apple, hard to pull it back down.
When we talk about bubbles, we tend to lean towards valuation. We all pay attention to valuation on this show.
Hood. Wow. Wow, that's really something. Hold on to that, baby.
Is when CapEx starts to slow. We're seeing really no signs of CapEx slowing. And so until you see that pivot point, I think it's going to be more of the same, as we've said before on the show. But at some point, you're going to have to switch from the cyclicals, the semis, the Mag 7s to the application of this. I think there's a lot of hope that, you're going to see a broadening out in this market too, which we have not seen. The cap-weighted indices are doing really well. The others aren't. And so I think we're more of the same, at least through year-end. And I think that's probably what propels us to 7,000 on the S&P.
I mean, Steph, you could be just years before you.
IWM, good day on the breakout. IWM, Riot, nice move on Riot.
Before the whole bubble burst. So I guess these conversations are useful to try and take stock, if you will, on where we are. If history is repeating itself, if it's at the very least rhyming. To Rob's point about CapEx, wow, Bank of America is so bullish on CapEx. We expect annual investments to nearly triple between calendar year 25 and 30 to over
Circle, I just reduced my exposure on Circle.
Constrained only by the ability to scale buildings and power. So this isn't stopping anytime soon. Whether it inflates a gigantic bubble, one won't know until probably it's
Nano nuclear, the nuclear stock's looking better. Look at this. Look at this. That's the S&P Equal Weight Index. You think that's a bearish signal? I say no.
So it's not just AI, it's data center, it's grid, and it's power. And Tom Fanning, who's the ex-CEO of Southern Company, was on CNBC last week talking about how we're going to need 24/7 capacity and energy, and we just don't have it. So I just think that this is very early innings. I think that you can play it a number of different ways. It's not just Mag 7. We talk about the industrial companies all the time, building out data centers and building out the grid. It's the IPP companies. It's the utility companies. So that's why I don't think it's a bubble, because
Some say those are in a bubble.
I don't think so. I don't think so, because you have this massive investment across every different industry.
Yeah, but
that's
hoping
why I
that
don't think it's a bubble.
hoping that it all pays off. And
The costs actually, the financial services companies are talking about the cost coming down from using AI like by 30 to 40%. And a lot of that is going to lead to job losses eventually, of course, but they're saying that it is very beneficial to use AI. I think we all would say that, but it's the real numbers that prove that it is such a strong trend. Okay. And it's the ROIs. Companies are seeing ROIs, monetization.
Okay, let's see. We're going to get some selling here. What are we going to do here?
Josh, Morgan Stanley's Lisa Shallett takes a crack at that this week, earlier in the week.
Okay, we had a nice move there. S&P, we're a bit extended right now.
Markets and the economy, the most important question for investors in the next year is, what inning are we in? When it comes to market discounting scenarios, we believe we're closer to the 7th.
Okay, looks like we might come back and fill some of these fair value gaps right in here. These fair value gaps, those green boxes. These are orders that didn't get filled on the way up. Let's see what it looks like on the 5 minute. 5 minutes probably even more profound. 5 minute. Look at the fair value gaps here. Okay, the speed of that move, catching a lot of people by surprise. They miss their orders, so they get these fair value gaps. They gapping up on the way up. Could come back and fill these gaps. We'll see.
Hundreds of companies all revolving around this theme, spread out from
Okay,
industrial.
Riot still pushing here. Riot broke above that level.
You cannot have of activity and bullishness and
Let's see.
Empire State Building-esque vertical charts in perpetuity. It's never happened before. It's absolutely going to be a reckoning. That's not a reason to not invest, because as we've seen over the last 15 years, corrections happen really fast. People don't even get a chance to panic if and when they happen. So I don't think that should keep you out of these stocks or being in the market. I just think people need to calm down. Maybe the right focus is position size, rather than some sort of binary in-out decision. And now I'm going to say something that's going to sound ridiculous on its surface, but give it a few hours, think about it later, you'll recognize how profound it actually is. The only thing that will keep this...
Okay, we're rolling over here a bit. Don't get caught to the long side. We could see this quickly drop back off.
And I know that's a tautology, but the entire premise of the...
Okay, got to see this hedge flow turn back down if that's the case. Need to see that hedging flow, that purple line turn back down. Limiters run.
Stop spending money on the metaverse when his stock price fell by 70% and people were on TV demanding an apology from him. If and when we start to see stock prices stop reacting positively to continued AI CapEx spending expansion, that's when this will end. Only down stock prices can put an end to the rally. I don't think we're there yet, because every time one of these companies says, hey, remember we said we were going to spend X, turns out it's Y, the stock price goes up 10, 15%. In that environment, why would a CFO and a CEO look at each other and say, let's slow down? They're being rewarded for speeding up.
I hate to inflate a very big head already, okay? But I think he's spot on here. The stock market is what's driving confidence. You're seeing come in through some of the consumer data. It's all the high-end.
The flows are pretty quick. We know we have resistance overhead up to 70, 67, 60. Okay, so these quick moves up here were well received, giving an opportunity to take some profits off into strength. Riot's at the highs now. Riot.
The market has punished you for that. So everybody keeps going on the same path.
So, Amy, BlackRock is said to be near a $40 billion data center deal. There was a Market Watch story that I thought was interesting. It quotes an analyst at a firm called Macro Strategy Partners, says the AI bubble is 17 times the size of the dot-com frenzy and 4 times the size of what we saw in subprime.
Okay, let's go take a look. UNH,
Price action, valuation, concentration, and speculation are all frothy.
UNH, ABCD, UNH.
But every bubble in history popped by central bank tightening, and no central bank in the world has hiked rates in the past 2 months. Nobody expects any central banks in the world to be tightening policy anytime within the next 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, or 12 months, unless there's a major surprise on inflation that people aren't gathering. How do you want to weigh into this central question in the markets today?
About whether we're in a bubble. Yeah. And look, I think.
Well, you should just continue to buy these stocks, right? Even if we're in a bubble, like we said, it could be the earliest stages. Like it wasn't so helpful. Yes, I understand. Greenspan's thing that we look back on was his statement of irrational exuberance. Was it helpful to investors then?
Obviously not. No, obviously not. But I think, but then we were in a bubble and it corrected 70%. So you could have gone out early and still done okay.
4 years earlier.
Not 4 years earlier, but if you started selling in 1999 and missed the last.
Okay, we're gonna go. Or what are we gonna do here? What we're gonna do? I'm seeing hedging flows. All right, starting to tilt back up again. Hedging flows starting to tilt back up again. Riot's still going. Riot. S&P trying to break out of this flag.
Things that improve productivity that don't make a lot of money. And so that to me is the big central question here. Search is a natural monopoly. You've seen Google at $1 trillion market caps. Social's a natural monopoly. You've seen Meta. The question is, are we going to have 6 AI players that all compete with each other and therefore drive down prices like airlines, like Wi-Fi, like lots of other infrastructure projects? In that case, the equipment makers, the NVIDIAs will do fine, but you're not going to end up with the $1 trillion, ChatGPT might not end up being $1 trillion company.
I know that's heresy. On the way there. You wait till OpenAI goes public, and then we're going to have these kind of conversations all over again, but on steroids.
Right, and it might start out that way, and then you have to see what the profitability and the return on all this CapEx eventually is, and we're still a ways away from that.
They're the great big bets. By the way,
CNBC Chiron says debate is an AI bubble brewing. They're so funny. They've been talking AI, topping out.
I talked to a lot of chief technology officers. I'm sure you two as well. And they're spending on 2 things: double-digit growth from now until the end of the decade. One is AI because they don't even know what it means for their business. And they're learning it every single day. And the second place that they're spending is cybersecurity. You've heard me say cybersecurity is going to be bigger than AI because AI is not safe. But these are the 2 areas that they are spending double digits. They're going to spend.
Wow, look at this all-time high. We just keep cooking the bears.
Well, speaking of cybersecurity, you just bought more CrowdStrike.
Yeah, we did. I agree with you. I think CrowdStrike, if we went to the user conference a couple of weeks ago, AI is not going to have, no enterprise is going to put in AI until they know it's agentic AI, until they know it's secure. So I mean, it's huge at that conference too, right? Exactly. 20% versus 11% expectations. Yeah, amazing.
Well, it's one of the reasons why RBC today says we believe the AI bear case for software, the narrative there is overdone. The point being, you just better be in the right software stocks.
Right.
Right? It's not, you can no longer make a big broad bet on software because
some will be
it's going to have a disruptive thing, either on fundamentals or revenue flows and things like that. You wanted to weigh in on something?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, the record tech inflows, the chase is on into year end. Only 30% of active managers are beating the indices. Positioning net is 55% across AGA. Yes, CTA.
Nice volume here. Nice volume.
The whole body at 55%.
S&P still showing strength.
Frankly, a little light.
Hedging flows turning back up. Hedging flows turning back up. Lenders run. I'm looking at that purple line.
November of 23. Amazon gets a target bump to reported by Goldman Sachs.
Okay, we had some shorts right there. Looks like we're going to go right back through these shorts. Going to take these shorts out. That'll disappear here shortly. Okay, this line of selling will go away. It's only 3%, but it'll go away if we push any higher here.
September is the coolest month. October is so we go through these months and these
There we go. Just disappeared. Back and forth. Taking out some shorts now.
It's like, you know what? Whatever. Just pull the trigger. We'll buy it here. I know nobody will admit that professionally, but I talk to people in bars and taverns, and I know that's exactly how it works. Which is why I like new highs. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this thing with a two-handle in short order. Doesn't mean I would personally go chasing it here. I'm also not a seller. This is just the environment that we're in. People have to get used to it.
Best week since June, by the way, for the semis. Micron record high, up 21.5% this week. Lam Research dropped.
We're running into supply resistance right here. Some people trying to short. You can see that red bar, that red band across the top. That's shorts right here. Either we take these guys out or we reverse.
Taiwan Semi, Applied Materials, NVIDIA, obviously KLA, Lam,
Looks like we're going to reverse now.
You know, it's been a great place to be the last 6 months.
UNH turning back up. UNH turning back up. For those of you who got a little nervous because it pulled back a little bit, it does do that from time to time. It's a stock that trades on the New York Stock Exchange, so I'm not surprised occasionally to see dips getting bought. We've been dipping for the last couple of weeks, range bound on UNH. Now we're pushing higher. Sold put credits. I had an iron condor. I took the call side off, as you know. UNH looking good.
It's twofold story. Semiconductor testing company, and they benefit from the next generation chips, which is what we're all talking about. And then robotics, which really hasn't even taken off just yet. I'm a big fan of robotics in general. I own Rockwell Automation, and I think that robotics is only 14% of Teradyne's business. And so they've got a big customer, Amazon, and I think they're going to grow very nicely with Amazon as Amazon builds out their robotics. So I think that there are places to pick and choose. You know, I own Broadcom. I would not be adding to Broadcom here, but I'm trying to find some names that maybe are little gems, hidden gems.
How about this Apple downgrade today, guys?
Riot's still going here. Riot's still running.
205 is a price target that's about 20% or so downside. From here, charts look pretty good. Obviously, since you take it back a little bit, it's had a nice run. It's still year to date just plus 3%. Points to the underperformance that it really started the year as. Quote, solid demand for iPhone 17, quote, has led to excessive expectations on 18 Fold. That's that new foldable phone that we expect from Apple. And the replacement cycle there, we do not doubt Apple will make the most beautiful foldable phone in the market. But the question is the TAM, the total addressable market of a $2,000 phone, Amy.
Oh gosh, a $2,000 phone is an expensive phone. Look, we own Apple. We've owned it forever. I'm not buying it here. I think it is expensive for the growth rate, but I also don't see it going away. I don't see anyone chipping away at Apple's stronghold on the high-end consumer. And so, there's worries about tariffs, there's worries about supply chains, lots of things. But I think this is one that you hold, but we're not adding to it right now.
Josh, what's your take on another big talker? That is possible cracks in private credit.
Took some UNHG off here.
Profile bankruptcies. Some are wondering whether they were canaries in the private credit coal mine that people have been trying to weigh in on, including the famed short seller Jim Chanos. He spoke to the FT, in which he compared this $2 trillion market to the packaging of subprime. Quote, with the advent of private credit, institutions are putting money into this magical machine that gives you equity rates of return for senior debt exposure. Should be the first red flag. Mark Lasry of Avenue was with me on Closing Bell.
UNHG, I just took some off here at the high. I have UNH and UNHG. I have UNH options, the June 400 strike leaps, basically, for next year. Long term, I just took off some shares. Reducing my exposure.
What's happening in the market, what's happening in the economy
Nano Nuclear. Nano Nuclear finally gets something going. Nano Nuclear, finally.
So you're going to have more issues. So this could be the beginning. I'm wondering what you think about Josh, especially when you take into context what private equity stocks have done. Probably this year's biggest disappointment.
Nano Nuclear finally popping there.
Were coming in of big
Nano
deals.
Nuclear looking good.
Probably going to have exits.
Let's see, what do I have there? Nano Nuclear. I have, what do I have? October 10th. Let me go ahead and take some of these off. Nano Nuclear, nice move there.
So on the private credit side, in past cycles, people would excessively follow credit spreads, and they look specifically at.
I like nukes. I like the NUKZ. NUKZ. This looks good. NUKZ.
Like the HYG or the JNK have never been higher quality. They're actually not even really junk issuers if you were to compare them to the types of junk bonds that we had in the market in prior cycles. They have tons of cash flow coverage for their interest payments, and they all were able to term out maturities and issue debt at significantly lower than normal interest rates. So that's not where the action is taking place.
Okay, what's Oklo doing? Oklo, we get a push on Oklo.
Publicly traded equity-like vehicles that do
Oklo.
things like lending,
Okay, LO.
leverage, of course, it's part of the business model.
Oklo looks like it wants to break higher here. Oklo, I do have some Oklo. Do I want to do anything with that? Let me see. Oklo. I might just buy nukes NUKZ and just be done with it. The reason why I have Oklo is because this one, when it scoots, it goes. Okay. Oklo.
I think obviously not all BDCs are created equal. Some of these are better actors than others. But if you ask me what to keep an eye on, that's where I would be focused at the moment.
Yeah, Rob, weakening economy certainly,
Okay,
making
nukes.
some people a little nervous about what could potentially happen if it gets weaker. As Lasry was pointing out, well, the saving grace could very well be the Fed's cutting interest rates. So that's a helper too.
Okay, take some profits off into strength is what I would be doing. That's what I am doing. 9 weeks up. We could very well keep going. But I just want to reduce my exposure. So I'm taking some things off here and there. Merck. Merck is a defensive safety trade. Merck. Okay, Doji for now, Merck.
It was back leverage that was the problem, 2008, 2009. What happened is when the loans repriced really aggressively, they got called out of the back leverage, and there was more
90.
selling. A little bit of that had to do with Lehman Brothers problems back then too. But the reality of it is as long as you have strong underlying credit.
Okay, Merck, I just reduced my exposure. Been in this all week since the turn on Tuesday. We jumped in. The train took off from the station, just kept going. And the Wednesday, Merck following through. Had some longer dated options that I dispensed with earlier in the week. Merck. Okay, Microsoft. What's Microsoft doing? Microsoft at the high of the day. Microsoft. Microsoft looking for that follow through. Looking for more.
Which is the problem. The whole shadow banking system, which people have been talking about literally since 08 and 09. And we haven't seen a big problem related to the shadow banking system. That's why some people are nervous.
Google's still pushing. All right, the New York FANGs are mixed. Apple and Microsoft are holding up fairly well. Snowflake turning back up. Google's trying to push a bit higher. Tesla no follow through yet. Tesla a bit disappointing. Got a loser there. Got some calls that expired. They expired today. When did they expire? Let's see. Tesla. Yeah, I got calls that expired today. They're out of the money, so I'm out a couple of $100. No big deal, but one loser. Everything else is winning today. Tesla. Sometimes Tesla makes lots of money. Sometimes you lose a little bit. Right now we're in the lose a little bit mode on Tesla. So you're not alone there, Bo. I'm with you there. Tesla no follow through. Okay, watching Supermicro. Like to see Supermicro break out of this Doji.
About are being made as floating rate loans, which means as the Fed reprices overnight rates and everything in the fixed income ecosystem then follows suit and reprices accordingly, all of this activity becomes less profitable to the lender. It's a floating. It's as simple as the interest rate goes
Okay,
down.
let's see what the hedging flows look like. You see, lenders run. Lenders run. It sounds like what is that futuristic movie? What was that? Logan's Run. What's the other one with Harrison Ford? He plays a futuristic character. Harrison Ford. What was the name of that movie? I forget. Lenders Run. Every time I see your name, that's what I think of. Logan's Run, the movie with what's his name? Not Young. What was that English actor? Logan's Run. Logan's Run. Michael York. Wow, he looks a lot different now.
And we've tried to make them more available to more investors across the space.
He was a handsome dude in his day, right? We all get old. No big deal. It's not the end of the world. We all get older. Okay, Nano Nuclear is still going. Nano. Okay, let me buy some of these NUKZ. These are going to break out probably. NUKZ. I'm going to buy some Leaps if they're not too expensive. March 26. There's not much in the way of. Probably going to move. Probably pass on this. There's no open interest. If you're going to take a trade, you got to have open interest to trade against. 70 strike is NUKZ. 15 minute. NUKZ.
So the reason institutions are getting out is because money hasn't been returned as quickly. Right. That's one of the benefits of private equity. If they're able to sustain across a difficult
Riot is still going. That is a difficult Blade Runner. Yeah, Blade Runner. To floating rates. Michael York. Yeah, Michael York. Blade Runner was Harrison Ford. Yeah.
It's going to explode up. That's what's going to
I was just remarking on Lenders Run's name. That's what it reminds me of. It sounds like a movie name. Lenders Run. Okay, Nukes. This is just breaking out. Nukes and UKZ. Riot's still going. Let's see some other nuclear ETS. Nuclear.
That are doing things a little untoward, but that's not these players.
We're not talking about doing things that are untoward. We're just simply talking about
NLR is another one.
Had access to these types of assets.
Nuke.
That's a great thing.
Yeah, but it also comes
US Nuclear Corp. UCLE. That's a penny stock. Nuclear. I guess it just pays to stay with one of these.
Semi-liquid investments are not really semi-liquid when everybody wants to get out the door at the same
NLR.
time. If somebody's done a good job explaining that, there
should be no problem. You
got to go in eyes wide open. That said, having that as a different return profile within a portfolio where stocks are historically expensive, bonds are not producing a lot of yield despite the fact.
You know what? Maybe I'll just sell some premium instead. Oklo. Sell some 100s. 100. Let's see what the 100 put looks like on Oklo. Oklo. Okay, LO.
De-risking the environment by not just being in stocks and bonds. Pay attention to it. I think it's going to be great for individual investors.
There's a diversification of your assets is one thing. Mm-hmm. It's making these investments and then
Oklo. You know what? Let me just stick with Oklo. This is 21 November. I got plenty of time. I'm gonna I'm going to cancel my Oklo sell order. Oklo's probably going to keep going rather than buying a different position nukes. I would like to buy some NUKZ. Maybe I'll buy some shares, a couple of hundred shares of this. Volume looks good. Let's look at the weekly trend. Zip, zip, zip. NUKZ. Okay, maybe I'll buy a couple hundred shares. Let me do that. I'm going to buy some shares of NUKZ.
And for one of the very first times, we may be tested.
No question about that, but we can't just call it alternatives. We can't just call it private credit. It's like comparing every single stock in the market and saying they're all the same. None of us thinks that. Every one of these funds is different. Every one of them comes with their own risk profile. Every one of them comes with their own liquidity profile. If you do the work like we all do in the public markets all the time, in the private markets, you're going to see what funds do an exceptional job at underwriting. Let's just stay with private credit. Private credit, it's exceptional if they do a great job. They can continue to weather.
Okay, what are we doing here? Chopping people up, hedging flows. All right, so it looks like we're just chopping around. That line looks like a sine wave. Okay, let me see here. Where's my son? My son and my wife. You see, he's at school yet? Okay. So he's building a rocket ship, and he's like, he's using potassium. What? Potassium permanganate. Potassium permanganate. Anybody that's a chemistry major, my son's building a rocket, and he's like, I said, dude, talk to your chemistry teacher. She'll like you if you like showing interest in the class. So he was talking to her yesterday after class was over. He was about to go between classes, and he's looking for he wants to go to this STEM school that has a program in aeronautics, engineering, and rocketry. It's like the #1 high school in South Carolina. And I said, well, show her your rocket. He's got this. Let me send me his rocket. He's been working on. Antoine, send me your rocket picture. Anyway, so if you've ever been in a chemistry class, when I was in chemistry, I could give a hoot about chemistry, right? He's all over it. He knows all these chemicals, what to use, how they react, and everything. So he took this chemistry test. I'm not like patting myself on the back. I just think it's pretty funny. I can imagine if this would have been me in high school, I would have done a lot better. But he passed the chemistry test for this is so cool. He passed the chemistry test with like a 95. The entry, the entry class. You had to take this test to see what your knowledge was, so that you could teach the whole class and understand. He was like the only one that got like a 95. The rest of the people could care less about chemistry, but he was talking to the teacher about this, and I was like, dude, talk to your teacher. Get a recommendation letter from her. So he talked to her, and he showed me the text between the two of them. It's like this teacher is all excited that she's got a student that is like super interested in chemistry, knows the periodic table, all the periodic. It's just crazy. This kid's so smart, so much smarter than me. It blows me away. Okay. Can't help but be proud of him, but it's just like, wow.
There's a lot of noise around Netflix. Oppie is out defending it today. They reiterate their outperform. $1,425 is the price target. Josh, you want to talk about this stock and what's been going on around it?
Yeah, look, this is like every publicly traded media company's worst nightmare when the mob turns its attention to something that they're doing, and we've actually seen real world effects, not just on stock prices, but on companies and how they conduct themselves. So I wouldn't completely dismiss out of hand Netflix having a rough couple of weeks, but I don't. My personal opinion, nothing to do with the programming or the controversy itself. I don't think it'll produce a lasting effect on the stock price, and I don't think Netflix management is going to come out and do anything to make it worse, which we have seen at other firms over the last few years. So if I were looking at the stock as a new entry, I would look at this more of an opportunity as opposed to a reason to sell. Personally, I own the stock right now, not selling.
Okay, let's talk about Bitcoin for a minute because it's been surging lately. We can look at the chart. Coinbase, by the way, there's Bitcoin. Look at that ramp up in the day, 123, just pushing 124,000. Coinbase having its best week since June. It's up 20% year to date. Upgraded data to a buy from neutral, target to 417 from 325, and that's at Redburn. Stephanie Link, you own Coinbase, and you bought it not that long ago.
Last week.
Wow. Okay.
I bought it last week. I want to have crypto exposure. I had no idea and no edge on what Bitcoin, the price is going to do, or any of the cryptocurrencies. But I like the exchanges because all you need is a buyer and a seller. And that's what this company does. And they have 100 million users. And it's just very diversified. They have 240 different kinds of cryptocurrencies. So really like the management team, and I just wanted to have exposure. Risk on, way of playing lower rates.
Okay. Rob likes to drive fast cars. He likes to own fast car stocks. Ferrari initiated by 570 is the target at Berenberg. They're looking for only modest volume growth. They do believe, though, investors in the name can achieve attractive long-term results. What do you think, Rob? Upgraded at HSBC yesterday, and it was up like 3% yesterday. What do you think?
I think this goes back to Josh's comments. As long as the stock market's rocking and rolling, I think people are going to be buying these cars, and it gets back to feeling good. You're seeing an incredible bifurcation between the high-end consumer.
Okay, so Nuke's looking good. This looks like it wants to keep going here.
This is not a company that's
All right, so Oklo, I'll keep my Oklo. This looks like it's going to go. I don't want to sell myself short. This looks like it could get back to the highs really quick. I'll take some other things off here instead of that. Palantir down a little bit. Riot. Okay. Super Micro. Super Micro.
All right, we're breaking. We're coming back. Josh's best stocks in the market is still to come. He says go long this healthcare name. He calls it the Salesforce of drug discovery. We will reveal it straight ahead.
All right. So what time is it? It's 12:40 on the East Coast. Hope everyone's having a good day. It's absolutely a gorgeous fall day outside. Take a break and go smell the roses. Okay, there goes Google. Google's on the move. Google. Oklo on the move. Oklo starting to move. The nukes are starting to catch a bid. All righty. Okay, another range now. Another range. We're banging out at the high. Another range. Okay, Google looks like it wants to do something here. Watch Google. 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 Oh, Google. Damn it. Can't type. Google. All right, Google's nice look to Google pushing above the 21 day. Amazon, no follow through yet. Microsoft pushing higher. Microsoft. Google. Do I have any Google left? I do have Google left. Okay. Google, I have June 2026 calls.
We're back on Halftime Report. I'm Mackenzie Sagales with your CNBC News and Update. The Trump administration will reportedly restore $187 million in counterterrorism funding cuts to New York. According to the New York Times, the White House said Homeland Security made the decision without the approval of President Trump. Earlier this week, Governor Kathy Hochul called the defunding utterly shocking. The cuts constituted the most significant federal reduction in funding for police operations in New York in decades. And California Governor Gavin Newsom threatening to pull billions in state aid to any California university that signs on to the Trump administration's 10-point plan for universities that want preferential access to federal funds. Newsom says his state will not, quote, bankroll schools that sell out their students, professors, researchers, and surrender access.
Newsom, man, that guy is a nuisance, right? I feel for you guys out in California. We had a few of those type of governors in New Jersey. Both sides, Christie and what's his name? New Jersey politics, Cory Booker. Okay, Bitcoin has just gone ballistic here. Bitcoin, you see Bitcoin? Oh, smokes. Look at Bitcoin. Wow. So you should, if you have positions that you started in Bitcoin last week or early this week, Bitcoin is looking really strong. Okay, we're up through resistance now, Bitcoin. Okay, Coinbase, we had a dip, right? MicroStrategy, I wanted to buy some MicroStrategy as it's moving up through the 50. Yeah, MicroStrategy, definitely want to do that, MicroStrategy. I'll do something small because I really wanted to do this earlier, MicroStrategy. I sold some into strength yesterday, so it's not like I'm starting from scratch. MicroStrategy, okay, 50 deltas are 370. Buy a, you know what? What about if I sell premium instead? Still bullish. Let me sell some 20 deltas. Oh, that's $11. Okay. Sell a vertical MicroStrategy. I think those were pretty cheap though, actually, right? MicroStrategy, wasn't it cheap? We talked about MicroStrategy. Let's see, MicroStrategy. Yeah, MicroStrategy is cheap, so I don't know that I want to sell premium. Okay, buying call verticals. Yeah. Okay, so let me stick to the original plan. 11, 20 delta, 300, 290. That'd be $200. 300, 290. Let me do both. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 of these. Okay. Okay, MicroStrategy. I sold 300, 290. I'll mark that up later. Let me buy some calls here. 45 delta is a 380. Buy vertical 380. MicroStrategy, 380. All right, I'm going to take a couple minute break. I'll be right back.
All right, best stocks in the market from Josh Brown. The spotlight today is on Viva, VEEV, on the list since May 29th of 2025. Tell me why.
This might be like the only time this stock has ever been mentioned on the network. Nobody talks about it, but it
could be the last time.
It's this
MicroStrategy pulling back a little bit. Should wait a couple of minutes.
attention to it based on its performance. So the stock broke out in May. It has since been consolidating just below those 52-week highs. It's got an all-time high that's somewhat higher from 2021, but this is a much better company now than it was back then. Basically, every time you hear a pharmaceutical or a biotech CEO extolling the virtues of what AI is going to do for their business, they're probably excited because they're working with Viva Systems. Viva is effectively becoming the industry standard CRM platform for drug discovery, and they've signed some of the biggest companies in healthcare, Bristol Myers recently, and they've got a product called Vault CRM. What's changed with this company over the last couple of years, and the reason why it's rallying so hard, they used to have a system that was built on top of Salesforce itself. And they've spent a ton of money in CapEx to build their own system, so they're off that OEM system. It's called Vault CRM. And I want you to hear the fundamentals here, because this is not just a chart. Net income this year up 36% to $714 million. That's up from 500.
Yeah.
Fiscal year 2024. Operating margins look great now that they've built the platform back up to 25.2%. This year is going to be the company's most profitable year in absolute dollar terms back to 2020. So they've made this huge investment. They built out their own product. They're signing large deals with some of the biggest companies in pharma and biotech. And again, it's a stock that not a lot of people know about while they increase market share. So it's not a cheap stock, nor should it be. It's operating at a very high level. And I think the $300 level has been resistance going back to May. If the stock can get above and stay there, I think we're in a new leg of the bull market, and I would want to be long. The stop loss here, very simply, 260 to 265. That was support. That was prior resistance. I think that becomes support. So that's your risk reward.
All right, we'll watch. Thank you very much, Josh Brown. Final trades coming up.
Evaluating Alibaba as more of a technology firm versus an e-commerce firm. And that's why we're seeing some aggressive movement in price action as of the last 6 months, in particularly since around September, which also may correspond to some of the restrictions on GPU chip exports by NVIDIA, that seems to be a little bit more ameliorated. And I think that's also creating that expansion in price relative to earnings for Alibaba.
Which just reminds me of the conversation that we have sometimes around Amazon, and by we, I mean, kind of across the board, where Amazon is more than like e-commerce now, especially when you think about AWS. Yep. All right, we'll bookmark the conversation. That's George Sillis, Senior Markets Correspondent. Appreciate the deep dive there, and especially the viewpoints on the re-rating that we're seeing. All right, let's get Tom White back in here. Tom, you've got an example trade in Alibaba. George just talked about the re-rating that's happening with regard to analyst views. What's your take in terms of your approach for an example trade?
Yeah, that re-rating started a couple quarters ago. All those hedge funds in their 13F filings were buyers of a lot of the Chinese stocks. And I think it was based on valuations. They're valued a lot cheaper than our domestic-based ones, but they're Chinese-owned. You got to take that into consideration. And maybe that equates to a lower valuation multiple for a lot of these companies. But you can't, I mean, that 1 year chart on the parabolic move that we've seen with RSI getting near the 80 level, so severely overbought on this one. And then Jack Ma is back in the fold at Alibaba, and tensions between them and the government have kind of pulled back a little bit. So that's been a bonus for the stock. So a lot of people look at a chart like that and go, man, I missed the move in Alibaba. Maybe I'm still bullish on this name. How do I construct an option strategy that would take advantage of it? But, you're still susceptible to pullbacks in the stock, or maybe at least some consolidation after this parabolic move. So I looked out in the October 17th monthly option. So just 2 weeks to expiration. And we're going to sell an out of the money put vertical for a neutral to bullish stance. That still gives me a little bit of room to the downside before I start getting hurt on a trade like this. Selling the 185 strike put and then buying the 175 strike put. So a short neutral to bullish $10 wide put vertical. You're going to collect roughly, I've got a $3 credit on there. That's where it was trading earlier, trading closer to 270 right now. But the credit you collect is what you can make. So if you collect $3 credit, you can make $300. You've got $700 at risk. But that's all the way below 175. When we talk about the flip-flopping of risk rewards, where you're risking more on this trade to make a little bit, we talk about those probabilities that always come into play. That short option on the 185 strike put that you're selling, about a 62% probability of finishing.
All right. Let's go through some pizza in the oven. Some pepperoni pizza. Oh, can't have Dr. Pepper 2 days in a row, can I? Okay, so Oklo turning back up.
You look at it, yeah, you've only got 2 weeks. So, if the parabolic move continues to the upside, you prop it. If it starts to consolidate, which it might need to at this point, you
New low of the day for Tesla.
So even if you get that slight pullback of less than 4.5% or so, you can still be profitable for it to remain above that 182 break even.
So, Tom, you often use the terminology, baseball terminology, looking for singles and doubles. So this is kind of a steady paycheck approach versus a home run swing for the fences approach, right?
Yeah, definitely. I always look at it this way. If option trading is a baseball game, you don't swing for the fences, you won't be able to walk once in a while.
Okay, so chopping up the bears, trying to get the markets to give us more direction here. Presently, we dropped a little bit. S&P dropped a little bit there. S&P bigger range. It looks like a little descending pattern again. Okay, looks like another descending pattern here. Okay, we're breaking down out of this range.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered. Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com. From the most iconic trading floor in the world, this is Opening Bell with Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, the countdown, the setups, the stories that make markets move. Minute by minute breakdown of the biggest headlines, earnings, global movers, just the trades that matter.
Corey, yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Real time, Opening Bell, live at the
We've had a really great week. I'm closing shop on a few positions. Things that are rotating in, that have just rotated in this week, like the nuclear stocks. We're losing more and more stocks. We have more decliners now than advancing stocks. Tick cumulative, we'll probably get a bearish cross here soon. We have mixed signals, junk bonds down. We've got S&P equal weight up. Let's go take a look at advanced decline. Advanced decline. Everything's pointing up for now. Okay, so that looks good short term. Also, if you subscribe to Marty Zweig's longer term signals, okay, this is still going. The previous time this triggered back in 23, it led to a 2,000 point move, a near 2,000 point move. The last time this trigger was late April, the Marty Zweig breath thrust indicator, and you can see we're well on our way. Still going. Okay, we're dropping off here. S&P dropping pretty hard.
Incredible that the market's been able to continue the rally despite kind of a mixed day for some of the most important stocks. We talked back.
Okay, we're dropping off pretty fast now. Okay. Let's see what the hedging flows look like. Hedge flows have turned down. Hedge flows. All right, we have some levels here that are new, it looks like. We got a 99 percentile right here, just below at 67.40. And we've got a 99 percentile at 67.10.
Nvidia's pulling back, it's crashing back to what would have been an all-time high just like a session or two ago. So nothing to really be concerned about just yet. But it goes to show that one of the big question marks we've had for this market has been what happens if some of your winners aren't the leaders? Well, a day like today is one of those days. and the party's still going.
And I will say that to speak to that, like the participation of this rally without any of the biggest names.
Search and destroy algo. You get that 99 percentile down here below. 70 million in positive gamma. Okay, so it looks like we could drop down to that level or 67.20.
0.7% to 1% depending on the time frame here intraday, and it's still up significantly. Sometimes it's like it's not going to go up every single day. If you take 10 steps forward, you take half a step back, that's still a win.
Although I will say that Tesla has given back a good chunk of its rally, so that now Tesla's down about 4% for the week. So that hurts.
That famed 420 level.
I know. I feel like that's always the area that we should be drawn to naturally. So it's very fitting with the narrative.
Okay, we're dropping off pretty fast. Search and destroy algo is in effect right now.
Today, we'll also be discussing the latest upgrades actually from Apple or for Apple from the sell side here, as well as overall just some takeaways from the recent rare earth developments, but particularly the USA rare earth name. So a wide variety of coverage to go through today, Alex, but we're starting off with some of the strongest movers, at least of the week on a, again, of course, a week-to-date basis. And I will say a lot of these names actually making pretty nice moves for the year now.
No doubt, especially when you talk a name, which we're going to kick things off for our movers here in Alibaba. Alibaba has made several years out of the last month when you think about the performance that it's shown. Green across the screen on our movers here. But a really interesting note here out of Erste Group, in which they joined the crowd, upgrading from hold to buy.
So, okay, this is an interesting note because, again, to your point, we do get this on the heels of Alibaba being up now roughly 10.75% for the week and 126% now on the year. So, had a really nice September, of course, and I mean, continuing to see some more favorability with a buy rating from hold, saying the company is developing very well in AI applications. And meanwhile, Alibaba's e-commerce business and international segments are also strong. So for that reason, the firm does view the stock's risk and reward profile as now.
Oh, look at this move here.
And again, fueling a top today. I know we're not making a huge move to the upside, but it's really the momentum of the recovery we've seen over the last now month and a half that is so notable in Alibaba shares.
96% of analysts that I'm seeing are in the buy or overweight kind of equivalent camp. The other 4%, well, they're in the hold camp. So a lot of optimism surrounding Baba at the moment, and probably for good reason. You know, we're talking about this on Trading 360 at the top of the show, Marley and I, and one of the things that stuck out was sort of this idea, to me at least, that Alibaba has a roadmap. I mean, they've watched what Amazon's done. They started as an e-commerce company. Now they're a cloud player. Now they're an AI player. We were just having a guest on yesterday who was excited, or a couple days ago, excited about the device rollout for Amazon. And Alibaba has all that opportunity already spelled out for it, and it has a different marketplace to try to go to. So impressive stuff from Baba, and we're finally starting to see some of these major tech players in China maybe carry some of their own weight here.
Yeah, and I will be curious to know, I mean, how this recent rally continues to perform. I mean, we've seen Alibaba unveil various turnaround strategies that have seemed like a really strong catalyst for the stock, but then unfortunately the geopolitical pressures as well as just the ongoing economy in China have weighed on some of that momentum. So I hope this one continues because it does feel like every rally we've gotten has run out of gas a bit. But
okay, big move here on the S&P, dropping off there. Hedging flow is dropping off. We got this 67, 67.10, and 67.20, 99 percentiles. Okay.
Did actually upgrade shares to buy from neutral. Price target was raised to 417 from 325, so obviously implies decent upside from where we're trading currently, but also from the previous price target. But they do still expect compression in the company's take rate over time, believing right now retail volume growth, though, will help mitigate this.
now highlighting the strong growth we've seen at Coinbase's institutional trading segment, reflecting now its growing institutional adoption of these crypto assets and the strength of the company's positioning following its investment into derivatives capabilities. So all that to be said, Coinbase has been volatile, but we've seen a really nice run for what was a definitely stronger than feared September, and now October is, again, I know past price non-indicative of future performance, but October typically strong for the cryptocurrency space as a whole.
Yeah, October, right?
That's what I heard.
Here's the thing, too, when it comes to Coinbase, I think one of the biggest question marks for any of these companies when it comes to making the decision. Say you've already decided that you want to be involved in digital assets. We'll skip that step. We're just going to go to the point where someone has already assumed they want exposure, whether that's to Bitcoin, Ethereum, or one of these companies that operates in the space. Given the fact that it's never really been easier, whether it's through, exchange-traded traditional products that hold these things through the spot space, whether it's going directly to these assets and buying them and holding them in a wallet, or some other way, to make Coinbase an attractive investment in this space, it needs to outperform Bitcoin on some time frame. And you can make an argument it has, especially over the last year. I'm seeing it up about 125%, a little bit more than that. I got Bitcoin up about 75%. Hey, you'll take either one of those. That's way more than the market's up when you talk S&Ps.
Okay, we're going to drop some more here. Hedging flow still dropping.
And I think that's a critical step in a bull market.
Okay, Nuke's turning back down. Nuke's.
Something that's a derivative of something else. If I can just invest directly in the product and I get the same or better performance. You need outperformance in the good times from these companies that work in this space, whether it's miners, whether it's the financial services firm like Coinbase.
Okay, and I think that's a really good point, because we've also seen this echoed from the analyst community, that it's not like some of this framework or this reworked legislation is necessarily a boom for Coinbase, because it also offers an approachability to all of the pure plays on Bitcoin or crypto trading, which then I fear can cut out a name like Coinbase. But obviously we're talking hypotheticals way down the road.
It's increasing competition, no doubt about it, right? And if you are making it a little bit easier to get involved other places in these asset classes, yeah, what's the reason to go to a place like Coinbase if you have an established account somewhere else? So bigger conversation, but the fact that you've seen Coinbase perform nicely, the fact that it's got a nice correlation to Bitcoin, all of these are exactly what you want to see if you're a digital asset bull. But you do need to see continued outperformance, I think, to make it a long-term position. If, again, you're assuming already that you want to be involved in this space.
Very true. And the name, again, it's sort of teetered back and forth here actually in real time, but up 1.5% today. Now, our next name today is DraftKings. So following up on, actually, we sort of covered this yesterday with Diane King Hall, but DraftKings in the spotlight again late yesterday after the Hurricane did publish.
Very choppy right now. Very choppy. Nice little drop. That was a drop. Maybe this gets bought. Shake the tree. Shake that tree. Whew. That was a nice one.
Highlighting that since 2 weeks ago, prediction markets actually have continued to gain traction and now have gone mainstream.
We're going to roll this over. What are they going to do? Watch Trace. Trace continues to drop off here. We got 99 percentile down below. All right, looking for this to target 67.20 or 67.10.
These various ones that we see with Kalshi, as well as several other institutions. So all that to be said, this is not good news for DraftKings. This is a structural threat to its core business. And DraftKings, unfortunately, has been in just a plummet, although ironically still higher actually today.
So there's a couple things. This is a space that I follow pretty closely, and I think the points raised are fair. Liquidity is not there yet, for sure, in these places for every single event contract. But let's just talk about it from a dollars and cents standpoint.
Bitcoin bouncing, a little selling there too. Nice rally up. Take Sally up. Rally up.
It would be like the bid is 90 cents and the offer is $1. That spread, of course, makes things a little bit more expensive. In the same way, if you're making a sports wager, I know they're different. I'm not saying that the same things are the same. I'm trying to use this to explain how the pricing is. if it costs you to make
Nvidia, Nvidia and Tesla, those two losers today. I got options that expire today. Those would be losers here, unless this bounces. Unless it would bounce more. Okay, hedging flow is starting to turn up now.
Prediction markets are disrupting a disrupting space, but it doesn't mean that they're going to just completely replace it.
That's very
without these companies like DraftKings and FanDuel perhaps not revolutionizing themselves and maybe turning into something that looks like a prediction market.
Yeah, and who's to say that? I mean, like not every state has even like fully legalized sports gaming yet. So this could also still expand as far as like a legislative framework. I mean, I feel like
this is the interesting piece too with some of these prediction markets is it's sort of like a legal loophole in a way where they're actually allowing some of these jurisdictions to partake in these markets. So very interesting stuff.
It is interesting. And okay, that's not a good point. We could go down that rabbit hole deeply, but we'll move on today. Last but not least is unfortunately a name that has not been an outperformer on the year as well, and that is PayPal, with a downgrade today from Wolf Research to peer performance.
Hooking back up now. Boy, this is rocky boat there. Rock the boat. Let's see which way they take this. They run this back up. Note all the overhead options are expiring. They've closed these positions. These shorts have closed.
This is overall just basically a question of like the timing of this recovery, which I think many are sort of scratching their heads at after watching the same be beaten down for so long.
Yeah, and I think at some point too, the narrative changes in terms to what actually recovery looks like. I don't know that even those who are most optimistic about what PayPal could and was expect or think in a reasonable amount of time, define that for what you will, that this stock's going to get back to the $310 price tag it had, 4 or 5 years ago. If it gets back to the highs of earlier on this year in the 80, 85, 90 range, maybe that's considered getting back or recovering. At this point, I think you have to reassess when it comes to PayPal. And so much of that run-up way back when, we forget, was around crypto and digital assets and the role that this company was going to play in that. Just didn't come to fruition.
Yeah, it really didn't. And unfortunately, right now, seeing also a pretty sizable threat from like the various offerings right now that we're seeing from some of these like traditional legacy credit card companies, as well as, these newcomers like SoFi, Ally. I know different types of companies, but all competing.
Or like Klarna and buy now, pay laters. And so, yeah, it's a lot.
It is a lot. And to PayPal's credit, they've always had PayPal Pay in 4. I'm well versed on the buy now, pay later space, but just not really generating the same traction.
So here's something anecdotal. And take it for what it will. The primary way that I would use PayPal, honestly, would be you buy something, and rather than typing in all the information, you log into your PayPal account where it's saved. You feel like you have an intermediary that's going to play defense a little bit in case it's a fraudulent transaction, and you check out your e-commerce through that. You can do that through things like Shopify as well. But you know what's increasingly becoming an option? Apple Pay.
Yeah.
If I'm on my mobile, which I am 95% plus of the time I'm doing anything when it comes to the internet, I'm probably going to choose Apple Pay because it's even faster and easier.
Yeah, and it depends on obviously this is benefiting you if you use the Apple ecosystem. But say, I guess if you don't,
which the majority of Americans do, then we can safely say.
But I still think, as far as the global reach, it's still pretty
True.
small. So yeah, PayPal, I think it has one of the biggest merchant systems in, really throughout all of these names. I'm a PayPal user because I do think it provides security, and as someone that probably needs another layer of security, that's what I tend to utilize. But it's all really personal preference, and obviously what you tend to utilize at the checkout. But we'll leave it there for the first part of our show today. Coming up next, though, it's time to dive into the charts as we will be looking at Western Digital as well as Seagate. Both being really solid performers in the month of September and also having a solid week this week.
Okay, not a bad day. Didn't think we were going to hold the highs. We'll see. Got plenty of time left. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's been a pretty pretty decent week. Hopefully we can hold up here and we can take a little bit more off. Nukes have been in play. Bitcoin, MicroStrategy in play. Looking good. Looking good. Okay, the algos are trying to figure out which way to go next. I got a feeling we're going to take these 67.10, 67.20s. Okay, let's go see what Oklo's doing. I left off talking about nukes. Oklo's hanging in there. Okay, I sold nanonuclear, took profits off. I'm just reducing my exposure. I had nanonuclear and had Oklo. I kept Oklo because I have longer dated options that expire out in November. And those are just out of the money right now. So I don't want to sell myself short. I'd like to see a pop back up to the upper Bollinger Band. So I'll hold that. I bought some shares of Nukes NUKZ. I bought some shares there. So I can weather the volatility a little bit better with this NUKZ. Trying to break higher. Riot, the Bitcoin stocks looking, damn it, I hate that. Riot, the Bitcoin related names, little selling at the highs, but looking very bullish. 921.50 up and to the right. Okay, so it looks like a lower high. Riot. Did I take that completely off? Yes, I took Riot completely off at the highs up here, right before noon.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time to dive into all things technical, and we have a special guest for us today. That's Ben Watson, our OG chart master, who's joining us in the studio, which is a rare treat out of a market drive. So we're very excited to hear from the technicals from Ben Watson. So we'll start off with, hey, Western Digital. We got two really nice performers for you today.
Yeah, you know, Jenny, both Western Digital and the next one that we're going to look at, Seagate Technology, are kind of the OGs of that storage space. And we can really look at kind of two things going on with both of these charts. The first element of this is Western Digital. You can just kind of see that overall parabolic move that's starting to happen really over the course of this last year. You know, I've shrunk this down to a 6-month chart. And what really is important is what's gone on in the last couple
Okay,
of weeks.
we're dropping back down again.
Starting to build, once again, this bull flag pattern, which is indicative of a pretty strong, healthy uptrend. There's one challenge to this, though. We're seeing a little bit of a bearish divergence when it comes to that RSI, but it's still up in that overbought range. There's still some extreme upward pressure. And you take that measured target, that puts it up around this 163 resistance area. Now, it hasn't been there before. That's a long ways away. But the pattern suggests, technical analysis would suggest, that that's likely where this is going to run into some resistance, assuming that it doesn't break this support level here at the 130 mark, Jenny.
Okay, so given we are trading right now around 134, 134.34, which is pretty even and pretty good to remember.
Does this turn out to be a shooting star or not? S&P 500.
So here's what technical analysis suggests. And again, this is not a guarantee by any means, but it simply says that the length of time that it takes to create the pattern is going to be somewhat similar to the length of time that it takes for the pattern to complete itself. So if we get this kind of 1 week move to the upside that creates the first portion of the flagpole, it may take a week or two to get to the second portion of the flagpole and out there to that price target. But again, that's not a guarantee, but at least that gives some idea about target.
Feels like the downside. We got more downside coming. 60 minutes on a sell signal. 60 minute on a sell.
Okay, yeah, great breakdown, of course, on the 6-month time frame daily chart of Western Digital. One of our real strongest performers of all things AI and all that hype we've seen as of late. So now when we do think about trading this name, for example purposes, I mean, we're in another banner week of stocks that have really ended September on a really strong note.
You know, the nice thing about having Ben Watson in studio is that he basically just walks through a game plan. So you follow that game plan. You're saying, I think this stock's going to follow that time frame. It's going to follow that breakout pattern. You highlighted that earnings event, so you want to stay ahead of that so you don't have any murkiness to the outcome here. And you're a believer in this narrative. Perhaps you want to look at a bullish strategy. You also want to center that bullish strategy around that 1-2 week time frame that Ben talked about.
Okay, S&P on the move here. S&P. Let's see if we can't rock and roll this a little bit more. Rock and roll. Hoochie coo.
Stock trading around 134 and some change. This is the 135, 145. Again, you're looking for a big move to the upside. Maybe it gets to 163. Maybe it just moves somewhere along that and falls short. But we look at this in a way, creating a 2-to-1, relatively close to 2-to-1 risk reward, where we risk 330, assuming that's your debit, 330. Break even is 130.
Okay. Just sitting here, S&P 500 is trying to hold this area. Let's see what these hedging flows are saying. Hedging flows are down here at the low. Can we drop down to 67.20?
Pure plays into the hard disk drive space. So Ben, that has been a space that's been one of note as of late. Never thought we'd be saying those words so often, but here we are. I mean, Seagate Technology is definitely giving us a reason to continue to discuss it, as everything has been moving in a decent uptrend, and also higher today by about 1.1%.
Yeah, and I think you can really just trace the AI spend in terms of infrastructure, and hard drives are going to be
S&P.
Memory chips as well as processing chips and everything else, and I think that's why you're
Okay, sell order block, big fair value gap to the downside. Okay, lower highs. We're right down to an area of liquidity from earlier this morning at around 10 o'clock, 10:15.
Portion of the move, it's hard to imagine that we would duplicate that gap to the upside as part of the next portion of the move, but it could certainly happen. This wasn't an earnings gap. This was simply a dividend move. And so we see that rally back up, the pull back into the support, in this case at 250, with that potential to move out to 305. Same kind of time frame. It's mirroring Western Digital very closely in that essence. And this has a little bit closer earnings announcement, so maybe a little bit more pressure.
Okay, looks like we'll go a little bit lower maybe. It's still been a great week, even if we do consolidate at this all-time high. We made a new all-time high. Remember, we're 9 weeks up. 9 weeks up without a decent pullback, 2-3%. 9 weeks. 10 weeks ago was the last time. 10 weeks ago was the last time we had a decent move. Consolidation week. And we're going into October, so we've had a couple of doozies in October, latter half of October usually. That's when I started trading. October 1987 was the crash. December was when I started trading, investing really. Wasn't a trader back then. Didn't know what the word trader meant. I knew that investing made a lot of sense. Reading a lot of books about Michael Milliken and Ivan Boesky back in the day. Den of Thieves, the Bond King, Michael Milliken. So that I got hooked when I found out what kind of money these guys make.
To trade Seagate for example purposes, Alex. I mean, very similar charts, although say we were leaning into perhaps a more neutral to bullish strategy.
Yeah, and real quick too, for those who are signed up, make sure you go say hi to Ben. I'm sure he'll be excited to see you tomorrow in the suburbs of Chicago for that market drive. But Jenny, one thing I wanted to highlight too was what Ben talked about, which is this if this then that. And so we just talked about, well, if you believe there's going to be the breakout. Now we're going to look at, these are interchangeable depending on the stock or the setup. This is the we're gonna trade on, believing it may happen, but we don't know that it's happened yet. So it's the neutral to bullish, looking for that support level to hold. 250 was the line. Earnings a little bit later in October this time around, so I went out an extra week for this example. October 24th, 250, 245. Short put vertical spread, looking to collect around a third the width of the strikes. In this case, $1.75, a little bit more than that mark, but it creates a risk profile, elongated Z, in which we start in the profitability zone. So rather than needing something to happen like the last trade, you need something not to happen for this one to work, and then not happen is break that support and go below 250. If it doesn't, though, and it stays there.
Okay, looks like we might stall right here.
325. So again, a little bit better than 2 to 1 there, and then the 248 and a quarter is the break even. So two ways to look at very, very similar charts and setups, depending on if you're bullish or you're waiting.
We're gonna go more. We're gonna drop down. 67.20 is not that far away.
Do have that risk defined if you were, of course, seeing some different price activity than anticipated. But we'll leave it there for our Chart Master segment. Now coming up next, it's time to discuss the latest in Palantir. As we did get some reports, they're under fire over the Army's high-risk battlefield technologies. We'll dive more into that story and what's dragging on shares, now down about 6.25%.
For instant reactions, earnings breakdowns, and hot takes that teach you about stocks and markets, follow me on X at @NPetalides.
Okay, looks like we're gonna go lower.
@NPetalides on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram.
Trading at Schwab is powered by a
That audio in the background, that's selling flow, put flow.
with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Okay, let's see what hedging flow looks like. Still dropping off. Hedging flow is still dropping a lot. 99 percentile still down here at 67.10 and 67.20. Okay, the red means that markets are long, the dealer is short. The purple means the dealers are long, the markets are short. So looking like we're going to take out the 67.10, maybe 67.20. By the looks of it.
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The two grandchildren planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time to discuss Palantir, I believe for the second time for FOMO this week, but definitely warrants our attention when it's down over 6%. So on some interesting reports here, Marley Caden is joining us, of course, in studio to help us break down this news where the Army is flagging these high-risk flaws in their network project. So walk us through this story.
Yes, Reuters is reporting that it has seen an Army internal memo about
loving it.
a new prototype that was developed by Palantir alongside a private defense tech company called Anduril that has some cybersecurity concerns flagged in this memo over this new battle communications system. The Army memo was reportedly written by the chief technology officer, citing some deep weaknesses and saying that the project needs to be handled as, quote, very high risk. This is about the next generation command and control prototype. They said it has structural flaws, including uncontrolled user data access and unassessed third-party code inside of it. The memo reportedly says that in this new comm system, any authorized user can view all applications and data irrespective of their clearance or their operational role. there's no auditing or logging of user actions, and that the system lacks controls that distinguish access based on need. So there's no sort of, governmental clearance expected. I think when we talk about these things, we think of, what kind of clearance does someone have and how much of something can you access? This appears to be that if you've been granted access, you can access all of it, and there doesn't appear to be any kind of backlog tracking who's in what parts of
Okay, we're sitting right in the middle of some liquidity right here.
Concerns there. The report also cited something, a further concern, an outside concern, that there were embedded third-party software components that the Army never vetted. One module reportedly contained 25 high-severity flaws, and then 3 more each.
Is this enough? Did we pull back enough to bounce it here?
Memo that Reuters says that it's seen. And following this stock, Jenny, you mentioned shares are under pressure here, down about 6.5% today. Also, the second most trending equity ticker on StockWits right now. But I do want to make a note that while this is not a positive report, we're certainly seeing some downward movement because of this. Lots of the commentary around this, particularly on the message boards and on StockWits, et cetera, is that this is in fact a prototype. This is not a deployed communication system. This is not something that the government is actively using. This is not a product that has been put into practice. It is intended.
Okay, we're flipping it, flipping the switch.
To find things like this, but certainly you don't want to find many issues or be flagged as something that could be potentially high risk or very high risk.
No doubt. Does still seem to be a stock that at least those who are big time believers in AI.
Okay, watching the hedging flows here. Okay, starting to hook back up. Let's see if they hook this back up.
Has talked about this stock, calling it an all-star at times. Like, I know it's getting to that valuation piece, but it seems like a stock that people believe in if they believe in AI.
I mean, it's not hard to. Year to date, up 130%. In the past year, 345%. So if you've been a believer in that, you believed in it and invested your money or your client's money, it has certainly served you well to be in Palantir. But a lot of the commentary on this is also that this is not Palantir's only bread and butter. This is not the only thing it has going for the government. The Golden Dome system project keeps being mentioned repeatedly, and that could be a potential major growth driver for Palantir, that they really stand to benefit from the president's push to have a Golden Dome. Some potential prototype conflicts there, as Anduril, who's also mentioned in this Army report, and Lockheed Martin are building prototypes for Golden Dome as well. But Palantir has been heavily favored by the administration so far. So a lot of the commentary is that there'd be no reason to believe they wouldn't be a strong front runner to get that contract as well.
Yeah, and I think that as far as Palantir goes, right now it's definitely shown us that it's able to diversify. I mean, its revenue streams, it's not as reliant on just the government anymore as it used to be. Although the government's been a huge boom for it.
Palantir back to the 21-day.
I'll pull back on this type of news just because we've been so much tied to defense spending, which has been so strong for Palantir, but its commercial side of its business is also continuing to improve. So I think you could make the justification for either sort of reaction today, but clearly not seeing a positive day today for Palantir, a day that's still one of our best performers in the market.
Yeah, and they have a lot of avenues for growth. This is not a positive report. You never want to be mentioned in any of these chat rooms or forums, but as I did sort of go through just to see what sentiment was, sentiment is still that Palantir is a well thought of bullish play. Seems to be the broad market analysis as I was looking even in the wake of this report.
Yeah, so all that considered, I mean, as we do now think about Palantir, obviously trading it on a day that we're lower, I will say that the dip buying in this name has been prevalent because pretty much every time we've
Okay, we're trying to turn here. Hedge flows. Nope.
Yeah, so I was thinking about it exactly like that, but the last half hour or so has complicated this story just a little bit. Earlier today, I'll set this up the way I was thinking about it, how this example trade was structured.
Okay, we're sitting right on top of an area where we had buyers before. Did we drop through that? Just watching this now.
It has now failed again, and it's down below that 1 month moving average. So you could make the argument this is a very critical test for this stock technically. That said, if you're a believer that it's going to see this dip buying and that it's going to hold this level, perhaps something like a short put vertical at
Love to see the hedge flows turn back up. They're starting to show signs of maybe some short covering, I guess. Hedging flows trying to turn back up. We're still on a sell signal. 15, 30, 60 are all on time frames. 15, 30, 60 are all on sell orders right now. Sell signals, I should say. Okay. What are we going to do here? We're going to bounce this. What are we going to do? We're going to drop off lower. Trying to turn back up. Hedging flows. Hedging flows.
So, I mean, Palantir, a name again today, pulling back, actually seeing some weakness on this week, but all things considered, a still outperformer and definitely one that continues to have news to discuss. So we're appreciative of that for them for that very reason. Although today, unfortunately, not to the upside, down about 6.4%. But we'll leave it there for FOMO today. Now, coming up next, I'm going to discuss the latest from the analyst community on Apple. As we are seeing shares downgraded today, and Apple is still hanging on actually to a 0.4% gain and this week. We will also be joined by the author of the book The Long Game, discussing these key quality names of some of the world's most enduring companies.
Believe me, when it comes to investing, you'll love Carl's Way. Take a left here, please. But there's a Carl's Way is the best way.
Is it? At Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for me too.
Let's move on, shall we? No can do.
I'll get out here.
Okay, Bitcoin's trying to turn back up. Bitcoin's trying to turn.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern, Morning Movers, only on Schwab Network.
Okay, it looks like this will roll back over again.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's time to discuss the latest downgrades we're seeing today on Apple. After a week of positivity, we are still also hanging on to a modest rally on the session, about 0.4%. Joining us now is Diane King Hall, the host of Morning Movers, for more on this Jefferies downgrade and some of the commentary that follows, because it seems like, Diane, everyone has been very upbeat about the iPhone 17 launch, of course, thus far.
It's true. It's true. Yeah.
Okay, what are we going to do here? We're just trying to make a directional change here, watching the S&P. Still in a range. Looking like a little tighter range now. Just feels heavy. The markets feel heavy, like we could pull back. We've had a nice run up. 9 weeks in a row. 9 weeks in a row. Okay, this drops off. This could get going here.
So they think that the demand picture is excessive. The iPhone expectations picture is excessive out there. And so So essentially, they think the valuation prices in an overly bullish iPhone outlook. They've also reduced their price target to closer to $205 a share. They have a very precise target, $205.16 is their price target. So they see some room to the downside clearly from here. And this is, a more bearish outlook that we're seeing than versus a lot of the analysts recently that we hear from. Even the, not the ones that are super enthusiasts or super believers in Apple. But at the same time,
Getting a drop more.
Today we also got
Hedge flows continue. Okay, rolled over there. You can see the hedge flows just rolled over. Okay. Let's see. There's purple down here below. I'm looking at the price action right there. You see the price action? See this purple right here? Minus 7 billion. The flows are crazy here. 9 billion in flows. 0 day.
In AI for Apple, and that's been one of the criticisms about Apple is that they've been viewed as a laggard in terms of the AI arms race, Jenny.
And definitely, I think that unfortunately it doesn't seem like the iPhone 17 model has enough really bells and whistles to reignite that narrative. But I mean, I guess sales have been at least stronger than perhaps feared so far for some estimates. But we'll have to wait and see once we get a full scope of what the actual first sales cycle looks like. Appreciate it though, Diane King Hall, of course, for that insight. But now to shift gears, we have a special guest joining us in studio today, that being Eric Becker, founder and chairman of Crescent Capital and the author of The Long Game, which is a playbook on the world's most enduring companies. So Eric, first and foremost, thank you so much for being with us. This book is focused on companies that have been able to last, 100 years or more. What really is the recipe for success for finding the long-term really value of some of these companies that have stood the test of time?
So first of all, we have an appropriate fascination in our culture around innovation and disruption, but there's so much that we can learn from these long game companies that have lasted 100 years or more. We see things like what I call centurion culture. They have amazing cultures that are palpable, defined. These cultures are authentic. They live the culture and they repeat it over and over again. They also recognize their moments of truth, which are these really key times where action must be taken in the life of a company.
99 percentile, 6710.
Centurion culture.
This could be like one leg of a condor or a credit spread down here. That's what it looks like. Pretty decent size, 120 million.
And it's amazing the difference that this has made, and whether it's a company like Whirlpool.
Okay, we just took out some stops down there. S&P.
Over and over again, we see these patterns of excellence, resilience, and agility from the long game companies.
I love this moments of truth concept because as I hear you describing things that have tested time and endured, I also look at the ethos of this show being next gen and fast moving, and I feel like there's a point where these overlap. And the word that comes to mind to me is adaptability. I think of a company like Netflix, which certainly
Okay, dropping off more.
your test yet, but it stood a major test when we started to see things shift from how we consume content. They didn't see risk, they saw opportunity. And I imagine that's a key commonality between all these companies that you've researched and discussed and looked into that follow this centurion business tag.
You're absolutely right. Netflix is actually in the book. I'll give you two others. One that's a long game centurion and one that would be, I call them the next for the next centurions. So a long game company would be Ferragamo. And here Salvatore Ferragamo builds this company, goes to Hollywood. They're growing incredibly. 1960, he dies prematurely. His wife, Wanda, 38 years old, never been in business, decides to take the company over and became an incredible female leader and CEO and set this company up to what it became today, which is this global fashion brand. A next Sen company that I think is a great example is NVIDIA. So
What's Oracle doing? Oracle, all right, we had a lower high and rolling over a bit at the 20-day moving average. Oracle still got some puts on Oracle down at the 260 level. It's small for now. but it's starting to move in that direction. I also have a call credit spread overhead. S&P, big 60-minute candle. Okay, we got a shooting star now, or a gravestone doji. Gravestone doji on the daily. Okay, that's why I've been taking some profits off into strength. Okay, there goes the S&P.
Your emotions and that sort of brand loyalty over just swiping and making transactions?
I do think that we see in long game companies that relationships
67.20.
the same way we might view capital.
67.10. Can we see 67.10? Going once, going twice. All right, nice move here, S&P.
I imagine another next gen company would be Microsoft, given its kind of entrenched role within IT infrastructure, but also this idea of expansion, this ethos of expansion, all the things they're doing from an investment standpoint to continue to expand what they
Hedging flows continue to point lower, still pointing lower, hedging flows. Okay, so we're tagging this level now. 67.10, 67.20.
What we find in these companies is that as they scale and get much, much bigger, those principles and the foundations that were put in place from the earliest days continue on. So when the next gen sees that the founders are able to pivot and make changes, and these are critical moments of truth, it then becomes part of their DNA to do it. And I think it's so interesting that we don't look at these companies the right way. Many times we look at a long game company as being stodgy or conservative or slow to move, and it's exactly the opposite. They see AI coming, they embrace AI, and Microsoft is a great example of that, and all the investment they're making in AI now, even as a large company.
Okay, and as you know, so many companies are trying to emerge, trying to become the Microsoft, but it's difficult right now, frankly, for these small-sized businesses. What's one lesson?
Okay, can we? Be pretty funny if they rip this back in the other direction, right?
And really, given like the current political climate, the tariff climate, all the things.
Okay, here's the hedging flows, what it looks like right now.
Sure. So what I would tell everyone.
Okay, hedging flows continue to look at the volume. Look at the selling volume here.
I asked them, what is the best question you've ever asked or been asked? And the winner of this contest, Gary Kiesling, very successful, multiple CEO of multiple companies, he came back and said, every day I ask myself, what am I tolerating but shouldn't be? And I think that is really an incredibly powerful question, both in our lives as human beings and as leaders of companies, because it forces us to confront our reality, recognize our moments of truth, and then take action.
Sounds very similar to that signal to noise ratio that Steve Jobs really emphasized. And so there's always these overlaps between these hyper successful people. It's fascinating.
It is. It's true.
And we so appreciate your time. This was such a great way to close out our Friday having this discussion. So appreciate it to Eric Becker, of course, the author of The Long Game, as well as the founder and chairman of Crescent Capital. Thank you so much for being with us today. Now, coming up next, last but not least, it's time for Under 30, and we are talking all things USA rare earths. We're seeing some discussions with the Trump administration, and shares actually surging here on the session, up just over 12.7%.
See how far we can go with this. How much farther we can go with this. Whoa, we're going to go down to 67.10.
So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Oh, shit. Oh. All right.
trends driving the markets with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The watch list
Low tick alert minus 800.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time to discuss U.S. rare earth, which is up about 12.4% on the session on these various stocks we're seeing right now. In relation to the U.S. stock market, joining us now is George Tillis, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network, to discuss more on this company with a pretty big move today and this week. We're 47% for the week, George. So walk us through this story.
Well, I think the story, Jenny, is sort of fall through in terms of what we talked about earlier this week.
Extreme low tick alert.
Civil LAC, which there was speculation that the Trump administration was looking to take a stake in that lithium supplier.
Wow.
Wow. The stock has been moving back to the upside as a result of that. And so right now there's a lot of interest from the Trump administration to reindustrialize the United States, whether it's semiconductor manufacturing and also minerals and mining, particularly in areas like lithium as well as rare earth metals, because China represents the majority of global supply for rare earth minerals, which are used in metals, which are used in things like electronics and electric vehicles. There's also, I can see, a national security concern, considering that these rare earth metals are used in technologies that are in defense programs and defense technology. So with that said, the Trump administration is taking stakes in certain companies, MP Materials, for instance, with the DoD partnership, LAC alongside General Motors, Intel, just another example. I'm throwing out a few to mention. But so there's today, we're seeing U.S. rare earth metals, symbol USAR, moving higher.
Okay, looks like we're gonna keep going or what?
Potential deal happening or manifesting with the
Jesus.
administration to take a stake in this company.
Jesus.
Manifested into reality, so you have to be mindful of that. The stock is obviously moving based on this speculation. And this is a company that is in the rare mining
Wow.
areas of the
Wow. 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 Wow.
and material stack, but it's not generating a revenue like
Wow.
I think it's important to keep in mind. When I looked at this company, they were founded or established in 2019. They don't generate any revenue right now. They do hold interest in a deposit in Texas called Round Top Mountain Deposit. Now, in terms of expectations, right now they are expecting sales to manifest in 2026, about 48 million. These are based on estimates the company's providing as well as consensus by analysts. But again, the stock is really moving or front running the possibility of the Trump administration taking
Extreme low tick alert.
which again is possible, but it's not necessarily manifesting into reality just yet.
George, I don't know how to ask this any more than just directly, so I'm going to. So, not in a disparaging way, but is this a situation where the company's name is one of the more valuable aspects of it, similar to things like C3AI and its ticker, or, I don't know, blockchain, ICE-T, and things in the past? Like USA Rare Earth sounds like a pretty nice place or thing to be named right now with all this discussion of rare earth.
Wow.
Well, I can see that, Alex.
Overshot that.
Something to be said for the name or even the symbol in terms of trends. But we talk about AI, C3AI, the symbol. They have the best symbol, I suggest, in the AI ecosystem. But that stock is not performing well because the fundamentals matter in the long run. So I'm just suggesting here that in looking at a company like USAR, there's movement in the stock because of the trend in protecting these industries in the United States and helping them develop. And I can see the Trump administration's point in doing so because of national security concerns.
Okay, looks like we might turn here. Watch, we might turn here. Be funny if we run this back up.
Things that you have to consider as risks. And again, this is a company that is expected to develop rare earths that are used in manufacturing of magnets, which are used across the board in many different industries. So, I can see why there's movement in the stock. But again,
Okay, reversing now.
visibility in terms of sales isn't manifesting this year, but it is next year. So for what it's worth, right now the company's market market cap is around 2.3 billion, no sales. Last year they lost 108 million in cash burn. But again, if it does manifest into actual profits, revenues, this certainly could be a stock that is worth watching. And also keep in mind that the news today isn't actually a stake by the U.S. government. There's a possibility of that stake. But again, we've seen that move stocks in the past. LAC is again.
Appreciate it, George, and a good breakdown on what we're seeing today. And of course, USARs. This is George Tillis, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. And Alex, before we go, just wanted to check in on markets as we have seen the NASDAQ actually pull back pretty substantially in the last 14 minutes or so. Now actually recovering a bit from its recent lows, but down 0.6%. So a significant repricing from where we started the show. S&P is also looking a bit lower, but also recovering here in real time. That'll do it for us for Next Gen Investing for this Friday and this week. We have the watch list coming up next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy.
Flip the script now. Flip the script. Let's see if we can. We took out. We took these levels out. Let's see if they turn it back up. Now the idea is that these 99 percentile levels get taken out, and they start to run it back up in the opposite direction. Okay, so seek and destroy algo takes out the level and then turns back up. Let's see if it turns out this way again today. Maybe buy some cheap calls down here. Okay. If you like the market this morning as it was running up, you should still like it on the dip. Okay. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good so far. All right. Let's see if we get a reversal here.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand. Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Flip the script.
This is Fast Market, built for traders who want more than just headlines.
We walk you through trade ideas with structure, risk management, and a focus on execution.
From options to earnings to volatility plays, we bring decades of trading experience to every segment.
With real-time insight across products and sectors, we deliver what active traders need to stay ahead. Fast Market weekdays at noon Eastern, live on Schwab Network at SchwabNetwork.com.
You're gonna roll this over again? Are they gonna do it again?
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Pedalides. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time, and we're coming to you live from the New York Stock Exchange. So glad you are with us on the corner of Wall and Broad. It's another record day on Wall Street, though we've given some of that back, and we'll go over that. But we did see the major averages hitting records today once again after some record.
Okay, watching the puts are catching a bid again. Puts are catching a bid. Don't know about this. I don't know about this next drop.
Maybe the one we had and more to come. Then we'll take a look at small caps and be showing some outperform numbers that you want to hear about. And we'll take our panel right to the labor market and talk about the government shutdown and how it could affect employment.
Okay, they're starting to close these positions. Let's see with the 0 day. 0 day. Okay. So some of this is coming off. It was 138 million a few minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. They said that number grows. Let's see if that number grows as we push back up. Nope. No. S&P. You're going to take this down more? What are they going to do here?
Kevin Green, senior markets correspondent, is with me taking a look at a few things. And so you have Spruce Point's short report on DraftKings. Want to hear a little bit about that, Kevin?
Definitely, Nicole. Well, we have seen DraftKings coming down here over the last couple of trading sessions, and this is after the concerns around Kalshi and their betting markets, as well as Polymarket providing better sporting odds and betting odds within the sporting market just in general, and that DraftKings could actually lose some market share here.
Yeah, it just feels like they're going to reverse this back up. They've already hit the levels. They hit the 99 percentile levels now. Let's see if this comes off. If this comes off, we'll start to see a rally. Okay. This is updated every 10 minutes. So what time is it? It is 02. So it just updated at 2 o'clock. So 10 minutes. These option levels will be updated. Everything else is real time. The price action and the hedging flow is real time. But these levels here are updated every 10 minutes. I mean, you can't do real time options. It would be so intensive on the system, I would imagine. So they update this every 10 minutes, which is pretty. This is fine. This is fine because we already know that we're going to come down and most likely touch 67.20, 67.10. Okay, let's see what that looks like now. Okay, looks like a bear flag for now. They could roll this over again.
Wynn Resorts is down almost 6%. DraftKings, you just had that note that Kevin went through. Okay, so let's move on and talk about a name that actually gets an upgrade here, and that is Caterpillar. A little bit about that.
Yeah,
we're going to push this lower. They're going to roll it over again. It's been a good week. Last couple of days we closed a little bit lower than the high, but it's been a good week.
Expanding here now. Caterpillar has actually seen some tailwinds when it comes to these trade deals across the globe. Nicole, this is one of the bigger industrial players.
I don't know if you've noticed that lately, late in the day, when these positions close, we've been rolling over more.
Trade deal. So it does appear that this organization or this group, this firm, does believe that they are going to be a major winner, a major player within this space in 2026, and potentially the earnings power is going to reflect that over the coming months.
All right, Kevin Green, great to see you. Thanks for coming through those reports. Really appreciate it. Now let's take a look at the bigger picture. John Nesbitt, Senior Portfolio Manager, FM Investments, is with me now. Look, we've already had some back and forth action now. People are watching the VIX very closely. We hit records yesterday. We hit records today. In fact, yesterday was the 30th record close for the S&P. What do you say is the catalyst, and does it continue? Can it continue?
Well, sure. The prospects for lower rates help stocks. Also, we just had a great second quarter earnings season. I think the estimates at the beginning of the quarter were something for like a 5% year-over-year growth, and it ended up almost twice that. So between that, also with the tariff fears starting to subside a little bit, and the thoughts of the
Low tick alert minus 800.
from the big beautiful bill, which was recently passed, should be starting to work their way through. That all bodes well for stronger earnings and better stock prices.
Yeah, a lot of folks really think that there is still a lot of cash on the sidelines. The earnings fundamentals were looking pretty good. They're with the lower rate environment, a friendlier administration for business. There were a lot of catalysts at the same time. How's the economy? We have a shutdown right now. People are still worried about the labor picture, which had been slowing, and inflation. I mean, how do you think the economy is?
Okay, we continue to show weakness in the hedging flows. Oh, we got some more down here. I got another 99 percentile at 6,700 now. Now 6,700.
In the past, it really hasn't affected the equity markets and investors. I will say, though, that the last time we did this with Trump, I think it was closed for something like 35 days. That was the longest on record. So he is always a wild card here. Otherwise, the hope is that the two parties can come to some kind of agreement relatively soon. Labor market softening, but still not a major concern.
We do have a Senate vote that is underway. It started about the short-term spending bills coming up. We'll see what comes of that. But as of right now, I'm not really seeing much changes pertaining to the shutdown. Let's go over some of your stock picks today. Where does Levi Strauss fit into the picture here? It's at 24 and change today, and it's been on an upward trajectory.
Okay, so that's a 99 percentile right here at 6,700.
This week. Your thoughts?
Sure. We added these stocks to our value dividend strategy, and one of the things we look for are what we call bargain stocks. These are neglected stocks that we see turning around, represent attractive fundamental valuation. So Levi's fit that bill. We added it last quarter. The interesting thing about them is when we went through quarterly earnings, those stocks that could not address the tariff situation were punished. Levi's did a very good job of talking about how they diversified their operations. They worked with their product lines.
All right, let's do this. Let's pop this sucker. Burst the bubble. I've taken off a lot of my shorter term positions.
Levi's managed to get around tariffs. What is Valero doing right?
Sure, and that's all what diversification is about, right? Changing sectors. So in the energy sector, obviously, oil has been down.
Oh boy. Let's see. We're trying to hold this level right here. Got another 99 percentile down there. Okay. Let's see what way they're going to take this. Calls.
Also, they're benefiting from long-term supply constraints. They're recently announced that they've got to close a refinery in California due to regulatory and excessive costs. This is what's going on with the industry. It cuts supply. It puts them in a better position in the future for their earnings.
So, all right, and then we go to United Health. What's interesting about United Health, it's been up for 5 days in a row, and that's the longest winning streak since last November 2024. Nice catalyst there, nice momentum. How much room to the upside does this name have? It's at 358 today.
Yeah, I think it's had a pretty good run. It's a contrarian story. Again, a stock that was knocked down because of a lot of the federal investigations around it in April, May. Analysts on the streets have become a little bit more accepting of their situation, and they recently were able to get confirmed in the CMS STAR program, where it looks like they're going to be able to retain a lot of their 4-star plus status there. That bodes well for their revenues and profits going forward.
What do you think about the market overall? I mean, do you expect that we should prepare for a sell-off? And if there is a sell-off, we buy or not necessarily? I mean, you have your pick. It sounds like you've been optimistic.
Yeah. it's expensive, no doubt about it. But high valuations don't necessarily mean that they can't go further. And this is where the focus becomes on earnings. I don't believe that further interest rate cuts are going to be able.
Come on, they reverse this back up. This would be beautiful if they can reverse this back up. Here we go. Reversing.
The Fed will move. What kind of moves should we expect from Federal Open Market Committee in the next couple of meetings?
Yeah, they're not in a position. I don't see with the economy strong and inflation being relatively tame but of a concern here because the tariff. One of the things that's happened with the tariffs is the effects of those tariffs have been slow in coming. Everybody was looking for the inflation. Perhaps we've mitigated some of those type of things with things like a weaker dollar that offset that so that the exporters outside the U.S. could take some of those tariff hits. We'll see. Obviously, the Fed has shifted away from inflation and on the labor market. And then one of the other things that we're seeing out there in order to fight these tariffs are that companies are starting to let people go.
Yeah. Don Nesbitt, Senior Portfolio Manager, FM Investments. Good to see you, Don. And thanks for those great picks. We'll keep an eye on them. Levi's, Valero, and United Health. Coming up, Options Corner. Tom White is standing by. He'll highlight unusual options activity from the day and how investors are looking to trade on recent news of Micron, PayPal, and Chipotle. We'll be right back.
Do, do. No, they're gonna. What are they gonna do here?
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
All right, let's see if we can rally this back up. Snake Sally up. Snake
Real-time
Sally up.
access, data-driven analysis from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live. Subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
All right.
Welcome back to the watch list. time for Options Corner, where we analyze unusual options trades that we are seeing throughout the day for some big names to watch. Before I get to specific names, Tom White, host of Fast Market here on Schwab Network, is with me taking a look at a couple of names to watch. But really, I mean, as we see Tesla, Palantir, the casino stocks under pressure, we've lost our highest point of the day, hovering around the unchanged line. What's your market thought here, particularly since we're in a government shutdown and going into the weekend?
Yeah, maybe a little bit of bullish exhaustion here going into the weekend. I know that they're having discussions on Capitol Hill right now and in the Senate to try to get some resolution passed to the government shutdown. That's
Okay, looks like we might get a nice little reversal here. Okay, come off the lows a bit. Get everybody on one side of the boat and rip it back up in the other direction. All right, let's see what we get going here. S&P. Maybe some VIX calls make sense, right? VIX calls a week out, maybe. VIX calls for a hedge.
Never started dipping, even though the momentum to the upside in equities typically sees drawdowns, especially on a Friday in the VIX. We haven't seen that this week due to the government shutdown. But as we all know, over the past 5 government shutdowns, the market's actually gone up during those periods. So this will be about the length of the shutdown and if they can get some resolution. But not surprising, you're seeing a little bit of profit taking here going into the weekend.
Yeah, understood. Okay. And as you noted, the VIX
Nicole understands. I wonder if she knows she does that. Okay, S&P on the move. S&P, nice reversal underway.
Yeah, this is a stock was up over 3.5% earlier. It's only up 1% right now. So this has been one of those big winners recently in the AI build-out space that's kind of taken a hit here late in the session, but still positive on the day. You look at their earnings report that came out a couple weeks ago, beat on EPS, they beat on revenue pretty soundly, and they raised guidance moving forward also. That's based on pricing for their legacy parts of their business, DRAM and NAND, and then also the high bandwidth memory chips that they're using in the AI infrastructure build out. These hyperscalers need so much of this memory, so that's been a real big boon. But then you throw on top good pricing for NAND and DRAM. That's why you're seeing the outperformance here in Micron over the past 8 or 9 months. But we did see some bullish activity in here, unusual option activity. This was out in the October 17th monthly options. Expires into just 2 weeks. Trader bought over 6,500 of the 195 strike calls. Paid an average debit of about $5.35. Pretty hefty option premium they paid. So the break even for this trader where they start to profit is above $200.35 over the next 2 weeks. That's about 8% above the current share price. They did sell out of a position that obviously is working well. They sold, there was a big open interest position in the 185 strike calls. So they sold out of those, reset their strike on the 195 strike with the expectations over the next 2 weeks that we're going to see more gains here for Micron.
All right, and what about PayPal? Now, neutral to bearish, you got to really wonder, too, if people are going to be spending, and that is a big picture economic story. When we look at this stock chart, what stands out to you in this trade?
Well, one was a downgrade today in PayPal, and that was out of Wolf Research. They set a fair value range of $70 to $80. This stock's been in consolidation mode recently. It's taken hits left and right.
Okay, nice little rally here so far. Off the low.
Just about above 400 million consumers using their products in general on a monthly basis. But then again, earlier this week, ChatGPT said they're taking the first steps to helping people buy physical goods, instant checkout. They're going to use Stripe, which is a competitor, a private competitor to PayPal. So that kind of hit the stock earlier this week. But it's been in consolidation mode. Their growth rate is not expanding at all. Their margins aren't expanding at this point. So it's kind of been a stuck stock. But we did see some unusual option activity in here. These are really short-term positioning, probably based on that downgrade that we got and the expectations. We're not going to see much more gains in this stock over the next week. This was in the October 10th weekly options, expires in 7 days. Trader sold over 5,000 of the 70 strike calls, collecting an average credit of 75 cents on those calls. So the break even where this trader starts to lose money is above $70.75 over the next week. That's about 2.5% above the current share price in there. It could be a speculative.
All right, so we're coming off the low here. We got the 5 and the 15 on a buy signal. 30 and 60 are still on a sell signal. We're trying to retrace back up into the 60-minute candle. Okay, let's go to the 60-minute on the right over there. Let's go to the 60-minute. Trying to retrace back up into the 60-minute candle. 60-minute.
Yeah, it's seen a nice pop today, about 3%, but it's still down over 30% so far this year. This has been a big loser in the restaurant stock space at this point, and I think it's a lack of innovation. They're trying to come out with new products to kind of spur traffic again, but they're not being able to do that at this point. They just released red chimichurri. They're going back to the carne asada to try to reinvigorate sales at this point. So it's been pretty stagnant. 3,800 restaurant outlets are trying to grow that footprint fast because most of the growth that they saw last quarter was in new store openings, not existing store openings, and that's a concern for this company. But it did
Nice reverse now.
BWG Global, they upgraded the stock and said that.
Okay, looks like we're going to reverse back up into this range. The 60-minute looking pretty good with an hour and 48 minutes to go. Hour and 48 to go. Looking good so far.
Now, here's the other question I have. If everybody starts using, let's say hypothetically in this kind of new world, everybody starts using an AI tool to gain that edge. To me, that says that the edge disappears over time, spreads compress, because all of the same data that's being used and mined and calculated is being done so across multiple users at this point. So the arbitrage is gone by the time it's done. How far are we away from an edge disappearing because everybody is using AI for their financial decision making?
I think still quite far, in part because the quality of what you get.
Futures still trying to grind a bit higher. 5 and 15 are on a buy signal. 30 and 60 are still on a sell. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday, October 3rd, first week of October, going into next week. If you're concerned about pullbacks in the S&P 500, generally in October, that usually happens in the second half. As it stands right now, we're 9 weeks up without a pullback. So next week would be 10. Do we continue to move higher? Is the divergence that we're looking at on the S&P going to kick in? Hard to say.
These are probably the best sectors that you should be looking at, or these are the stocks you should be paying attention to. What are the stock picks and what are the sector picks that you've been generating so far?
One thing that has been top of mind, not just for us, but I think for the market as well, is to what extent can the economy.
Okay, looking at this divergence, okay, we got divergence. We got making higher highs and a slight divergence for now. RSI's at 70. It's a lower high. S&P making a higher high. Again, this is 9 weeks in a row that we've been up. 40% move off the April 7th low. I don't know. We could make another high next week. Who the hell knows? We're making all-time highs again. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. S&P, nice reversal off the low.
Why a company like a Walmart or a Costco or a Johnson & Johnson rises to a pick level from a tool like Reflexivity?
Yeah, of course, because you'll have looked at very bad and just regular recession scenarios and find for Walmart, for example, that it just actually typically has even absolute positive return, right? So we'll look at the facts. We'll also look at and look through the financial statements and say, these are the drivers of this business, and they tend to outperform in a recession, or at least I should say they're more robust to recessionary conditions.
The beginnings of a brave new world for robo-advising on steroids.
Yes.
Jan Salagi at Reflexivity, thank you very much for joining us. Have a nice weekend, sir.
Thank you very
Please
much.
come back and see us again, sir.
I certainly will.
All right. Well, speaking of AI, don't miss the CNBC AI Summit that's happening in Nashville, Tennessee, coming up on October 15th. You're going to hear how AI is changing the nature of work.
Yeah, Captain, it's part of Financial Juice main dashboard.
AI to learn more and get an invitation. We'll be right back after this. And by the way, we're going to highlight some key stock downgrades of the day on Wall Street today, including this mystery chart. It's a tech giant. You know it well, and you likely own it yourself. Stay tuned. We'll reveal that mystery chart when we come back after this.
All right. Nice move there. Let's see how far they're going to push this. Nice reversal. All right, back up to that sell order block.
All right, welcome back to Power Lunch. It's time to get you caught up on several key analyst moves, downgrades in particular, that are hitting the markets today. Now, first up, you've got the calls of the day. Analysts at Jefferies are downgrading Apple to an underperform, saying the better demand for the new iPhone 17 is already priced into the stock, and investors already have lofty and perhaps unrealistic expectations for the next iPhone 18 replacement cycle. And by the way, that was the mystery chart that we brought you up there. Next up, you've got PayPal. Wolf Research is downgrading this stock to a peer perform, stating that the shares may remain range-bound until the company is able to demonstrate its ability to consistently deliver branded growth. On the energy front, Morgan Stanley is downgrading Valero to equal weight following the massive run-up oil refineries saw during the third quarter compared to the rest of the energy sector. As a result, the firm believes some of those names may be overvalued compared to their historical levels. And finally, Piper Sandler is downgrading Instacart to neutral, citing that increased competition from other grocery delivery names like Walmart, Amazon, DoorDash, and Uber.
We're going to go some more.
Very much a part of the mix. Well, coming up on the show, Jim Cramer says there's always a bull market somewhere, and he wants to help you make some money, and he'll join us to explain how he's going to do it. And speaking of our CNBC colleagues, tickets are still available for Fast Money, Trading the Holidays, live at the NASDAQ market site on December 11th. Join my good friend Melissa Lee and all the Fast Money traders, where you'll get to watch the live broadcast of Fast Money, ask the traders your investing questions, and share a cup of holiday cheer with the whole team. Plus, we've got some great surprises and giveaways, swag, all that.
Okay, a little bit of rejection here, a little bit of rejection.
Go to cnbcevents.com/fastmoney. Get your tickets now. Trading the Holidays with Fast Money. We'll be right back.
Okay, not a bad day, not a bad day at all. Okay, if we can flesh this out over the next hour or so. Okay, what are we going to do here? Going to roll this over again. Let's keep an eye on the hedge flows. Hedge flows. Okay, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Low tick alert -800.
Low tick alert. Okay. Low tick alert. What time is it? 2:30. Got to leave here in about an hour. Don't have to pick up my son now, so maybe we can leave at 4 o'clock.
Your next guest really needs no introduction, but we're going to give one anyway. He's a best-selling author and one of the sharpest minds on Wall Street. Joining us now to talk about his new book, How to Make Money in Any Market, is our dear friend and colleague, Jim Cramer.
Oh, God, I can't listen to that. That's painful.
Family or multifamily rental or home ownership is really what's needed to
How to Make Money in Any Market by Jim Cramer. Do the opposite.
5 points a good one, Sharon, because that obviously pushes up those rental rates without a doubt, because people are just sort of fighting to get the properties and rent. Sharon, it's great to speak with you today. Really appreciate it. Sharon Carafa, president of Multifamily Debt Structured Finance at Newmark. Thank you for joining us on the show. Appreciate it. Thank you. Still ahead, we're going to take a big picture look here. Right now, the Dow's up 313 points. The S&P is still holding on. International small caps could be of interest for you in your portfolio, and some U.S. peers as well. We'll be right back.
Call side going to go here? 67.45. What's up, bro? Good.
Yeah, short of Nvidia.
Did you make any money?
Yeah.
Awesome. Good. It's starting to bounce now. Everything is starting to.
Yeah, I had to sell early. I bought it for 187, so I could have made. Yeah, I don't know, I could have made like $40, but I sold before it finished it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool.
So good.
You got your bags packed and everything? Good. Yeah, we'll leave here as soon as your mother's ready. Yeah, they're sure working really well when the markets roll over, especially. Had a couple of really good trades today. Market's just sitting here killing some theta, killing some premium right now. Hedge flows trying to continue higher. All right, see if we can make another leg higher here. Yeah, Kramer, whatever.
Just recently, it's at 11.98 today. I mean, what's the first hurdle that you think it can cross? I mean, do you see it at 12, 15? I mean, where do you see this heading? This is your target.
Yeah, from our perspective, the way we kind of think about things, we invest in a company, we tend to look for at least 50% price appreciation over an 18 to 24 month time frame. We think GE definitely fits in that camp. We think there's opportunity for this to continue to do well. I would not be surprised if they continue to add additional products, to add additional value to the stock as well. And so from our perspective, we continue to evaluate on a day-to-day basis. But right now, it feels really good to be an owner of GE.
Okay, and so now you also have Almonte Industries, and that ticker symbol here is ALM. Tell me about that one.
So Almonte is a tungsten miner. Tungsten, I think the current administration, maybe the additional administration before this, started to realize that tungsten was primarily coming out of China. Tungsten is used heavily in defense across various use cases, and so having access to that is going to be key. They have a mine currently in Portugal with another mine that they're opening up here in the second half of 2025 in Korea. They will be the largest tungsten miner in the world outside of China. And I think that those two things together with the fact that tungsten prices continue to hold strong, there's a lot of use cases for it going forward. And as they are able to expand their mine and provide additional high-quality tungsten to the marketplace, they're going to be rewarded. I mean, there could even be a potential partnership or at least something with the U.S. government down the road or other NATO countries, if you will, as they are one of the few providers of tungsten outside of China.
And when you think about, I know you had some smaller names in the international realm. Are there certain areas within international and small cap that you think are better, that you find value? Is it a sector? Is it a region?
Sure. So we're a bottom-up fundamental shop. We're macro aware, but not macro driven. We continue to look for obviously the best bang for our buck where we can find us. So that happens to be technology or industrials or consumer. GE is a consumer name. Almonte is a materials name, right? So we've already talked about two of those. We do find opportunities across all different areas and all different sectors right now. And there's really not any specific one geography that we are tied to or against at this juncture. We are constantly looking and evaluating these type of names across all the different areas. And we go where we find the best opportunities.
And just a final quick thought. I mean, if you were on the Federal Open Market Committee, what would you do in the next few meetings?
That's an interesting question. I do not envy them right now. It's not a job that I necessarily aspire to either. I hope that they're able to do the right things there. I think there's a lot of different factors at play at this juncture. A lot of data they have to digest and look at. But my hope is that they're able to figure this out and do the right things. Their guess is as good as my guess at this juncture.
All right. Well, it's great to see you, Lance. Lance Cannon, portfolio manager at River Capital Management. Wonderful to meet you. Really appreciate it. Thank you. So, as we're bringing our panel talk about the labor market, we didn't get jobs report today. Government shutdown. So we're lacking in some data. And what does the government shutdown mean across the board? And at the close every single day. This is Market on Close, live weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern, only on my Pod Network.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So thank you to Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves. Schwab is here to help you with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Sam Barnes, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it, getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz. Actually, you can see something from Schwab. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties. Carl.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Thank you both for being with us. So, Harley, I'll start with you. What are you thinking here as far as what's going on in the big picture of the labor market? We did not get our jobs report. Everybody is sort of hanging on that. That was very important today. But we have gotten plenty of jobs reports the past few months, and they have shown some weakness. What do you think we need to know here now?
Well, there is weakness, certainly in the manufacturing area, and mostly due to political uncertainty globally. That's really what's responsible for the weakness in the job market. And then to a lesser extent, AI is taking its role. But that is certainly, we think, being exaggerated by the country and CEOs. Certainly, we think AI is going to be transformational and have a huge impact on jobs in the next 4 to 10 years for sure. But in the next 1 to 3 years, I suspect that back office finance and accounting are going to be heavily hit. We got a report from a Fortune 20 executive who feels that 70% of back office jobs, finance, and accounting will be eliminated by AI in the next 3 years.
And so what do you think, Eric? I mean, where do you see the jobs picture today? Obviously we had the revisions of the whole year that surprised folks, and we've been, everybody was hoping for an average of 50,000 plus jobs a month. I don't know what we would have gotten today. What did you think?
Yeah, I mean, we did see the ADP report a couple days ago, and that one was down 32,000. That's been diverging pretty substantially from PLS's data until they revised, but I have a slightly different take on it. I think that for the last year we've been writing about how the job market has been disproportionately driven by healthcare jobs, and I know we've talked about it on this program, Nicole. And so, healthcare jobs were really propping the market up. I think over the last 2 years, 66% of all new jobs were driven by healthcare and social assistance, according to the BLS's data. That's only 17% of the entire job market, though. So it was not a healthy situation. I mean, the way you could put it is like, it's like what's happening with the S&P, where so much is being concentrated in one theme. Well, our job market has been concentrated in one theme for the better part of the last 2 years, and that's starting to slow. I mean, the latest fiscal policy that's going to be kicking in 2027 to really recap Medicaid. You're already starting to hear reports of hospital networks across the country cutting administrative staff. And then you can add the impact of AI, but this is just the impact of cost cuts that are coming down the pike, and hospitals trying to get ahead of them. So I don't really see much to be excited about at all in the job market right now. I have for next year.
Well, they said that graduates will have a hard time this spring when they graduate, spring, summer, to get a job. I mean, you heard from the Walmart CEO or other CEOs talking about how AI could really change the landscape. I mean, how might that really change things here, Harley?
Well, I think first to just give overall commentary, people aren't quitting as much as they used to. They're kind of hunkering down. They're not as confident. So there isn't as much turnover. People are worried. You have that dynamic in the air. But in terms of AI, the good news is that companies could look at it as job transformational instead of job loss. And that's done in terms of upskilling and training. So you have to be able to train your employees who have industry knowledge, have cultural knowledge of your environment in the business, and you can retain those good employees who have that value to bring, but you have to do the upskilling so you make them more a friend of AI. And what companies are looking for are people that have curiosity, that are adaptable, and that embrace AI, not that they're afraid of it.
And so when you think about this, Eric, I mean, when we looked here, the pluses were education, health services, information, but a lot of minuses, finance, business services, leisure and hospitality. Do you see that dynamic changing at all? What's adding or what's losing jobs?
No, I mean, I don't, and to be clear, like, I don't know how much Fed cares about the ADP data. If they did care about the ADP data, they probably would have acted much sooner, because it's been flagging warning signs for quite a long time. And the ADP data over a short period of time, at least this year, has diverged substantially from the BLS. So when you just look at the latest BLS data that we got, it's all healthcare and social assistance. And every now and again, you have a good print for leisure and hospitality, but I kind of look at that industry as like a knock-on effect from a strong economy, right? I mean, if you have a lot of layoffs in hospitals and in healthcare services space, then people may not take fancy trips anymore. So professional and business services is really where a lot of the technology employees, the coders, the accountants, the consultants, the jobs that are likely at risk, that's where they live, and that has been one of the largest drivers. As the service economy has evolved in this country over the past 20, 30 years, and that has been declining for the last year. This has never happened outside of a recession before, and we're a year into that. That's based on data from 1930. So to answer your question, like, no, I mean, I think it's healthcare or bust at this point in time, and probably starting earlier than 2027. I mean, they've got the savings for a while, but we're probably moving towards the bust side, and I don't know what else kind of picks up the slack from that.
And then, Harley, last thought here is that you said that employers are hiring, but they want people who are adaptable or maybe learning more in AI or who can have upskill and have a better story going forward. Is that right? Tell me more.
Yes, because there are opportunities. Problems are opportunities in general when you look at business. If you go back, the horse and the buggy ended, but it created an automotive industry that created even more jobs. But people were frightened at the time. So I make that analogy today with the AI transformation. So I think that people have to show employers that they are that they want to work with AI. They want to use it as a tool to be able to be more productive and accomplish more. I think that a lot of employers are seeing potential employees or existing employees worried about it taking their jobs. And I would encourage people to be positive about AI because it's here, it's going to grow, it's going to have a massive impact on not only this country but the world. And the sooner they take that into account and embrace AI, the better everybody will be. But it's really in terms of upskilling. Companies have to embrace upskilling, like what my company does and other companies do. Training, that's going to make the difference. So training has to take place, and that'll cause greater opportunities for everyone.
In the meantime, the U.S. Senate rejects Democratic government funding bill, voting next on Republican stopgap funding bill. Doesn't seem to be going smoothly, so we can probably still count on maybe the government shutdown and lack of data, maybe even into next week when we're supposed to get the CPI. Eric Packman, Harley Lipman, thanks for your chat here on the labor picture, and thank you, friends, for being with me here on a record-setting day where we saw all four of the major averages hitting record highs. We've had some volatility today. Keep it right here. Have a beautiful weekend. Market on Close is next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage is expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered. Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute. The show is built for action. We break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial firms. Streaming live and on demand. Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com. This is Fast Market, built for traders who want more than just headlines.
We walk you through trade ideas with structure, risk management, and a focus on execution.
From options to earnings to volatility plays, we bring decades of trading experience to every sector.
With real-time insight across products and sectors, we deliver what active traders need to stay ahead. Fast Market, weekdays at noon Eastern, live on Schwab Network and SchwabNetwork.com. Good afternoon. It's 3 p.m. on Wall Street, and this is Market on Close. I'm Marley Caton, coming to you live from our Chicago headquarters. Happy Friday to you, Molly. I'm Sam Bottas, coming to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Let's take a look at what is coming up on today's show. We'll continue our discussion on the government shutdown as it nears the end of its third day and a spending ETF space and discuss the approval of ETF share classes and what that means for the industry. And in Options Corner, we'll take a look at Johnson & Johnson after Wells Fargo upgraded shares and the stock hit an all-time high in reaction. But for now, Molly, take us at what you're watching through today.
Thanks so much, Sam. Shares of Coinbase are higher today after getting 2 price target hikes. Analysts say that the crypto exchange is now a diversified, full-scale crypto outfit that's capable of serving both institutions and individuals. We'll talk through those notes coming up. Also, Palantir stock falling on reports of an internal Army memo revealing that there are serious security flaws in its new
Place as we speak.
Hey, Scott, yeah, right now, senators are voting once again for the 4th time on that stopgap measure that would reopen the government, keep it funded through November. However, while the gavel has not fallen, which means the total is not official, we are not seeing the 60 votes needed to get this over the finish line. At least 41 senators have voted against, which means unless some of them change their vote, we are once again headed into a failed vote, and the shutdown has been set to continue throughout the weekend and into Monday. Now,
All right, we're just kind of cruising into the last hour of the trading day. Got a little bit less than an hour to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday, the 3rd of October. Markets up 9 weeks in a row without a pullback, getting a bit more risky every week that goes by without a pullback. Okay, we got close to that London session low and we bounced right off of that area. Is 55 minutes to go. Watching UNH coming off the low, UNH. Watching UNH, UNHG coming off the low. Oh boy. Okay.
Everyone has told you, Satya's, etc., has said the risk is underinvesting instead of overinvesting. And Zuckerberg even went a step further a couple of quarters ago, saying the amount of overinvestment that I could possibly do, I being Meta, is de minimis in the larger context of a multi-trillion-dollar company. So they're telling you they're going to overbuild. The only question is David Solomon's point is when, and to that effect, nobody knows.
Well, I mean, Lisa Shallon of Morgan Stanley weighed in on that. She said, "What inning are we in when it comes to market discounting scenarios? We believe we're closer to the seventh than the first. Now we're starting to see cracks." She was talking about the capex.
Yes.
So she's like the first one that I know of, or a very small cohort who's come out and said, we're further along here than many people want to say. We're down here, like second inning, third inning, first inning. She says, no, we're in the seventh.
I've never met Lisa, and I hope this comes out right. In the story I saw, she references cracks. I didn't see any detail about what cracks she's seeing. From my vantage point, all I see are capex commitments continuing to be large. Obviously, there's concern about companies investing in each other.
Make sure you check in your positions that are in the money. You don't feel like getting assigned.
If she's saying, look, we've thrown around some really large numbers, and we're probably further to the end of the big investment than closer to the beginning. And then the other side of that is people saying, look, this rally is really on the legs of the capex spend. So if she's right, then the rally will be shorter lived than some people would like to believe.
I have no idea what inning we're in. I don't know if there's any real way to quantify it. I'm on the lookout for something that's going to tell me it's going to end. I don't know whether we're in the first inning or the ninth inning. What are the things that are going to tell me that this is going to be over? Capex is going to start coming down. Profit warnings are going to start coming. Companies are going to cease doing some of the things that they're doing now, like providing financing, etc. I have no evidence any of that's happening right now. So by the time that happens, that's going to be too late. Well, the first whiff of
Somebody saying, you know what, we're going to spend less, we're a little concerned about the ROI and all this stuff, market's going to make a move.
Sure. Listen, if we've been using the 90s era as the blueprint, if you will, when the warnings started coming in the early 2000s, let me say two things. A, it is fair to say that
Fortinet bought this last week. Still pushing. Fortinet.
for the broader market, which I think to some degree a lot of investors care about beyond the AI trade, in September of 2000, you were almost as high as you were in March of 2000 for the broader market. Now, again, the Microsofts, Yahoo's, Apples of the day were down considerably, and that's a fair observation to make that you're going to have to be very quick and nimble here and there because there were some people who refused to see the writing on the wall. Let me step you in and say, do you think people, after everything that we've been through so far, and presumably will go through over the next, I don't know, year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever it is, do you think they're going to be quick to see the end then?
No, because what I'm even saying to you now, I can guarantee you this is going to end badly when you change your investment views. And people would say, no,
But I agree, and I think on the hand, I'm sure you guys talk about this for a minute. Everyone agrees it's going to wash its hand. A lot of people agree this is going to end badly. You can't invest this much this rapidly in a new technology and not have some form of overinvestment now that's it makes sense it's going to end. Again, the seeds of the entire world that we know today, aka the internet, was sown during that telecom overbuilding phase. And there was a lot of, I think the stat was by 2002,
S&P 500. Looking for this to pop a little bit more. What's Coinbase doing? Coinbase had pulled back. Back up to the highs of the day. Shit, I missed a good entry on Coinbase. Still off the high of the day. CONL.
enthusiastic about what's happening in the market. They don't even want to see what can happen on the other side. You ride, and then it makes sense over at the end. You're like, well, should have saw it coming. Well, hindsight's 2020.
Nice little rally here so far. Coinbase turning back up. S&P 500. Chipotle, I like that idea from Aaron. Chipotle, nice move today.
Some are going to say you could have saved a lot of the headache around this had you just done this at the beginning.
All right, CMG. This is something Aaron pointed out this morning. This looks pretty good. CMG turning the corner. I have June calls, 40-50 June calls. Okay, no follow through. S&P. Okay, just range bound, no follow through. Okay, we got about 40 minutes to go, 40 minutes to go for the closing bell. CMG, Chipotle. Looks like a good reversal potential on this one. Okay. Looking for the, all right, you start to see the 6710s are coming off now.
chip stocks, anything hyperscaler that's right now building out AI capabilities, the Metas of the world, the Microsoft, Apple surprisingly has been leading the pack the last quarter. I expect for Apple to continue to push because they're showing a commitment to figuring out a way to get in front of the next thing. We've heard so much from smart minds that the AI conversation is going to change the way we interact with our devices. Maybe we don't even need a device anymore to interact with AI going forward. And I think Apple is showing that it's committed to getting in front of that conversation now. And so I think that realistically it's going to be the usual suspects that carry us through the remainder of the year. Guys, we'll leave it there. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks. Dan Greenhouse. We'll see you soon. All right, coming up, let's send it to Christina Ponzanovelos for a look at the biggest names moving into the close. What do you think?
Wynn Resorts down about 6%. That's on pacing for its worst day since April. Shares of Las Vegas Sands also down about 7%, and those drops are really on news of extreme weather coming to Macau, a special administrative region in China. The storm could actually disrupt the region's golden week, during which it welcomes thousands of visitors. Switching gears, healthcare stocks also on the rise today. I should say also the opposite direction, led by Humana. Early data released just yesterday showed that Humana has 20% of its members enrolled in Medicare Advantage plans with 4 stars or above for 2026, and that means that the stock is going higher, 4% higher yesterday as the government pays higher rebates for plans with higher star ratings. A lot of money. The stock is seeing top on its strength about 10%. Other health companies, including Centene and UnitedHealth, also higher today. Scott?
All right, thank you. We're just getting started here. Next on the AI boom debate over whether we are in fact in a bubble. Flexo Capital Low Tony, he's here next to weigh in. We're live in the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching.
Okay, looks like we're going to pin in this area somewhere. You're 67.20 maybe. All right, we got about 35 minutes to go. 35 minutes to go.
Focus in on earnings, as a potential boost here as earnings have been revised upwards again, for the end of the year. All the Fed speakers today have cited, tariff impacts that they're not fully felt, and we're paying much more attention to them than usual because we have an absence of data. But do you have concerns about tariff impacts affecting earnings in a way that may not be anticipated?
I mean, so far, so good with tariffs. I mean, it's always a worry. I think companies have been trying to pass those along to consumers. So I think from the consumer spending aspect, I would be concerned that people are facing higher prices around the corner. But I think the positive is that heading into 2026, they are going to see the benefits from the tax cuts. So maybe that will help offset some of the price increases that are coming down the way.
Chris, thank you so much for joining us today. Really insightful conversation. That's Chris Wong from Runnymede Capital Management. And coming up next, we're going to look at ETFs and discuss the SEC approval of the ETF share classes and what that means for the industry. Market on Close. We'll be right back.
All right, got just a little bit more than 30 minutes to go. Bitcoin's still looking very strong. Bitcoin, maybe buy some Coinbase or something like that on the dip. Coinbase. Coinbase, Coinbase, nice little bounce off the low. Coin dip and bounce.
Investors have a hard time in the middle of this excitement
Tesla coming on up.
distinguishing between the good ideas and the bad ideas. And so that's also probably happening today. But it doesn't mean that anything that's happening isn't real. Like AI is real, and it is going to change every industry. That was Amazon founder Jeff Bezos. Lord's going to be in Italy today, speaking on whether there's a bubble forming in AI. Let's welcome in Lo Tony.
I don't think AI is going to change the plumbing industry. I don't see people, well, I may change some of it, but make parts or whatever. But as far as the actual work, electricians, what are you going to have robots on the job site? I doubt that's going to happen anytime soon. Tesla, nice reversal off the low. Is it going to look good for next week, Tesla? Tesla, nice reversal off the low.
So it's real, right? Everybody agrees it's real. But the other point that he made I thought was interesting, hard to distinguish between the good ideas and the bad ideas. Because just because it's real doesn't mean that all this money going towards every idea is going to pay off. Yeah. And it's really hard to distinguish as an investor which will be the best bets and the ones that aren't are going to lose, and they may lose big. And they may lose big. And I think David Solomon pointed out earlier, the CEO of Goldman Sachs, because when you have these types of platform shifts and this amount of real that generates a lot of enthusiasm, you have a lot of folks trying to hitch their wagon onto that bandwagon or on that ship, right? And so what you have are a lot of companies trying to add in AI. And so what you're going to find is that there'll be a lot of losers as well. There will be massive winners. And I think we're going to see one of the greatest accumulations of capital generation within our lifetime over the next 48 months potentially. The challenge is going to be, to your point, how do you tell what's real? Well, you have an interesting perspective on trying to make those determinations because you're at the earliest, maybe not the very earliest stage.
Coinbase, nice turn on Coinbase. Coinbase ripping here. Coin's going. Coinbase is going here. They keep talking about AI bubble. What do they mean by bubble? Lack of investment? I don't know. They have a CAGR, a compound annual growth rate of over 38% in the AI, global AI industry. I really doubt we're at on a bubble stage at this point. I could see maybe some consolidation, but bubble? Nah. Look at the volume on coin. Coinbase going here. Coinbase. Nice volume on the Coinbase. Fortinet. Looking for more upside on Fortinet. I got January calls. Got to stay patient. That one's going to just grind along. Grind up the bears. Coinbase doing really nice today. Coinbase. Buying the dip on Coinbase, that was a wise move. This dip gave you, the pop too. The pop gave you an exit, and the dip gave you a re-entry. Beautiful. Beautiful. What's Microsoft doing? Microsoft. Okay, got next week's calls on Microsoft. Need that to pop. Okay, here we go. We got 24 minutes to go. 24 minutes to go. I was going to leave at 3:30, but looks like we're going to leave it at 4 now. S&P 500. Okay. Those sell order blocks still overhead. A couple of buy order blocks at the low. Buy order blocks. NVIDIA turning back up. Tesla turning back up, looking better. Fortinet, United Health, CMG. Okay. Joby.
Coming up, big money advice for the next generation of star athletes. Creative Planning's Mark Doman. He specializes in wealth management for players across the NBA, the NFL, and MLB. He'll join us next. We're back after this.
S&P trying to turn back up. Just been stuck here below 67.25. 21 minutes to go.
Legendary high school basketball coach. Is that what this is about? That's exactly right. I'm actually also, I'm from Rockville, Maryland myself. So those of us who know Morgan Wooten's name know that he's synonymous with high school basketball in this country. His family has continued the legacy of helping really build up these high school players onto college and hopefully the professional ranks. And I'm thrilled to be invited out to teach these young men some financial literacy. What exactly are you teaching? It's so interesting that we have guests from time to time, primarily speaking about trying to, impart financial literacy on professional athletes or college athletes now with NIL. But I guess you have to start even younger because the promises of big dollars can start even earlier. That's exactly right. I manage approximately 100 professional athletes and their finances at creative planning in the NFL, NBA, and Major League Baseball. And since NIL came to be in the last few years, the reality is that this is a major windfall for these collegiate athletes. Because if you look at the statistics of guys actually making it to the NBA or making it to the professional sports league, to give an example, there's over 538,000 high school basketball players.
only 0.3% were invited to the Wooten 150. And the other statistic is that of the Division I college basketball players, only 0.3% make it to the NBA. So with these players making 6 and 7 figures in college, with no student loans, no overhead for housing, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get them to save in case they don't become the next superstar in the NBA.
How are the messages being received by these high school athletes?
You know, I was very pleasantly surprised today, Scott. After speaking for about a half an hour, there was a line of these young men who wanted to come up and say, listen, I want to understand my money. I don't want to just trust anybody with it. And what resources can I have to do that? Which is why we actually offer an internship to all of our professional athletes during their off seasons. We expect them to come to New York City and study their portfolios and study their money. And now it looks like we're starting to roll that out a little more for the college ranks.
Are high school players at this point getting any form of NIL?
State by state, it really depends. The reality is the landscape of NIL is the Wild West right now. You have to think about the other implications. If they're in high school, they're probably not over the age of 18, which means that they can't really file a tax return. And now it's income that goes to the parents. So there's a lot of tax planning involved as well.
How much do you find these kids know the basics of financial literacy? Maybe more than we think they do. What have you found?
They know a lot more than I did when I was their age. I told them the only thing I knew about money at 18 was that I didn't have any, and I was hoping to get during some at some point.
That's a pretty good line. The only thing I knew about money back when I was 18 is I didn't have any. That's pretty funny.
Which is actually a double-edged sword, because while they have access to infinitely more information than you or I had growing up, Scott, there's also a lot of bad information online, particularly on social media. So I try to sift through the stuff they're learning. Some of it is good, and some of it, is not the advice that we'd be giving.
So many of these players will end up in the McDonald's All-America game, right? Which is sort of the mountaintop of high school basketball exposure. At least it was when we were younger. Now there are so many different places that high school basketball players can get noticed.
That's right. This is the feeder game into the McDonald's All-American. There's only a fraction of the players that were at the Wooten 150 that will ultimately be invited to the McDonald's game. But it's not necessarily the indicator about whether they're going to make it as a pro. I believe that now, with the advent of some of these other leagues that take players out of high school, if they choose not to go the path of college, some choose to play professionally overseas for a year. The reality is these players are more like pro athletes that I've ever seen out of high school or college students. The game is much more sophisticated. These young people are much more mature about money and about the business of sports than you and I were growing up.
Yeah. Well, it's appropriately named, I'll tell you that, because Morgan Wooten, he cared about these kids not only on the court, but what they did in the classroom, too. That's why he's such a legend from DeMatha High School. Mark, appreciate your time very much. Take care.
You as well. Thank you so much.
All right, you can get all the latest, by the way, on the intersection between sports and the business world by signing up for the CNBC Sport newsletter at cnbc.com/sport. Coming up next, the biggest movers as we head into this Friday close. Christina is standing by with that. What do you see?
We have a defense tech stock under pressure, and of course, much more. But I'll tell you that right after the break.
All right, we got about 12 minutes to go. 12 minutes to go. Hope everyone had a good week. Today was a little bit squirrely. We had a nice run up in the morning and then a fade into afternoon, the evening session. But we watched these algos turn and got ahead of most of this. It is October the 3rd. Got about 12 minutes to go. Friday, October 3rd, 3:48 p.m. Looking for a little rally here. End of day, perhaps. Watching these hedge flows. Okay, you can see this hedge, this 67.10 is coming off now. This is a short. The dealer is long. The purple is long. Dealer is long. You can see they just took those positions off and the market's rallied. Okay, if they take this off too, markets might rally a bit more. Okay, that was a nice little drop there, S&P. What are we doing here, S&P?
We're set from the bell. Back to Christina now for the stocks that she's watching. Tell us.
Well, I want to start with shares in Palantir because they're down about 7% after a report found security problems in Palantir's battlefield communication systems, which could give adversaries undetectable access. Palantir has since told Bloomberg.
It's funny how they talk about this because it's probably already been patched.
Rumble shares soaring after the video sharing site announced it was partnering with Perplexity. The deal will integrate Perplexity's AI-powered search engine into its platform, and that's why you're seeing the shares up. But on a year-to-date basis, Rumble still down 35%. And last but not least, shares of quantum computing popping right now, about 23%, along with huge gains this week from other quantum companies, following a wave of positive news in the space and increased risk appetite from retail traders.
Christina, thank you very much.
QUBT.
Week for crypto. We'll tell you what's behind it inside the market zone next.
QUBT, nice little pop today, fading from the highs, 60-minute chart. QBTS, Rigetti, QSI, QuantumScape, batteries, IONQ, still trending, IONQ. All right, we got about 8 minutes to go, 8 minutes to go. All right. Coin had a nice little bounce off the low. Coin. S&P 500. Five minutes. 5 minutes. All right, looks like they're going to close these positions. They're closing these positions now. Closing this right here. Now we're turning back down. Sounds like a machine gun. Machine gun.
CNBC senior markets commentator Mike Santoli here to break down these crucial moments in the trading day. Let's fill the bottle. All my Tesla shares are falling today, and Mackenzie Sigalos breaking down the big week for crypto. Michael, begin with you. More records falling.
Yes, we're doing just enough again, Scott, to keep the indexes moving in that direction. You know, today, after we got that relatively weak ISM services number, it looked like the market wanted to execute kind of the Fed getting easy playbook, right? You had close to 2,000, 1.5%, mega cap selling off. Bond market didn't really take it that way, and some of that has faded. I just wonder if we're seeing, you know, this very strong trend in the absence of new decisive government data. The market is going to default to the prevailing trend, which is higher, and the pre-existing assumptions, which is, you know, benign Fed rate cuts and an AI boom. I do think you're seeing signs of fatigue, though. Palantir, Tesla, downside pressure points today. Wild stuff in quantum and other really speculative stuff. So I think you have to at least be aware of the possibility of some erratic fragility that might emerge as the market goes on.
All right, Mike, I'll come back to you in a little bit. Tell me about Tesla, Phil. Well, look, they ran up for what, the last several months.
Bitcoin. Nice day on Bitcoin. Okay, we got 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go.
Their market share is 43.1% here in the U.S. So why might investors be pulling back a little bit? Well, now they're focused on what happens on October 22nd. When the financials come out and we hear from Elon Musk, three key questions. Operating margins. How much have they been impacted by the tariffs, especially with things like energy storage deployments, taxi growth? Will we get legitimate numbers, or will we get more of Elon Musk saying it's going to be huge? And then finally, there are the AI investments. Any more detail in terms of AI investments from Tesla? As you take a look at shares year to date, keep in mind that their deliveries in the third quarter, Scott, were up 7% compared to the third quarter of last year. Scott, back to you.
All right, Phil. Thank you, Phil LeBar. All right, Mackenzie, crypto's had a big week. Coinbase has too. Watch your Robinhood, the whole thing.
Yeah, so Bitcoin and Ether both up more than 11% over the past week. Altcoins, they saw even bigger gains, with Solana surging 15%. Now, this rally comes as the U.S. government officially shut down, a moment that has, in the past, boosted Bitcoin by shaking confidence in the dollar. Institutions have also been piling in, close to $2.3 billion in spot Bitcoin ETF inflows this week, adding fuel to the move. There's also bullish infrastructure news. The CME announcing plans for 24/7
2 minutes to go. 2 minute warning.
and Swift is working with 30 banks on a blockchain-based payments ledger built on Ethereum tech. Now, in terms of crypto tech equities, Coinbase logged its best week since June. Robinhood up almost 20% this week after CEO Vlad Tenev called tokenization a freight train that will eat the financial system. And I am keeping an eye on point, it is within striking distance of a new all-time high, Scott.
All right, Mackenzie, thank you. Mackenzie Scales. We go back to Mike Santoli. Got about 2 minutes left. The only thing really to look forward to, besides an end to the shutdown so that we can get some economic data, is earnings. And we still got to wait a little bit for those.
Yeah, so we are in this mode where you're not going to get the kind of strong stimuli that the market might feed off of. Earnings are going to come, I think, soon enough. People are going to posture for it. What's remarkable is that the market is already acting as if all these different stocks and sectors are sort of going their own way. A tremendous amount of volatility below the surface that's kind of offsetting. You saw the massive moves to the upside in healthcare, that super big down area. Last week, actually getting a massive lift and, sort of allowing the market to rotate around, letting some stuff.
That's the closing bell. Okay, folks. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. I have a hard stop. Gonna head out to North Carolina. Go check out my daughter at Family Day for the weekend. Weekend video probably be on time at around 2 p.m. on Sunday. Otherwise, enjoy the rest of your weekend and have a great one. It's been a good week, so take care. We'll see you. Ciao.